Okay, this is the matter of Fagan versus Fagan.
Your Honor, this is obviously a divorce trial. While we do have a few property issues to resolve, the main issues that we're going to ask the court to decide today are custody, parenting time, and then ultimately which school district the party or the party's two minor children will attend. We believe that there is an established custodial environment in this case where the children have spent equal time with each parent. I think the evidence will show that Mr. Fagan was the primary caregiver during the party's marriage, as Mrs. Fagan, made a decision that she wanted to live the single life, and she spent time away from the family, engaging in extramarital affairs. Because there is an established custodial environment, there would have to be a showing of clear and convincing evidence that any proposed modification would be in the best interest of the minor children. We believe that the evidence is going to show that the parties should continue to share equally in the custody and care of the children. However, we understand that based on these proposed exhibits, that there's going to be a lot of back and forth and evidence that suggests that these parties can't get along together very well. And so if the court decides that, in the court's opinion, the parties cannot co-parent, we believe that it would be in the best interest of the children for Mr. Fagan to have primary physical custody. He has demonstrated the disposition and ability to care for his children. He's done this consistently throughout their lives. He has been stable in his home, his job. He's consistently prioritized the children. I know that there's going to be these allegations and concerns regarding Mr. Fagan's perceived anger issues. This is a situation, this is a divorce involving infidelity on the part of Mrs. Fagan. Obviously, that infidelity has caused anger and distress and sadness in Mr. Fagan. You're going to see in Mr. Fagan's discourse with Mrs. Fagan that his anger and distress and sadness does come through in that discourse. But what you're going to also see is that none of that affects his relationship or ability to parent his children. None of that has been directed to the children. He has a strong bond with his children, and the sort of anger and sadness has certainly been directed towards Mrs. Fagan. Mrs. Fagan has decided to settle in Stockbridge, Michigan. The children have always lived in Jackson, leading up to obviously when the parties separated. They've been spending some time in Stockbridge, but historically they've lived in Jackson. Mr. Fagan has family here in Jackson, and the kids are used to being around his family. Mrs. Fagan, we're anticipating she's going to ask the court to have the children enrolled in Stockbridge schools. This would be problematic with Mr. Fagan living in Jackson. It would make it difficult for him to exercise midweek time and get the kids to school. It would cause some problems and essentially make it difficult for the parties to have equal parenting time. Mr. Fagan is proposing that the children attend school in Grass Lake. That is a middle ground, would allow both parties to have equal parenting time. The schools are not dissimilar. They're actually fairly similar school districts. They're a little bit smaller and compare favorably with each other. They are both comparable to each other, I should say. At the end of the proofs, we're going to ask the court to continue the equal parenting time that both parties are exercising currently. We're going to ask that the court have the children attend Grass Lake schools. And in the alternative, if the court decides that a co-parenting situation isn't possible because of the way the parties have been dealing with each other, we would ask the court to find that it's in the best interest of children to be in the primary care of Mr. Fagan. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming, do you wish to make any statement at this time?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This is a short-term marriage. The parties were only married in October of 2016. They were relatively young. They already had one son, Corbin, who at that point was almost 2 years old. And shortly thereafter, they had their daughter, Millie. The minor children are now 5.5 and 3.5, and they are beautiful, busy children. And unfortunately, Corbin and Millie are caught in the middle of this custody battle. This has been a volatile relationship from the beginning. As stated in our trial brief, Mr. Fagan filed for divorce back in 2018 here in Jackson County. The case was dismissed after a few months. The parties reconciled, but they were separated, as you'll hear from the testimony, again by February of 2019. At that point, the parties had picked out a house in Stockbridge. They were having it refurbished, and Mrs. Fagan, who is from Stockbridge, was living there with family. She filed a divorce action in Ingham County, and after a few months, the parties again reconciled. However, the verbal abuse had escalated to physical abuse. Mr. Fagan was arrested in June of 2019. He was charged with domestic violence in 55th District Court. And he then, on the eve of filing the instant action here in Jackson, he again perpetrated violence on my client and damaged the house as evidenced in Exhibits G, which are the pictures of the home. Tore up the home, filed this action, and here we are. The parties have been in Stockbridge. They picked out a home there. That is where my client is from. That is where she has family connections. The evidence will show, the testimony will reveal that the established custodial environment is with the mother. Yes, Mr. Fagan loves these children. The children love him, but they are afraid of him. And he is good for short periods of time. He is not able to parent or sustain stability on a long-term basis. The text messages will make it quite clear to the court that there is an anger issue on the part of Mr. Fagan. He needs some assistance. That's why the court ordered the parties to attend conflict resolution counseling through a healing place or family service and children's aid. When we first adjourned this trial a few months ago, Mr. Fagan refused to follow through. As you can see in Exhibit A from a healing place, he refused to contact them and follow through. My client has tried to co-parent with her husband, and those attempts have been met with foul language, at the best, at worst with arguments. Even as recently as last night, Mr. Fagan tried to discuss this case with her during the parenting time exchange. She provides the stability. This is not a marriage that is falling apart because of infidelity. And it's rather ironic that Mr. Fagan points that finger as he's living with his girlfriend, who is by Facebook accounts 25 weeks pregnant today. So I think you need to hear the evidence and hear certainly from the lawyer guarding Ed Litem, and it will be clear that in the best interests of Millie and Corbin, they should reside full-time with their mother. This is not a case, definitely not for co-parenting, and there's no reason for these children to go out of town to a school that neither party resides in the district when they can go to a school 3 minutes from their house where they have family, grandparents, and aunts and uncles close by. There's some small financial issues that we also have to issue, but at least I would agree with Mr. Hilderly that the primary issues are custody, parenting time, and child support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dungan, I'm assuming you don't want to make a statement at this time, but I wanted to at least give the opportunity if you had something to say.
Yeah, you're correct, Your Honor. I would like to reserve my comments till the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hilderly, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would call Jacob Fagan.
Mr. Fagan, would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
State your full name, please. You can put your hand down.
Jacob Edward Fagan.
Go ahead, Mr. Hilderly.
Thank you. Your Honor, can you hear me okay off camera?
I can. If I have trouble, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fagan, where do you reside?
Jackson, Michigan.
Where in Jackson?
619 Wayne Street.
And how long have you lived there?
There since the divorce, like probably 4 or 5 months, 6 months.
And prior to that residence, you lived in Jackson while you were married?
Yes, 344 North Horton Street.
And your wife, Alexis, and the 2 kids lived with you there at that residence?
Correct, yes.
How long did you live there?
5 years.
At your current residence, how many bedrooms do you have?
3.
And where do Corbin and Millie sleep when they're with you?
They have a room together. Basically, that's just the way they feel more comfortable.
And you have plenty of room for them if they were to live with you?
For their separate rooms.
Well, you have room for them and they have places to sleep at your house?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
Modern Waste System.
How long have you worked there?
9.5 years.
And what is your position there?
A driver.
What duties?
Make sure that I get my routes done complete.
And what's your current?
So Mr. Hilderly, I did not hear your question.
The last one?
Right.
I asked him what his duties were in his position at his work.
All right, and I did hear his answer.
What is your current relationship status?
Occupied.
Dating, you're in a dating relationship with somebody?
Correct, yes.
And with whom are you in a relationship with?
Harmony Markham.
And how long have you been together?
About 5-6 months.
And do you, the 2 of you, obviously don't have any children in common if you've only been together 5 or 6 months, but I understand she's pregnant.
Correct, yes.
And what's the due date?
November 18th.
Other than Corbin and Millie, do you have any other children?
No, sir.
Will you have room, or will there be any problems when the new baby arrives? We have room for everybody. Here we do. Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
I did not hear an answer.
You didn't hear an answer to the last
Your
question?
last question.
The one about having room for after the baby is born?
Yes,
Yes, I do have room.
thank you.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Would-
You have a criminal conviction?
Mr. Hilderly?
Yeah, sure.
We're having sound difficulties. I wonder if you could mute your phone and put us on a separate speakerphone, and I can dial you in, and hopefully we will have better sound.
I can Hi. Um,
Do you have a desk phone in your office?
I do, but we're not in my office. I'm gonna give you a number to dial in and put it on speakerphone. It's 517 581
3910.
3910.
All right, I'll dial that now. Then you'll need to mute the computer or the phone you're communicating with Zoom with.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear us okay?
We're getting feedback. You've got to turn the volume down on your phone as well.
How's that?
I think that's better. And then put the phone between you so we can hear both of you.
Okay.
We're still getting feedback over the computer.
I have the phone muted and turned the volume all the way down on the phone.
I think that worked. All right, go ahead and ask your next question.
My last question to Mr. Fagan was, I asked him if he had any criminal convictions.
Yes.
And when was that?
I was convicted of domestic violence against Alexis last year in June.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Do you use any controlled substances?
No, sir.
Do you have any mental disabilities?
No, sir.
Do you have any physical disabilities?
No, sir.
Can you describe for the court the relationship between Harmony and Corbin and Millie?
Oh, that's great. They love her. I mean, at times I feel like they like her more than they do myself, but
And are Corbin and Millie excited about the new baby?
yes, they can't leave my house without telling the new baby goodbye, and including the baby sister in on everything, which is Harmony's belly.
You heard Ms. Fleming talk about the fact that there was a previous divorce filing, that you had filed for divorce previously.
Yes.
And what happened? What was the circumstances? Why did you file, and what happened with that?
Oh, I ended up finding out that Alexis was unfaithful, and she was, going around not going to work and going out to parties and whatnot. And, so I divorced her. And then 2 months later, I decided to give her another chance because I would rather fight with her to gain 100% of my kids than to fight with her and lose 50% when, it's like my kids are my pride and joy.
So you attempted to reconcile?
Yes, only for the kids.
And how did that go?
We were together for, another 5-6 months. And then one day I got a call from her dad stating that he had the kids. And it blew my mind because, Alexis told me that she and the kids.
Hold it. We got an objection.
Okay.
The objection's hearsay. Is there a response, Mr. Hilderly?
Hearsay about what her dad said?
Yes.
I'm not sure that's the important part of the story. I think he can just, what was the reason that things fell apart after you reconciled?
She was just unfaithful the entire time that we're back together the second time.
Okay.
And her dad got tired of, sorry.
You can't say anything that her dad told you.
Okay. Well, I mean, it should be in the police report of them pictures she's got against me.
That's okay. I really was just trying to find out why things broke down again.
Okay.
Basically, you're saying her continued incident caused
Yes.
problems in the marriage.
Yes.
Now, when she was out with other people, where were the kids?
With me at home.
And you were providing, you were the primary caregiver during this time period?
Yes, sir.
Now, you have some debts that were acquired during the marriage that I wanted to talk about. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Could you just take a look at these and let the court know what those are?
Okay, all of them are the city taxes from the 5 years that we lived in Jackson. Alexis filed our taxes every year, and apparently she wasn't paying them.
So you have some income tax owed to the city of Jackson for your return that you filed jointly with Alexis.
Yes.
And what is the balance owing to the city of Jackson?
It's like $2,000 right around there. I've got two different answers. Apparently the city excluded 2014s and they dismissed it for me. And that brought it to $1,900, but they did not include 2018s because Alexis filed our taxes through TurboTax, and that has nothing to do with the city. So they don't even have the 2018 on file.
But you think it's about $2,000 that's owing in income tax to the city of Jackson?
Yes, it's $1,900 just off of 2015, 2016, and 17.
And there may be an amount owing for 18, but you don't know what that is, right?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, because we definitely live in the city still.
Okay.
So just to make sure I don't lose sight of this, if I add up the balance from the each of the 3 pages, Exhibit 1, I'll come up with the same number that Mr. Fagan just testified to?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. And this is for years 15, 16, and 17. There may be an amount owed for 18, but we don't know what it is yet.
Thank you.
Mr. Fagan, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 2. Your Honor, I apologize. As I look at the exhibit, when I printed it out, it cut off the top portion that shows that it was from Consumers Energy. I do have the full exhibit that I can email to everybody if we need it later, but it just cut off the top of it. It showed the Consumers Energy letterhead.
No objection, Judge. My client and I, that's what we figured what it was.
Mr. Fagan, can you look at exhibit number 2 and tell the court what this is?
That is the consumer's bill because I supplied Alexis with money to pay, the bills as she had the debit card. So I give her the money to put in her bank account to use her debit card to pay like the Consumer's Energy. And it turns out the last 3 months of living in Jackson, she did not pay that bill. So when we separated and I went to get me a new house, I had to pay off that full balance in order to even start Consumers again.
Okay, so that's an amount that has been paid at this point, but you had to pay the full amount.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 3. Can you let the court know what that?
That is a loan that Alexis went to take out for her insurance on her vehicle and damage repair. She had some damages to her car. Something happened to it, and she tried withdrawing, $2,500, and she got denied it. So I co-signed on it. And then shortly after we split up, so she quit paying on it, and it went back on me, and now I owe it.
And that's an amount that's owing to Aeroquip Credit Union?
Yes, but the full amount that we owe them is the $3,300 because of the interest.
Okay, and that's an amount that's outstanding and still owed to Aeroquip Credit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 4. Your Honor, just if I may provide some explanation, he had been told by somebody at Michigan Medicine there was a balance owing. We asked for the bill to show that. And this is what we've been provided. As I look through it, it looks like it tells us that there isn't a balance owing. I guess what we're trying to establish for purposes of the trial is that there was at some point treatment at Michigan Medicine for Corbin, and there may or may not be a balance owing, and we would just ask the court to assign joint liability on any amounts owing to Michigan Medicine. So the exhibit itself, in my mind, shows that there isn't a balance owing, but he has been told by somebody at Michigan Medicine that there is.
Okay,
Judge, can I respond?
if you have some additional information about that, please do.
Well, I guess, a lot of these charges on this statement go back to 2012, long before the parties were married, and before Corbin was born. A lot of it has to do with Mr. Fagan preserving his sperm. And I don't think that my client should be responsible for any financial charges to that end. And it appears that there is no obligation for treatment for Corbin.
And we agree with that, Judge. This was something that they provided us at the last minute. We would certainly agree that any amounts that were incurred prior to the marriage would not be marital debt. Mostly this focuses and is related to Corbin's treatment, and that's really what we're focused on.
Did Corbin receive treatment during the period encompassed by these bills at University of Michigan Medicine?
Yes.
As I flip through these, I don't see Corbin's name on anything.
Page 1 of 3. Page 1 of 2. The charges, I think it was 17, Judge, in 2017. Those are the
Okay,
only...
I see those now. All right, well, in any event, this shows nothing owing, so it's kind of hard for me to award anything based upon Exhibit 4.
Your Honor, we're not asking the court to award anything. This is money that has not been paid. So all we're asking the court to do is, if there is an amount owing to Michigan Medicine as a result of Corbin's treatment, We're just asking that the court state that that would be a joint liability.
And Judge, if there are any outstanding bills for healthcare services for the children, I don't think it should be a 50-50 premise. I think it should be treated just like any other bill under the terms of the current child support order, with whatever the ordinary medical amount is first being paid by Mrs. Fagan, and then whatever percentages is based on their incomes, not 50-50.
No, Your Honor, that wouldn't be accurate because this was something that happened while they were married, not something that happened after the fact, and not something that was subject to any support order. This would be a debt that was incurred during the marriage and would not fall under any support order that came after the fact.
Well, certainly.
All right, I understand your respective positions on that issue. Let's save it for the end.
Okay. Now, Mr. Fagan, at some point, did you purchase a vehicle from Alexis's grandmother?
Yes, I bought a 2002 Ford Escape because her grandma bought Alexis a new vehicle, and I actually liked the Escape. It's a great winter vehicle, so I bought it off her grandma for $600.
And how did you pay that?
Cash.
And this occurred while you guys were married?
Tripped.
And so I assume that because you were married, you probably didn't get a receipt or anything from her grandmother?
No.
But you did pay $600 to her grandmother. Did you ever get the title for it?
No, I did not.
And where is the Escape now?
At Alexis' house.
And are you asking the court to award that to you?
Yeah.
And can I show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 5? And can you tell the court what this is?
This is just multiple occasions where I told, Alexis that I wanted my title so I could get it into my name because I wanted, after so long of having it and we had multiple vehicles, I like to buy and sell cars and I needed the title in order to do that. And, that's just multiple occasions where Alexis, telling me, okay, she'll get the title. She told me, to get at her grandma to get the title. And when we split up, she even told me, that I have a trailer, that I can get it off her property and get it out of there. But because the title wasn't in my name, I didn't want to take it and then them file for stolen vehicle and it'd be counted against me.
Now, Mr. Fagan, you indicated that you would like the kids to go to Grass Lake schools. Have you looked into the school district at all?
Yeah, it's a great school. They ranked in below the 200s, on academics, and I'm a huge sports guy, and that was always a tough school to play in sports, and you just academically, it's hands down twice better than Stockbridge.
And did you look into what their plans are for the fall as it relates to the COVID situation?
Yeah, they're offering out both options. You can either go to school and work 4 days a week, I think it is, or you have the option to do at-home, face-to-face, online schooling because, I don't want to use my kids as guinea pigs, so I love that option.
So they're providing you could go face-to-face and go in person to school, or you can do an online option.
Yes, sir.
And I guess, Your Honor, as it relates to the objections for plaintiff's exhibits 6 and 7, these are records from the state of Michigan website, so I would say that they would fall under the business record exception for hearsay. These are just reports straight from the state of Michigan website.
Ms. Fleming, do you have a response?
I'm not aware of any records exception for for this kind of data. Certainly not Exhibit 8, which is something from U.S. News and World Reports.
I didn't address Exhibit 8 yet. I just said 6 and 7.
Okay. I mean, I can't see where this is from. I don't know where it was. I don't know what Michigan school data. I don't know if that's the state of Michigan, or if this is, I don't know what Michigan school data is.
Well, let me see if I can pull it up on my computer. That'll tell me whether it's from an official web page or not. MI school data is found on Michigan's official, well, hold on a minute. It's mischooldata.org. Actually, it's not clear to me. Michigan School Data is the state of Michigan's official public portal for education data to help citizens, educators, and policymakers make informed decisions that can lead to improved success for our students. Whether or not there is a specific hearsay exception that applies to this information, I'm going to admit them under the general exception. This is the type of information that the court typically relies on when comparing one school to another. So I'm going to allow both Exhibit 6 and 7 into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 8 is something off of Grass Lake's website, just indicating this U.S. News and World Report shows. It's really a ranking of the high schools, so it's not particularly relevant when we're dealing with a kindergartner. It was just information that we were going to provide to the court. We can withdraw it if the court doesn't think that it's going to be helpful.
Since it doesn't do anything except address high schools,
It is just a ranking of high schools, Judge.
I wouldn't find it to be helpful to the decision I'm going to be called upon to make.
Mr. Fagan, you know, Your Honor, I think Exhibits 9 and 10 have already, I don't think there was any objection. I don't know that I can just submit these without comment unless Your Honor or Ms. Fleming wants.
I've already admitted 9 and 10 into evidence as there was no objection to them.
Oh, I didn't realize 9 and 10 had been admitted. Okay.
I thought, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I did not address 9 and 10 initially. I can see that I only addressed 1 through 8. So, is there any objection to the admission of 9 or 10?
I guess my objection is the Exhibit 9 specifically seems to be altered. There's information scribbled out that I can't read on my copy. and that there's no date on Exhibit 9, so I would object to the relevance. And the same thing on Exhibit 10, there's no way to verify the date. So again, I wouldn't know the relevance.
I can look to see on the original if the part that's redacted I did to spare Miss Fleming's client from embarrassment. I'm happy to put it out there if she wants it out there. It's just a comment that I thought wasn't really necessary and would just sort of unduly embarrass the defendant in this case. I'm happy to produce the original if Miss Fleming wants me to.
Or if you can text me.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what's missing.
Well, I'm happy to tell you if you want.
Judge, are we on the live? Are we live on YouTube?
We are live on YouTube.
I guess I would defer to my client. Do we need to know what's scribbled out in Exhibit 9?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I guess my objection only goes to the date, and if Mr. Hilderly is going to inquire of his client, or I will.
I can ask him when it was sent. It looks like it was just chopped off. I'll produce it. Can you look at Exhibit number 9, please?
Okay, what's the question?
Well, I'm asking you to just look at it first. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
Do you recall approximately when this next conversation took place?
This was at the beginning of the divorce.
So approximately
9 months ago.
Okay. And then can you look at Exhibit number 10 as well?
Okay.
Oh, that actually has the date on it. I'm sorry. That one says March 15th.
Which year?
Do you recall, was it March 15th of this year?
No, that one was last year after the first divorce.
Okay, and then how about the conversation in 9? Was that approximately the same time?
I don't recall. That one was so much stuff was laughing at each other.
But you think that the conversation in Exhibit 9 was approximately 9 months ago?
Yeah, it was, right between one of the two.
All right, I would just ask for the admission of Exhibits 9 and 10, Your Honor.
I don't have any objection, Your Honor. I can cross-examine him and I can just review with my client.
All right, 9 and 10 are admitted.
Mr. Fagan, can you just describe for the court your relationship with the kids?
It's terrific. There's my pride and joy. That's what I live for is them.
What sort of things do you guys do together?
It's not necessarily what we do together. It's just more or less anything I do, they're included in on. Like Tuesdays, I got softball and they go with me, and they're right there cheering me on. And once we're done with that, we'll hang out after all the softball teams leave, and we'll play on the field ourselves. And like we got mud bogging on the weekends, where they want to ride with. And everybody knows that when the kids go off and play on their own, they're doing what dad does. You know, they're playing mud bog, they're playing the softball. And, you know, just anything I do, I try to expose them to.
Are there times when the kids have issues or problems? You know, who do they talk to? What do they do?
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Well, just if there's an issue or a problem, do they come and talk to you about it? Or
Yeah,
and I know they're younger, so their issues and problems might be small.
Yeah, they come to me, you know, about everything, whether it's, you know, their butt itches because they didn't wipe fully, or, you know, it's just, I mean, any issue that they have, they're right there telling me about it. Usually, like you said, they're young, so it's something minor. But, for example, one of the situations where Alexis called the cops and tried to file harassment on myself, my son, when I picked him up, he had a cut right on his eye. And I asked him where it was, you know, and he said that Alexis's friend.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
It's the CPS, it's been filed, it's under CPS report. As far as I know, it's still open.
I don't have any comment on it.
No further questions?
No. I didn't. She made an objection, and I didn't have a comment to it. I didn't know if the court.
I thought I ruled on the objection, did I not?
I didn't hear anything.
I heard
Maybe
you
it
say,
was obvious. It was a valid objection. I sustained it.
Mr. Fagan, when the children are with you, do you prepare the meals for them?
Yeah. Every day, 6:30.
Do you help them get ready for bed, take baths, stuff like that?
Yes, sir. That's a daily routine. You know, we'll take baths, brush teeth, and then we go into the room and I sing to them to sleep. I've done it their entire lives.
And you do have a family as far as you've got siblings, is that correct?
Yeah, I got a big family.
And also cousins that you're close with?
Yes, sir. My whole intermediate family is all very close. We're all right here in Jackson, so.
And the kids spend time with your extended family?
Correct.
What sort of things, do they have cousins, or what sort of things do they do?
I mean, it's technically my cousin's kids, but I mean, that's just, you know, I'll go to my cousin's house for barbecues and whatnot, or just hang out so the kids can play and interact with other kids. Because, you know, like I said, I try to expose them to everyone possible.
And you had indicated that you're employed. Do you have the ability to provide for the kids financially?
Yes, I've done that their entire lives. The whole time that we were married and together, we never had WIC, food stamps, anything like that. I had to buy every can of formula that they ever had. Basically, you know, I'm fully against relying on any type of help. And so that's.
And you've been in your job for quite a while now, 9 years plus?
Yeah. I only had one job before that, and that was 6 years.
And prior to the relationship breaking up, you had lived in your residence for 5 years. Is that what you had indicated?
Before the separate? Yes, yes, yes.
And the kids lived with you during that time period? They lived in that residence with you during that time
The
period?
entire time, yes.
So you did have to recently move because of the separation, but prior to that, they had lived with you in that
Yeah.
environment.
See, all that was between the two divorces. We split up the first time, and her grandma bought a house for her, but then she got back with me, and she moved back to Jackson. And then it's said in, text out of her words, that if I didn't get rid of my dog, then she was leaving me. And she ended up moving back to Stockbridge. So I was stuck with the decision, either A, move to Stockbridge, or B, lose my family. And I moved out there, and, 2 months later is when I found out that she was unfaithful the entire time we were back together the second time.
So when Ms. Fleming indicates you moved to Stockbridge, you that was a very short period of time.
Yeah, and that had nothing to do with an agreement or my say. She knew what she was doing behind my back.
Have there been instances where Alexis has been physically violent with you?
Yes, sir.
And how about verbally abusive?
Yes, sir.
And do you feel that you'll be able to get the kids to school on time? Any issues with that?
Yeah, no, I never had an issue. Even, when they were going out to Stockbridge, I adjusted my whole work schedule to get them all the way out to Stockbridge, which is 40 minutes away from myself. So her saying that I neglected to get the kids to school is all, a lie. She has no proof of that. And it's just, yeah.
And you feel like you'll be able to help them with their homework and stuff like that as it comes up? I know they haven't really been in school very much. Corbin just went to like a preschool last year, right?
Yeah, she enrolled him into preschool after we separated because it was stated by her grandma that, the court's not going to remove him from school.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you willing to work with Alexis and co-parent with her?
Yeah.
Are you capable of doing that? I know that there's obviously some issues between the two of you. Are you able to put that behind you and move forward and co-parent?
Yeah, basically, I've tried that, but it's like she's always there trying to push my buttons, trying to get me messed up, to have something against me. But I've done nothing to hurt her. I've only been trying to defend myself this entire time. Yeah, there's, bad text, but that was like way back when we, I found out the love of my life wasn't only my love.
And you haven't denied her or kept the children from her at all, have you? But was there a time when she kept the children from you?
Yes, when we first separated, the second time, we agreed to continue our custody order as if it was ordered the first time we divorced, which was a 2-2-3 schedule. And then all of a sudden, like 5 weeks later, I went to pick the kids up from daycare on my day, and it turned out that she ended up picking them up. And when I got a hold of her after to go get them, she denied giving them to me. She stated that she quit her job to prevent a lunatic like me from having the kids. And then she kept them from me for 6 weeks. I've called her, texted her, I don't know how many times every day. I showed up to her house with the police. The police couldn't do nothing because without a court order, they couldn't remove the kids from a parent. And basically, and then the other time I showed up with them, she wasn't home. But 6 weeks I went without the kids.
And you provided me with a video that shows when you were reunited with.
Yeah, when we finally got a court order and granted the kids, she didn't even reach out to me. She reached out to my brother and gave the kids to my brother. So my brother hit me up and told me that he has my kids. So as soon as I got out of work, I shot straight over there, and turns out his girlfriend was recording the reunite between myself and my kids.
And that's one of the videos that you're asking the court to review.
Yes, because in that video you can see, that obviously my kids have strong love for me, and I'm not this bad guy that I keep being put out to be.
And you reviewed that video, and it's an accurate representation of what happened.
Yes.
You have a couple of other videos that you asked to be produced to the court. And these are videos I believe that you took, correct?
Yeah, one of the videos is because just recently, like last week when we did the kid transaction, my son was crying because he didn't want to go to my house. And, she's sitting there recording his reaction. But then once I got in the car, I asked him, why are you crying? You don't want to come to my house. And it turns out, he said, because I don't let him watch
Objection, Your Honor,
YouTube.
hearsay.
Well, this is just a description of the video. The video will speak for itself, Your Honor. I'm just trying to establish what the video is so that we're going to ask that they be admitted and that you review them.
All right.
And I only...
That objection is sustained.
And without necessarily telling us what's in the video, you've provided another video, and this is one that you took personally.
Yeah, so my daughter just not wanting to go back to her mom's,
So, Your Honor, I understand Ms. Fleming hasn't seen the videos. I don't know how we want to deal with having them introduced. If you just want to pass on that issue for right now. I know that she has some videos that I haven't seen, so I'm not sure you want to deal with those before I stop with his testimony.
You've laid a foundation for the videos. I think before you show them to me, in fairness, Ms. Fleming should have the opportunity to see them. And then, unless there's something patently objectionable about them that she wants to object to, then I can view them after she's had a chance to see them. I'm assuming Ms. Dungan is going to want to see these videos as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's save the exchange of the video until a little bit later. I will certainly allow you to supplement the record with those.
Okay, thank you, Judge. At this point, Your Honor, I would just, I don't have any further questions. I would just reserve the right to recall Mr. Fagan for rebuttal purposes.
Okay, cross-examination, Ms. Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fagan, as long as the exhibits that you produced are right there, let's take a look at them. Can you look at your exhibit number 1, please? Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
And isn't this is a tax bill for the tax year of 2015, correct?
2015, yes.
You weren't married to Alexis then, were you? Didn't you get married
No, but we
in
lived in the
October
same house together.
2016?
Yeah, we filed a joint return.
And you can't,
I don't think so.
this is addressed to you only, not to the both of you. So isn't this bill your own separate sole responsibility? I'm sorry, I didn't hear an answer.
Yeah.
So Alexis is not responsible for that $504.16.
Yeah,
Okay. Exhibit, or the second page of that exhibit, that's for the tax year of 2017.
correct.
You say you've been employed by Modern Waste for 9.5 years?
9.5 years, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the address that your employer uses for you is your mother's address at 3208 Louetta Avenue in Jackson, Michigan?
Yeah, just so they get free trash.
So you get your mom free trash removal, right? Yes?
That's just my address through my work on my check stubs.
Right. So when your employer thinks you live at your mother's, what township is that in?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is that Leone Township? What township does your mother live in?
Michigan Center.
She doesn't live in the city of Jackson, does she?
Not city, but I mean, Michigan Center is technically Jackson.
It's Jackson County,
It's not
but
city
you
limits.
understand this tax obligation you are asking your wife to pay is for the city, not Jackson County. It's for the city of Jackson because you lived in the city of Jackson. But your employer thinks that you live in Michigan Center, so they're not deducting or withholding city taxes from your pay, are they?
Correct.
So isn't it true that after you owed in 2015, Alexis said you need to change your withholding, you need to tell your employer where you actually live so they can withhold the correct amount of tax?
No,
No?
Alexis ain't said nothing. No.
Okay. But you are committing fraud by having your mother get free trash removal because your employer thinks that you live with her. So they're not withholding city tax. So now you want Alexis to be responsible for the fraud you're perpetrating on your employer? Are you looking at your attorney for the answer, sir?
No, I'm looking up at you from the paper.
It's a problem, isn't it?
I don't understand it all. Correct, yes. I mean,
So your employer's
in the
not
city,
withholding
we
the
both
tax
own it.
that you need to pay. And that's why you owe city tax.
yeah,
Okay, you live in the city now, don't you?
I've lived in the city the whole time I knew her.
But not according to your employer. They've had you listed at your mother's address the whole time you've worked there, haven't they?
Yeah,
So this is a problem you created, right?
I don't understand that question because, sure.
So Alexis shouldn't have
I mean,
to
regardless,
pay
I'd still
your
be paying it whether I was
tax.
getting it pulled out of my checks or not.
I'm sorry?
If it was getting pulled out of my checks, I'd still have to pay city taxes at the end of the year.
If they were withholding the city tax all along, you wouldn't know anything at the end of the year. That's how it's supposed to work. Do you really think that Alexis should be responsible for this debt?
Yeah, she lived in the city too. I mean, she relied on me, she's had I don't know how many jobs. Was she getting city taxes taken out of hers? No, because she used her grandma's address in Stockbridge.
Okay, well, we'll ask her about it when she gets a chance to testify. But you were the major breadwinner and you weren't having the proper taxes withheld.
No.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit 2 that you've proposed, that's been admitted, the consumer's bill. So what, this bill represents what span of months? Can you tell us?
What is what?
What does that amount, $1,251.25? What does that represent? Service for which months?
That represents the last 3 months that her and I were together, that I gave her the money to pay the consumer's bill, and it turns out she wasn't doing it. Because I don't have a debit card, so if we used her credit card to make all the bill payments.
So what
And
3
she
months?
didn't do it.
Which 3 months specifically, sir?
The last 3 months we were in that house.
So you're saying June, July, and
I was
August,
currently
or
living
July,
with
August, and
her
September?
in Stockbridge.
Hold on. I can't-
Stockbridge,
Hold
but I
on,
still have
hold
the house.
hold on. I can't have both of you talking at the same time.
Sorry.
So, Ms. Fleming, would you re-ask your question? And Mr. Fagan, would you wait until she's done before you start to answer?
Yes, sir.
So specifically state the 3 months that this bill represents.
I don't have that in front of me.
You don't know?
No, the last 3 months that I had that house, it was the 3 months that I lived with her in Stockbridge, but because of the first time, with her cheating, I didn't really necessarily let my house go. I still had my house in my possession while living with her in Stockbridge, and I gave her the money to pay my consumer's bill for the house in Jackson, and she wasn't doing it, so.
But you can't tell us which months you're referring to.
I mean, let's see, the due date was September 11th, so June, July, August, September.
June, July, August, September, that's 4 months. So
Thank
which
you.
months? July, August,
I would
September?
have to get a hold of her to find out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Let's say July, August, September. I mean,
Okay.
does it?
So July, August, and September of 2019? Last
Yeah.
year? Yes.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Alexis should be responsible for the consumer's bill at your house in Jackson after you were convicted by your own earlier testimony, you were convicted of domestic violence against her and she was living in Stockbridge?
Yeah, because I was living with her that whole time. There wasn't real domestic violence.
You were living with her in Stockbridge?
Yes,
Okay.
for 3 months. I gave her the money. I paid my bill.
Okay. Do you have any proof of that other than the consumer's bill that didn't get paid?
Yeah, the fact right here, $1,251. Once I left her and I went back to Jackson, I couldn't put consumers back in my name till that amount was paid.
So let's move to Exhibit 3. Do you have that in front of you?
It's going.
You're aware that Alexis is paying this bill.
That what?
She's paying this bill, correct?
I don't know.
You're not
I
paying
know
this
that
bill?
it's affecting my credit. I can't get a loan out because I have this co-signature on it, and I still owe the bank.
Well, isn't it true that Alexis had to get a loan of $2,500 in order to obtain auto insurance for the both of you?
No, just for hers, and she had something wrong with her car.
And isn't it true that she was getting insurance for the both of you and because of your poor driving record, it cost so much that she had to get a loan to pay it?
No, I have nothing on my driving record. Tickets. I got one speeding ticket, but That's it. She's got multiple accidents. That's what hurt us.
So when she got this loan last January of 19, this would have been before the second divorce filing. Isn't it true that?
No, this was after we were back together.
I'm sorry?
We were back together.
Right, after the first time, before the second time. The note date is January 10th of 2019. You see that at the top?
Yeah.
So that was after you reconciled after the first filing, before she filed the second time in Ingham, right?
Sure. I don't understand the question.
Well, you didn't let me finish. My question was, at that time, you were together and you had several vehicles, correct?
Yes, but only one on insurance. I had that Escape that I bought off her grandma and my Ford truck.
Okay.
And she had hers and her dad's.
She's willing, she's paying this. Isn't that what you're asking, that she be responsible for it?
Yeah.
You haven't made any payments on it, have you?
No, but it's hurting my credit because she stopped paying on it. So the bank did try coming back after me.
Let's look at Exhibit 4. You're not in collections you're not getting collections letters or anything from Michigan Medicine, are you?
Not that I know of, no.
So there's nothing due and owing as you sit here today, correct?
Well, I object to that. He doesn't know the answer. As I indicated when I asked him questions, that someone at Michigan Medicine had indicated there was something owing to him, which is why it's being brought up.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Hilderly's testimony, but now that Mr. Fagan is under oath, I would like to hear his testimony.
Yeah, I mean, I was originally charged $7,100 something from my son overdosing in her care.
Sir,
And
my question is, have you paid anything on that bill?
No, it went to my collections.
So it's gone to collections?
Yeah, as far as I know, yes, I don't know.
You don't know?
The answer to this question.
Okay.
At one time it hurt. I
I
couldn't get
didn't
a
ask
loan
a
because
question,
it was,
sir. Sir, I didn't ask any other questions.
Okay.
So let's look at Exhibit 5. So you're talking, these are texts between you and Alexis
Yes, ma'am.
from 2017?
Yeah.
Okay. The title to the Escape is not in Alexis's name, is it?
No, it's in her grandma's name for insurance purposes.
Okay, so as far as I know, we're talking about Annabelle Howard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She's not a party to this divorce action, is she?
I mean, she's the sole provider for Alexis, but I don't
Sir,
know.
is she a party to the divorce action?
Is she what?
Is she a,
No.
She's not.
but you're asking the court to do what?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
I
Okay,
mean, there was something that was purchased from her family during the marriage.
but you
and now all of a
acknowledge
sudden,
that
no.
Alexis does not have, the title to that vehicle is not in her name, correct?
Yeah, but Alexis is proof that it was bought.
I'm sorry, do you have written proof that it was purchased?
It right in these texts. She told me to go to grandma and get the title.
Okay, so that's perhaps what you should do, right? Go to grandma
Yeah, I've
and
gone to her
talk to
grandma
her?
multiple times.
I'm sorry?
I went to her grandma multiple times. But
Okay,
because we
so that's not
separated,
really, it's not really anything for judge to decide here this afternoon, is it?
well, no.
Okay. So these texts in Exhibit 9 and 10,
Yes,
they're from 2019?
they're from after the first divorce.
So
Slash
after
beginning
that,
of getting back together.
you and she reconciled, right?
Yeah, she did after the second divorce too.
Okay, well, no, I say you. You, during the second divorce, you were represented by Mr. Hotchkiss, correct?
Yes,
He drafted the paperwork and you stated when you signed that notice of reconciliation to the Ingham County Circuit Court that you and your wife had reconciled, right?
yeah,
Okay, so you claim that the breakdown of your marriage relationship is due to Alexis's infidelity?
twice.
You don't think it has anything to do with the domestic violence that you were convicted of against her last June of 2019?
No, ma'am.
You say that with a big smile on your face, Mr. Fagan. You think it's all her
I
fault?
was just all a lie. And since then, she's tried getting back with me multiple times. You know,
Okay.
she failed to show up to court. Everything was
Okay,
dropped.
sir,
The whole,
I
Yeah.
asked a question. Okay, so it's all her fault. Is that your testimony?
trying to answer.
When your attorney asked you if you had been convicted of a crime, you didn't mention the assault that you were convicted of previous, did you?
I didn't know how far back we were going.
Ever,
was-
your whole life? Have you
Yeah,
been,
I was at a party and I watched a guy punch a girl and I reacted. The girl was on probation, so she denied being at the party.
so what did you do?
Obviously, I defended the girl.
And how did you do
You know, if
that?
it was your daughter, I'd do the same thing.
And what did you do, sir?
I fought the guy. You know, I stopped him from continuing going after the girl that was laying on the ground.
Okay, and so your actions led to him being in a coma, correct?
No.
Did you go to
He
the
wasn't in a
hospital?
coma.
Did you go to
We
the
went
hospital?
hospital, yeah.
Okay, and you
Yeah.
were
But
charged?
the girl,
Hold on. I can't have you both talking at the same time. Wait for a question, sir. Please do
Yeah.
not volunteer information.
So you fought this man and he was injured
yes,
and he was hospitalized
yes,
and you were charged here in Jackson County with assault and battery?
I don't remember what I was charged with. They got dropped.
And where did you were sent to anger management classes, correct?
Hold on. You gotta wait for the question, sir.
I
Sorry,
didn't,
there's a lag.
you were sent to anger management classes, correct?
Yes,
And how long were the term of those classes?
a year, 5 months, 6 months. I don't really remember. It was over 10 years ago.
Okay, so you say you've been in a dating relationship with Harmony Markham for 5 to 6 months?
6 months, yeah.
Where did you meet her?
The bar.
And she's how far along pregnant? 6 months?
Correct.
And do you consider this a permanent relationship?
Oh, well.
A permanent relationship?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
How soon into the relationship did you introduce Harmony to your children?
About 2-3 months. You know, I asked my kids if they wanted to meet her.
And how long have you been living together?
How long we've been living together? Like 2 months.
Now, you said the children have a bedroom in your home on Wayne Street. The children are in the same bedroom?
Yeah, because they choose it.
Okay, so what's the bedding arrangements? What kind of beds do they have?
They got their own separate beds on the separate side of the rooms with their toy box at each end of the bed.
Okay, so isn't it true that when your children are with you, that Millie sleeps in bed with you?
When they are with me?
Yes.
No, they sleep in their own beds.
But
They
isn't
go
it
to
true
bed at
that you,
8:30.
isn't it true that when Millie was sick this spring or this winter that you texted Alexis that when she's with you, Millie sleeps with you?
Repeat that, please.
Isn't it true that when you were texting with Alexis this winter when Millie was sick, that you texted Alexis that Millie sleeps with you when she's with you?
Yeah, it's my daughter. If she's sick and wants to lay in bed with me, then I'm not opposing that.
Just when she's sick?
Yeah, I'm a comforter to make sure she gets sleep. And if she wakes up with anything wrong, I want to be right there in case something happens.
Okay. The house on Wayne Street, do you own that?
No, I rent it.
And what's the term of your lease?
1 year.
And when did you enter into that lease?
February 1st.
And is it just you on the lease?
Yes.
Now, you said that the children are included in whatever you do. Do you ever do kids' activities?
Say it again. Sorry.
You earlier testified that your children are included in whatever you do, your softball, your mud bogging, your barbecues. Do you ever do activities for the children?
Yeah. Millie was attending a dance class in Brooklyn next to my work, you know.
When was that?
What?
When was that?
At the beginning part of the divorce.
Which
One of the
divorce?
ladies at work, you know, goes there with her kids, so we'd take Millie there. And
You're talking about last fall of 2019?
Just over the winter, November, December, January, last year. I could never sign her up for anything because of all the court orders.
Do you ever discuss with Alexis activities that the kids should do?
No. There's no talking to her.
Well, you know, the court ordered you and Alexis to attend conflict resolution counseling. That's true, right?
Yeah, and I reached out to her 3 times asking about them, and all 3 times she would blow me off and tell me, oh, I'll let you know Friday. Oh, I'll let you know next week. And not once did she give me any information on when it was going to happen. She originally told me that she was scheduling it for Tuesdays, which are her days to have the kids. And I told her that's not going to work because, you know, that makes me look bad.
Isn't it true that she told you that you needed to call a healing place and set up the counseling for the 2 of you, not for Corbin, but for the 2 of you? And you said that you didn't need counseling and that she tells people too much?
I mean, yeah, I've said all along that I don't need counseling just because, you know, it is what it is. Or we're done and over with. I'm more worried about my kids. You know, I wanted to know if my kid was getting counseling, if he needed it, and I was more worried about him than I was myself.
So you admit that you refused to call a healing place and set up the
I
conflict
didn't refuse it,
resolution?
not once. I just never did it.
You never did it. You never
I
thought
reached
it was,
out to her multiple times for my kid's sake.
okay, but you never took the step yourself after she told you to call a healing place, correct?
For me, correct.
Isn't it true that the children look to their mother for love?
Yeah, that's why not once have I tried pulling them away from her. And even after all this that she's done, all I did was ask, for 50-50. She does her, I do me, because
Okay,
they need both
thank
parents.
you.
But
And isn't it true they
What's
look
that?
to her for discipline?
no.
No? Isn't it true
No,
that
she
last
even
night,
reaches out to me when they.
Hold on, sir.
isn't it
Excuse
true
me, Your
last
Honor.
night?
Hold on, everyone.
Your Honor?
I'm talking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Fagan, when you are asked a yes or no question,
Oh,
you answer yes or no. If you can't answer it yes or no, then say that, but please don't add anything to the yes or no, okay?
yes, sir.
Your attorney will give you a chance later if
All right.
he wants you to elaborate, but this works a whole lot better if everybody follows the rules, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan, there was a parenting time exchange last night, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during that exchange last night that you and Alexis discussed disciplining Corbin, correct?
Splitting what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Splitting what?
Isn't it true that,
Discussed disciplining Corbin.
Yes.
and she shared with you that she was frustrated with him using the word dumb and stupid? Isn't that true?
No.
And isn't it true that she said that when he was disciplined, she would have him stand in the corner until he could tell her what he had done wrong? Correct?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Isn't it true that Alexis told you that when she disciplines Corbin, she stands him in the corner until he can tell her what he's done wrong?
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And you told her that you have him go to his room, correct?
No.
And didn't you also tell him that you, quote, smack him in the fucking mouth?
No.
You didn't say that to her last night.
No. We had a great exchange yesterday.
And isn't it true that you tried to discuss last night these proceedings here today?
No.
You didn't try to talk about settling this and not having to proceed with trial?
No.
Now, you said when your attorney asked you about providing meals for your children, you said every day at 6:30. Is that 6:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Because in the morning, you're gone to work before they have their breakfast, correct?
What?
You're
Please
gone
repeat.
to work in the morning before the children have their breakfast, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you have to punch in at work by 6 a.m., correct?
No.
No?
It's adjusted.
Well, up until now, you've gone to work at 6 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So I would show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. Could you please look at that? You have that in front of you?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now he has it.
So you recognize this as your time card, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the entire year of 2020 through May, you punched in Monday through Friday about 6 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Because you drive a garbage truck, right?
Yes.
And they send you out first thing in the morning to go to do your route, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like it takes you a lot longer to finish your route in the months of January and February than it does once the weather warms up at the end of March, in April and May, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're proposing that you have joint physical custody and you want Corbin to go to Grass Lake Schools.
Yes.
You live in the Jackson Public School District, correct?
Yes.
And it's about 20 minutes at least from your home to Grass Lake Schools, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's over
Okay.
it's over 16 miles, correct? Have you
Yes.
tracked it at all?
Yes.
And so you want, and it's your proposal that you would take Corbin and later Corbin and Millie to school in the morning before you go to work?
I'd take them to daycare, and then daycare, they ride the bus to school, and Millie stays at daycare.
Okay, but you'd take them to daycare before you went to work?
Yes.
So for your proposal to work, you'd have to what? Get them up at 5 o'clock in the morning, get them dressed, put them in the truck and get them to daycare before 6 o'clock so you can punch into work at 6 o'clock?
No.
So what time do you have to be to work?
When I have the kids, while the separation is ordered, I didn't have to be work till 7. So yeah,
Okay.
I drop them off at 6:30.
So, okay, so now you'll get them up at 5:30 and get them out the door to daycare before 6:30, so you can be at work at 7?
No, we'd wake up at 6:30. The daycare's 10 minutes, on my way to work.
You're gonna wake your kids up at 6:30, be out the door, feed them, dress them, take them to daycare and be to work by 7?
They eat breakfast at daycare. Yes, I have the clothes laid out at night, the night before. And then we leave the door, 6:30, get to the daycare right about 7. And my work works with me. I can punch in whenever. It's just
And what's the
later I have to work
daycare
that day.
what's the daycare you propose?
The daycare that they attended their whole lives, which is Elena's Playhouse.
Now, isn't it true that when Corbin was at Elena's Playhouse, isn't it true that he was injured while he was there?
Yes,
And he fell, or was he injured by another child?
yes.
Which was it?
He was injured by another child.
Okay. And isn't it true that, who's the proprietor of Elena's Playhouse?
What's that?
Who's the owner who runs Elena's Playhouse?
Tammy, Hackworth.
Tammy Hackworth. And isn't it true that she did not report the incident of the other child injuring your son? She didn't report it to the state as required by her license?
Objection, how does he know that?
She
Well,
removed
let's-
him from the daycare. I know that.
I'm sorry?
All right, there's an objection that this witness can't answer that question because he doesn't know.
Well, I didn't hear him say whether or not he knew.
You can ask him, I guess. Go ahead.
Mr. Fagan, do you know, did Ms. Hackworth report that injury to the state?
I do not know.
You are aware, though, that she failed to contact Alexis?
I do not know.
Did she contact you?
She contacted me after the incident happened, yes.
And didn't your son require medical treatment?
Yes.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did he need stitches?
Yes.
And when is it that Alexis was informed of this injury at Elena's Playhouse?
While I was heading to the hospital,
You called and told her.
I called her and told her yes while I was headed there.
So you told her, Ms. Hackworth didn't tell her.
I'm unsure. I don't know.
Okay? You understand that Alexis objects to your children attending that daycare, correct?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, I did not know that, anything like that.
You-
The first
you've
time we
never-
split up,
Would
we
you
got
be,
back together and she continued taking me to the daycare.
well, when wasn't the injury just last fall?
No.
Isn't Ms. Hackworth a friend of your family's?
No.
So are you aware of what time school starts at Grass Lake Elementary?
8:30.
So it's your proposal that your children get daycare for an hour and a half before school starts?
If that's what is required, yeah. But right now I got, Harmony in the picture.
Which means what?
They would stay with her and then she would either take them there, or I would have my mom come pick the kids up, or Harmony would take them to the daycare. But Millie would stay with her, not daycare.
You don't think that Millie needs to be in preschool this fall? She's 3.
She's only 3. No. She
Isn't
just
it,
turned 3. Not even 2 months ago.
wasn't her birthday April 1st?
Okay, so yeah, 4 months ago.
Isn't it true that you and Harmony only have one running street vehicle right now?
No, we got 3.
You have 3 vehicles? Which 3 vehicles are those?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we have 3 legal vehicles, fully insured.
Okay, could you tell the court what those 3 vehicles are?
A 98 GMC Jimmy, a 2003 F-250, and a 2007 Saturn Ion.
And all of those vehicles are in running condition?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's your proposal then that your kids would stay home with Harmony, and then in the morning on your days of parenting, she would take the new baby and Millie and Corbin to school?
I don't understand the question. What is?
Is it, your proposal that if you were to have the children with you in your custody on a school day, that they would stay home with Harmony, and then Harmony would take them to school, and she would put Millie and Corbin and the new baby in the vehicle to take them to school in the morning?
Objection, Your Honor. He's already provided his testimony as to what the plan would be. Obviously, he can't say what he's going to do each and every day. He has multiple options to get the kids to school. And he's already answered these questions. She's asking for specificity that he can't provide. He can't see into the future. He has multiple options.
I think it's a fair question, and she's allowed to ask to clarify. The objection's overruled. Would you re-ask your question, Ms. Fleming?
So I think it's necessary that the court understand exactly what your plan is for the fall. So if school is in session in person, your proposal is that only Corbin go to school, correct?
Yes.
Not, you don't want Millie to go to preschool.
I mean, she could go to preschool, but not at 3 years old.
Okay, so not this year?
No, next year, 4 years old, sure. Obviously, if Alexis and I agree on it, Millie's plenty smart enough.
Okay, so
Shouldn't,
what school's gonna start here soon? Do you know when Grass Lake School starts?
October? No, I don't.
Do you know if Corbin is eligible to attend Grass Lake School since it's not your home school district?
Yes, school choice.
And they are accepting students for school of choice?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do they have a plan yet, whether it's in person or at home?
Do they what?
Do they have a plan yet, whether it's in person or whether it would be at home?
I don't understand.
For the COVID, he's already answered this, but he just didn't understand what she meant.
Because of the
Yeah, they are.
COVID-19, do they know yet, do they have a definite plan whether Corbin would go to school in person or whether he would learn online at home? Do you know?
You're offered both options.
And what is your choice?
My choice is stay at home. My kid's not a guinea pig.
Okay, so how is it that you propose if Corbin is in school or if Corbin's learning at home and you're working every day at 7 a.m., who will facilitate and guide him in his learning?
Well, I mean, I'm out of work by, noon, 1 o'clock. But Harmony, my mom, which is, Secretary of Michigan Center, I've got plenty of options.
Well, your mom's the secretary, your mom's at work, right?
Yeah, but we ain't afraid to change our schedules for the benefit of my kids.
Okay. Isn't it true that Alexis provides the clothing and food for the children?
Who?
Alexis.
No. I mean, I don't understand that. She hasn't given me nothing since we split up, and I've provided everything that I have in my house right now to maintain every day I got them.
It's true that you complain about having to pay child support, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And you complain on social media, you complain on Facebook, you complain in text to Alexis. That's true, right?
I mean, they all fall into the same category, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to Defendant's Exhibit P.
P?
P as in
Yes.
Peter and Paul. You got Exhibit P in
Okay.
front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your Facebook post, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that from April of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read it out loud, please?
So what do I do here? My ex robbed me of my tax money the last 2 years by having it all sent into her bank account and running off. Now the stimulus checks are being sent to her fucking account. Welcome to 2020, when a bitch cheats on you and punishes you for leaving her sorry ass every way possible. $3,400 stimulus check, not to mention the $6,000 in 2018 she ran off when doing her, and filing something in 2019 that has rejected me my return 8 times through H&R Block. How do I get my money without waiting until the courts? Because God knows when that'll be, and clearly I can use that money through this crisis.
And then you tagged her, right?
Yes.
Oh, at Alexis Page, that's her, right?
Um,
So everybody would know who you were referring to calling bitch, right?
We were together 6 years. Everybody already knew.
Oh, okay. So you think that's an appropriate way to address your disputes with the mother of your 2 oldest children?
Yeah, nope, I wasn't thinking rational.
Okay, so let's look at the second page of that. You recognize these as
what?
texts between you and Alexis? You got the second page?
This one I can't read. Okay, what?
You see, that's text between you and Alexis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on your phone, you have her contact, you call her baby moms on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you read your text to her?
If you get my stimulus check, I want my money. Apparently, it's all going off our tax returns, and you clearly fucked me out of mine the last 2 years by having it all sent into your bank account. The IRS will tell me if I received one and where it was sent to, so don't be dumb. $3,400 divided by 2 means you owe me $1,700. She said not to contact her, to email her. She's blocking my number again. I said, laugh my ass. LMAO, I want my money. I'll keep this message for court, though. Smart move.
Okay, well, there, you got your wish. The court's seen your message. It's how you regularly converse with her in your text messaging, right?
What's that?
That type of language, that's how you speak to her when you communicate via text, correct?
Every time she screws me over, yeah. I mean, I'm constantly defending myself and fighting against her for what's mine.
So is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit Q, please. And do you recognize these Facebook posts from your Facebook account?
No, these are a message between me and her friend's boyfriend.
Oh, okay, so you admit that this is you in a conversation?
Yeah, a private message.
Okay,
Because he's
could
going
you
through
read
the
what,
same thing.
could you read what you said to the friend?
Which part?
Start at the beginning.
Well, I can't because it's all cut off.
Okay, so at the top of the page,
where he said you.
So the top of the page on the left, this is you speaking, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just start at the top of the page.
Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. So she's rewarded them 2 days a week in the eyes of the state because they sleep there.
Okay,
He
go down
said,
to the,
boo-hoo, child support. What?
go down to the bottom of the page and read what you said in return.
I paid the bitch $300 to have the kids 4 days out of the last 19.
Okay, and the second page,
What about it?
so you describe a Smith & Wesson that you bought
Yeah.
as a divorce present to yourself?
Yeah, I freed up a lot of money.
Oh, how did you do that?
Because I lost my house and I was living with my parents at the time. That
Okay,
was a $200 purchase.
okay, so at the bottom of the page, could you read where it says, got my CPL?
Got my CPL last week, so we're just doing big things over here. Haha. I started a cleaning business, so I needed a better appearance vehicle.
So you have a cleaning business?
No, I just said it to her friend, boyfriend, because I knew the word was going to come back to her.
Okay, so the next page,
Was the vehicle that I bought.
which vehicle is
Fixed
that?
and sold.
I'm sorry, which
What?
vehicle is that?
That's a Chrysler 300, 2003.
Okay, so your third divorce present to yourself.
Yeah, I bought a lot of divorce presents for myself and my kids. You're just not pointing them out.
Isn't it true that Stockbridge Schools sends home food at the end of the week and Alexis regularly sent that food to your house with the children?
You cut in and out. Is it true what?
Stockbridge Schools would send home food with Corbin on Thursday at the end of his school week, correct?
Yes.
And Alexis would send that food with the children to your home, correct?
No.
No, she never did that.
On Thursday, I picked them up from school,
Okay,
and we never got no food.
okay. Alexis has sent groceries to your home with the children, correct?
One time, yes. But I didn't need them.
Okay, so you said you cook a meal for the children at 6:30?
Yes, ma'am.
So during the summer, the children aren't awake when you go to work, correct?
Are they what?
They're not awake when you go to work in the morning, correct?
No.
Because you're still going to work, you have to be there at 6?
Well, in the summertime, no, I'll start at like 4 or 5. I try to
Earlier,
get most of my work day done before they wake up.
okay. Do you provide health insurance for the children?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you given a card for the children to Alexis?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you do that?
About a month, 2 months ago, when I got 2 copies.
Okay. Isn't it true that at a parenting time exchange this summer that you made Corbin take his shorts off in the parking lot because you wanted the shorts to stay at your house?
No.
No?
No. No.
You don't usually bathe the children before you send them back to Alexis, do you?
They're bathed in pajamas, ready for bed every single time.
Last night too?
Yes, No, last night, no, because we give them back at 5 o'clock.
Oh, so that wouldn't be every single time then, would it?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't think it's argumentative.
No, yesterday they were wearing the clothes that I picked them up on. Our daily routine is I get the kids, go home, change their clothes. We live our days until it's time to meet her back up. I put them back in the clothes they came to my house with and give them to her the way I got them.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that right before you filed this divorce action in September of last year, there was an altercation at the house in Stockbridge?
I don't remember the date, but yeah, there was an altercation that required, I left.
You left because the police were looking for you, right?
No, ma'am.
They weren't looking for you because there was still a no contact order in place?
No, ma'am.
No. Isn't it true that Annabelle told you that the police were looking for you and if they found you, they'd arrest you because the no contact order was still in place?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that both of your children are having some behavioral issues?
No.
No?
I mean, they act. No.
So you think it's okay that Millie continues to wet her pants?
No, that's not okay. But Alexis took her to the doctors and they said there's nothing wrong with her.
So you don't think perhaps that her regression, because she was potty trained, right?
I mean, at the age of, a year and a half, I mean, it was just, we sort of pushed it on her. Yeah. But she was never fully potty trained. It was just that.
She was fully potty trained last fall, right?
No, she still had accidents. Minus she had them in bed at night. Now she wakes up in the middle of the night and goes to the bathroom.
But doesn't she regularly have potty accidents? She's wetting her pants.
Does she what?
She's regularly having accidents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't find that concerning?
Yeah, I do. That's why I've reached out to Alexis numerous times.
Okay. Do you think perhaps it's related to the stress of this ongoing divorce?
I mean, it could.
What about your son? You're aware that he's having behavioral issues and acting out, correct?
No, he's not.
You don't think that he's acting out in anger and hiding before visiting? You don't think that's a problem?
He's not doing any of that.
You would agree that Corbin needs counseling, wouldn't you?
I would agree that he should talk to somebody to make sure there's no issues, yes.
And isn't it true that Alexis asked you to cooperate and get him signed up for some counseling?
No.
Isn't it true that there were events at school last year for Corbin and Alexis gave you notice of that and invited you to attend?
No, never.
Never. She didn't invite you to a
Never.
father's
Not
night with the kids?
Nope.
would direct you to Defendant's Exhibit J.
Oh, so 2 hours before it happened.
At 1 o'clock, and it was at 5:30. So she has invited you, correct?
No, she didn't invite me. I had the kids. I was getting the kids, and then she said, "Oh, hey, Stockbridge is doing this. You know, you can take him if you want." And obviously, I had no interest in going out there to do that. No, because he didn't even attend it.
Well, it's for dads and kids, right?
I mean, yeah,
So you chose not to attend it.
correct.
She's notified you of other events at the school too, correct?
She what?
She's notified you about other events at the school too, correct?
No,
No?
no. No.
You never attended anything at the school, did you?
No, I approved nothing about this school.
Well, it was ordered by the court that your son remain there, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so you just, in protest, decided not to participate in your son's schooling?
no, that's not what I said.
You said you approved nothing, but it was ordered by the court, right?
It was ordered by the court, yes. I didn't go do any extra activities because I felt backstabbed. And everything he was getting signed up for was through her uncle, not her.
You didn't go to any conferences?
No, I didn't even know he had any.
Did you go to any of his basketball games?
No, she told me that her uncle signed him up, and I told him that sports are my thing, and that was it. Not once. Basically, I thought she took him out of it. She never told me practices, games, nothing. I didn't even know he still did it.
Isn't it true that your children need stability?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better for them to go to school in Stockbridge 3 minutes from their mother's house?
No, because that'd be like saying they go 3 minutes to Jackson schools.
You're comparing Stockbridge Elementary School to Jackson High School?
No, I'm comparing the distance from her house to that school to my house to another school. I agreed to Grass Lake because it's just in the middle, 15 minutes from her, 15 minutes from me.
So neither one of you are connected. Neither one of you lives in that community. Right?
Do what?
You don't live in Grass Lake. Right?
No, but my dad's whole family went to Grass Lake.
Okay, but you're the parent and she's the parent. And she doesn't live in
And
Grass
that's
Lake.
why No.
So rather than have your children go to school in a community in which they live, you think it's better and fairer to you that they go somewhere where they don't live?
I'm renting a house. I don't own a house.
Okay. Are you saying you're going to move to Grass Lake?
I'm saying that's a very high possibility. If my kids were going there, then yes. Then it'd be bus trips to and from home every day.
But you don't live there now.
No, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you encourage and allow others around you to treat Alexis with disrespect?
No, ma'am.
Isn't it true that when you meant to pick up your personal property from the home in Stockbridge, that you took your brothers out there to intimidate Alexis?
No, that's all hearsay from her.
Well, didn't you take your brothers with you?
Yeah, along with the cops.
You called the police?
No, yes, the police escorted us, ordered by Ken. Ken had me have the police officers. There was 2 of them there that sat there the entire time while we loaded and unloaded and left.
And you thought that that was good for your children to see?
No, but Alexis wouldn't let me in to get any of my stuff without it.
So your stuff is more important than your children?
No, the cops being there is the only way I got to see my kids.
So isn't it true that you've admitted to Shelley Dungan, the lawyer, guardian ad litem appointed by this court, that you allowed and encouraged your brothers to be disrespectful to Alexis?
No, I don't encourage it. I'm saying they've made comments, but they were addressed right then and there.
Okay, and is that in the presence of your children?
No, my brother's 13.
Okay.
My mom even chewed my brother out.
Okay. So you swear at Alexis regularly in your text communications, correct?
Yes,
Is that how you speak to her during the parenting time exchanges when your children are present?
0 words are said.
Okay. And isn't it true that you yell at Alexis?
Have I yelled at Alexis? Yes.
Yes. In the presence of your children?
When we were together? Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you yell at your children?
Yeah, when they act up.
Okay. And you use corporal punishment on them?
I use a 3-step process. They go to the corner, then they get 1 swat to the butt, then they go to the room. It all depends on how many times they act up.
When you say a swat to the butt, is that to their bare bottom?
No, they're my babies. I'm not going to hurt them.
So you're in a relationship with Harmony. Isn't it true that you also yell at her?
No, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you have refused Alexis's request to talk to the children when they're in your care?
No, I answer her every time, and I tell her we're busy or something like that. She responds.
Isn't that a
Reaches
refusal?
out to me every day. What?
Isn't that a refusal if you tell them you're busy?
No, I tell her we'll get out of here in a little bit.
Okay, let's look at some exhibits. Look at Exhibit L. See that text from February 22nd of this year?
Yes.
And she asked you to have the kids call her, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to her?
You'll get them tomorrow. Leave me alone.
Okay. So the next day, February 23rd, texted her again. It was after you did the exchange and took the kids back to her.
Can I read what I said to her?
Yeah, why don't you read it out loud?
Bring someone with you. Bring someone with you again, and I'll keep the kids. As we are court ordered, nobody's supposed to be with us when on the switch. I got pictures of them to go with the open CPS case. You really don't care, do you?
And she said,
First of all, I don't have anyone with me, and you brought Harmony with you on Thursday. That will be reported. Glad you have some bimbo around our kids.
And your response
Which-
was?
The bitch was sitting in the car next to you. I'm not dumb, dude. I had nobody with me. You clearly seen that.
Okay, so that's how you jump to a conclusion when you see a car sitting next to her at the parenting time exchange?
No, the car sitting next to her was her friend that was accused of slapping him on the CPS case.
I'm sorry, and when was that?
Can I what?
When was this alleged CPS case?
February 23rd at 7:53 p.m.
I'm asking you when this alleged CPS case was.
Oh, the CPS case was, I don't know, the day that she called the cops and filed for harassment because of an exchange when I questioned her about the slap.
Okay, so are you saying that CPS is involved and has substantiated any of your allegations? Or just that you called
Yeah.
CPS?
Yeah, Ken called him.
Okay. So why have we not heard from CPS? Why has Ms. Dungan not heard from CPS?
That's why I assumed it's still open. I have no idea. They came to my house, they interviewed me. I told them everything that happened, showed them the text, showed them the proof.
And they haven't removed them from Alexis, have they?
No.
And that was 6 months ago?
Yes.
You look at Exhibit N, please.
N,
N is in Nancy. Can you read it out loud, please?
I want to talk to my kids.
And what was the date of
Sunday,
this?
I wanted to talk to them for 6 weeks. When you kept them from me, remember? Or you forgot about all that shit. They're safe and chilling. That's all you need to know. You'll remember come court time, don't worry. She said, you can't deny me talking to my kids. I said, rewind 6 months ago and look in the mirror. I'm not denying anything. They don't want to talk to you. I asked them if they wanted to talk. They didn't want to talk.
Well, you don't, so she asked you on Friday morning and you said, no, you have to wait until Sunday.
No, I did not say that.
Look at the top of the page. You said, I want to talk to my kids. You said Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Because she was asking you on Friday morning, middle of the day, to talk to him, and you refused. Right?
I didn't refuse. No.
Well, did you let her
I
talk
asked kids
to
if they
him?
want to talk to her.
So that was Friday. Did you ask him again on Saturday or Saturday night or Friday night or Sunday morning? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your
No.
answer. No. So you're not encouraging their relationship with their mother, are you?
No, because they just kept from me for 6 weeks.
Okay, so
So
something
they
that
didn't
you say happened, something that you say happened last fall, you're gonna punish her forever, is that right?
That wasn't last fall. That was this year.
6 weeks? Aren't you talking about the fall of 2019?
No. 2020.
What 6 weeks in 2020 are you talking about?
He picked them up from daycare on my day and kept them from me for 6 weeks because there was no technical court order.
There was a court order in late 2019. So you're talking about,
yes.
so you're talking about something that happened before the friend of the court issued the temporary order, right?
Yes.
So in April, you're still punishing her for something that happened back then, right?
I'm not punishing her. I brought it to her attention.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit O. She asked you down at the bottom of the page on April 8th that she wanted to talk to the kids, didn't she?
Yes.
You didn't respond, did you?
I said they're sleeping. You'll see them on Sunday. It's right
Well,
at the
that was
bottom, right
on
below it.
Wednesday. Wednesday, she asked you and you didn't respond.
Yeah, I did. She deleted it. It's gone.
Okay, and you asked them on Thursday. Can you go to the next page and read your response, please, in full?
They're sleeping. You'll see them on Sunday, so stop contacting me. P.S. Easter is my day, Sunday. So contact your lawyer for any legal advice because 7:30 p.m. just got pushed off to 8 p.m. Unless you don't want to show up again, then I'll just keep them like Millie's birthday.
Can you look at the next page, please? So now this is on Saturday, the 11th. She asked again, and how did you respond?
They're sleeping. You'll see them tomorrow. P.S. Who got recording of me? LMAO. Need my autograph it for the faggot name. She got somebody recording me out in public with the kids.
So you're in public, right?
We're at a gas station.
Okay. So you never let her talk to them then, did you? That whole weekend?
Yeah. She got pulled up her call record for you to see that.
I
Saying
didn't
that
understand.
you did let
Hold
her.
on. I didn't understand that last answer, sir. Could you say that again?
Oh, can you repeat the question?
I missed
said, yeah,
it.
you
I'm
gotta pull up
sorry.
her call log.
I missed it, whatever it was. I guess, Ms. Fleming, do you remember what the question was?
I believe the question was, so you didn't let her talk to the kids the rest of the weekend, did you?
Oh, then no, you would have to pull up the call log. Not really sure how to answer that. Like, there's multiple times where I did have them call to her. It's not being shown.
So your answer is yes, you did let them talk to her.
Yes. See, I don't understand the question, sorry.
So you're in a relationship with Harmony. You've stated that. And you intend for it to be permanent. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think it might be a good idea at some point to introduce Harmony and Alexis to each other?
Yeah, but it's court ordered. Nobody's supposed to be in contact until it's all said and done.
Well, there's an order that says that there are not supposed to be any third parties present at parenting time exchanges, but there's no order that prohibits them from meeting each other on any other occasion.
They can meet each other today if they want.
My question to you, sir, as you who has the wife and the expectant girlfriend, do you think it's a good idea that perhaps they should meet?
Yes, of course. It's not allowed to.
I'm sorry?
Yes, of course, I'm not allowed to.
You think that the order that says no third parties at exchanges means that you can't introduce them?
No, that third party, that's just on the exchange of the kids.
Okay. But they can meet otherwise.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're adults. They can help each other out.
But you didn't arrange it.
No, because Alexis is mean.
Okay. You don't like following the court's order, do you?
I follow everything. That's why I don't want to introduce him, because I thought it was against the court order.
Okay. The court order that required you to participate in the conflict resolution counseling, you didn't follow that order, did you?
I didn't realize that it was a court order. I thought it was just something advised through the LGAL, which I tried following up on my kid's benefit before my own. More worried about Corbin taking counseling than myself.
So do you think you not introducing your expectant girlfriend and your wife, you're not going through this counseling, in your statement right now that Alexis is mean, do you honestly think that you and Alexis can co-parent and figure out how to send your kids to Grass Lake schools?
If she stops trying to hurt me, yes. We'd be greatest co-parents there are.
Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Ms. Duncan, were you interested in asking any questions?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Hilderly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jake, Ms. Fleming asked you about an incident that occurred at the daycare where Corbin was injured. Were you satisfied with the way it was handled by the daycare?
Yeah, because Alexis comforted me into, obviously everything being okay. The daycare paid the stitches outside of my insurance, and the kid that did it was removed.
And do you feel it's safe for him to continue attending that daycare?
Without a doubt. That's why both of them continued for over a year after.
And this appeared to be just an isolated incident. He hasn't had any other issues?
No, literally the only thing.
I was curious that the question was asked about that. Was there ever a time that Corbin was injured when he was in Alexis's care or the care of her family?
Yeah, he overdosed on methamphetamine.
Your Honor, this question exceeds the scope of direct and cross-exam.
From the medical report.
Hold on. Whether or not it does, the court has discretion to allow expansion of testimony, and I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there a time where he was injured in Alexis's care or the care of her family?
Yes. She ended up taking him to her grandma's house, and he ended up overdosing on methamphetamines and amphetamines and spent 3 weeks in the hospital. It says all right in the medical report.
How did that happen?
Her sister's an ex-heroin addict and now goes to the methadone clinic, and I guess she had a take-home dose or something, took it home. She puts the methadone in a water bottle, crushes up the Adderall, puts it in the water bottle, and they left it right on the table. My kids drink water, and so they ran up and, he chugged the whole water. It says in the medical report that it was under the grandma's care while Alexis was out mowing the grass.
I would object, Your Honor, to reference to a medical report, not in evidence, hearsay.
Sustained.
How do I get that medical report?
The incident involving the domestic violence charge has been brought up a couple of times. Can you just let the court know your side of the story on that incident?
Obviously, Alexis was unfaithful and we got back together. So then the second time, I had suspicions of her being unfaithful again. And I came home and she was talking to some guy on the phone and wouldn't tell me who it was. And she actually, ran away and locked herself in the car. So I got upset and I went in the house and I started packing all my stuff, and she came in the house and, she started hitting me, like girls do, hit, slap. And I grabbed her 2 wrists, told her she's done hitting me, threw her hands down by her sides. And she got in, walked off into my son's room. Obviously, we were both yelling at each other. I packed my stuff. I left the house. I went to a mud fest, which she was supposed to go to until this incident. And 5 days later, I come back home, and that's when she told me that 2 days after that incident, she went to the hospital because I hurt her when I threw her hands down. She told them I tried grabbing her phone out of her hands, but basically because the false hospital report, which there was no injuries found, no pain medications, that it was procedure that I, had to get picked up, taken to jail. I went to jail for a day, and then Alexis bailed me out, crying, booing about even doing it and getting me locked up in the first place. So, but when I was released, I was on a 0 contact order, but, obviously it was all just nonsense. So, we didn't really follow up on the no contact order. And I went back to the house, and then all of a sudden, 3-4 weeks after that, is when she told me that her and the kids were going to a friend's house to help re-renovate it. The next day, I got a call from her dad saying, "Oh, sorry."
Objection.
Okay. All right. Well, I got a call that my kids were at one of her family members. So I went to pick them up. That's when her, sister was so upset.
That's okay. You just.
But yeah, anywho, she found out that I was at the house picking the kids up. So she shot over to stop me from picking the kids up. And she attacked me again right in front of the kids. I showed the pictures to Shelly. I couldn't report anything because technically we were on a 0 contact order. So nothing was, reported to the police, but it's all, right in pictures, and it was right in front of her dad and her sister. And I got the text, from both of them, tell me how messed up it was, blah, blah. Apparently from there, Alexis and her little friend that she was with went to her house and basically destroyed it and called the cops and stated that I did it, which by stating that put me at the house against the 0 contact order. So that's when her grandma came home where I was at the whole time and told me that she called the cops and said all this and this and that. And her grandma, was like, okay, you might as well hurry up and get out because they're looking for you. All the charges were dropped because, her nor her friend showed up to court. Nothing, was stuck. Like, it was a false hospital report, led me to jail, and that was it.
There's been talk about the kids being in Stockbridge and how close it is and Grass Lake. I mean, if you had your choice, you would have them in school in Jackson where you live. Correct?
Yes. Oh, correct.
You're suggesting Grass Lake as a compromise.
Yes, because, like, for example, right now, the court order is, 50-50. So, okay, well, 50%, each way. I shouldn't be driving 40 minutes out of my way, when I have the kids, when Grass Lake's directly in the middle of my house, her job, and my job. You could put them all down on the map, and Grass Lake's dead center in the middle.
You had mentioned a period of time, 6 weeks, that Alexis kept the kids from you. During that period of time, did you ask to see the kids and talk to the kids?
Hundreds of times. Showed up to the house with the police officers, tried getting them, and, she wouldn't let me talk to them, nothing.
So she wasn't facilitating a relationship during that time between you and the kids?
What do you mean?
She wasn't trying to...
Oh, yeah, no.
Judge, that's all I have.
Okay, our counsel, are you and your parties available at 8:30 Monday morning? My schedule's wide open.
I am available, Your Honor.
I can make availability.
I am available.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes, I'm available, Your Honor.
Wonderful, let's do it. Let's plan to meet back here 8:30 Monday morning, and we will, would you have any more testimony? Well, we did leave the record open on the videos. Maybe you can get that conveyed to Ms. Fleming and Ms. Duncan, so they get a chance to look at that, and then we'll start with that if necessary on Monday morning. Otherwise, do you have any other testimony to present, Mr. Hilderly?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so once we resolve the video issues, then we'll be able to start with the defendant's case.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right,
thanks, Judge.
we'll see y'all 8:30 Monday morning.
Okay,
Have a nice
Thank you.
weekend, everyone. Please state your full name for the record.
Alexis Fagan.
Go ahead, Ms. Fleming.
thank you. Alexis, can you tell the court how old you are?
27.
And you and Jake have been married since when?
Since 2016.
And when you and Jake married, did you already, were you already parents to your son Corbin?
Yes.
When was he born?
January 5th, 2015.
And you also have a daughter, Millie.
Correct.
And when was she born?
April 1st, 2017.
Okay, so this present divorce action is actually the third divorce filing during your marriage since 2016. And the first was filed where?
In Jackson.
And who filed?
Jake did.
Okay, and then you later reconciled?
Correct.
And who filed the second filing?
I filed the second time.
And that was in Ingham County?
Correct.
And where were you residing then?
I was living in Stockbridge with my dad and the children.
And then that case was also dismissed?
Yes.
And then who filed the present action?
Jake did.
And then when did you and Jake begin your relationship?
January 8th of 2014.
Okay, and how would you describe that relationship?
The relationship with Jake and I, when we were good, Jake and I were really good. We got along great, but when Jake and I did not get along, it was very toxic. There was a lot of arguing and not seeing eye to eye on a lot of important things for couples.
So I know there's been a lot of it. Could you briefly describe for the court what caused the breakdown of your marriage?
The biggest issue for Jake and I was always money. After I had Corbin, I stayed home 10 months with him until we could no longer financially support it. I went to work for Elena's daycare where the children had started to attend. Corbin was our only kid at the time. Then shortly after that, I went back to CVS Pharmacy until I found out I was pregnant with Millie. Shortly after that, I had stopped working there. I'd become too sick. And then when I was 30 weeks pregnant, I went and got a job at Neuro Restorative, which is a rehabilitation center for people who have been in car accidents. I worked there 2 days until I gave birth to Millie, also while going to school full time. And then I went back to work for the same place when Millie was 3 months old. And then shortly after, just in August, right after our domestic, I stopped working there. So we had the, and that was kind of our breaking point then.
August of
2019.
Okay. So,
All right, I did not catch what exactly she said was her breaking point. I heard her say that, but just before that was a little garbled, so I'm not quite sure what she was referring to.
The domestic in June, Jake was arrested. The domestic happened in June, but he wasn't arrested until a few months later. I believe it was in August when he was arrested. And that was our breaking point.
Thank you.
so your husband testified last week that the reason for the breakdown in your marriage was that you were unfaithful to him. Is that true?
Yes.
So at what point during these various filings, did you physically separate when the divorce actions were filed?
Yes, we've both seen other people after we'd filed for divorce, but after our domestic, I believe I was seeing somebody else, so we hadn't filed for divorce yet. I had briefly seen somebody.
So that was in what time frame?
Of 2000.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Of 2019.
So last summer?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was, and Mr. Fagan filed in September of 2019?
Yeah, September 8th or September 9th.
Okay. So we'll come back to the domestic. So let's address the non-child issues first. Is it your understanding that all the personal property between you and Mr. Fagan has been divided?
Yes.
Okay. The car that you drive, is that titled in your name?
It is.
It's titled in your name. And is there anything owed
Yep.
on that?
No.
Okay. And do you and Mr. Fagan own any real estate together?
No, we do not.
Do either of you have any retirement benefits?
No, I don't believe he does either.
Okay. You, as far as any debts, is there a debt that you would ask that the court or divide or address?
Yes, the Verizon bill.
So we have, do you have that there in front of you? Defendant's Exhibit S?
Yes, let me pull it up.
So do you have it?
I don't have S. I'm looking for it. I believe you emailed it to me.
Okay, so it's been admitted with the court. So did you provide this bill to me?
Yes, I did.
And it's in the amount of $2,718.82.
Yes.
And can you tell the court what that amount, and it's in your name, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Is it just in your name?
Yes, Jake had already owed Verizon an amount, so we weren't able to put phone service in his name. So when we moved to Bridge, the phone Jake had would not get any service. So I had gone to Verizon and got us both new phones. We got the same one. They were on a buy one, get one half off. And then we also bought a tablet for the children to share.
So this amount, $2,718.82, what does that bill represent?
The bill is for the phones and the tablets. I had gone into Verizon and asked them what I could do with the other line. I didn't want to cancel it out. I knew that it would be expensive leaving the lease early. They said that if I brought the phone back in, I could turn it in for another tablet or a home security system, or there was something you could plug into the car. I don't remember what they call it. I had asked Jake for the phone back, and he had told me no, that he was using it for evidence for court. So now that has gone into collections. This is on my credit. And that was the final bill.
So that bill, does it just represent Jake's phone, or is there more included in that bill?
No, it's his phone, which is $1,250. My phone was the half off one, so it's $750. The tablet, I don't recall the exact amount from that. I am locked out of the account, so I can't get in to look at everything. But when I spoke to someone on Verizon, they were going to mail me a final copy, but that's all they could do is mail it.
So this bill is for the two phones and the tablet.
Correct.
And did you ask Jake to return the phone?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay, and did we also ask his former attorney for return of the phone?
Yes, we did.
So what is it that you're asking the court to do relative to this debt of $2,718.82?
I would like his half of the responsibility for it. I could have, if I got the phone back, I could have turned it in and still had this plan active, and it wouldn't have hurt my credit.
Okay. So you said you and Jake have two children together. Oh, I guess, I'm sorry, let's back up. We might as well go through his exhibits because he's asking regarding debts. Do you have the plaintiff's exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So exhibit number 1, Jake's City of Jackson income tax for the tax year of 2015. Were you and Jake married in 2015?
No, we weren't.
Do you feel you have any responsibility for his tax bill in 2015?
No, I do not.
Okay, so his tax bill for 2017. So you filed a joint return for 2017?
Correct.
And in 2017, was he working at Modern Waste?
He was.
And you were working at where were you working?
I was working for Neuro Restorative in Ann Arbor.
Okay. So why do you believe that there's City of Jackson tax owed?
There was, their taxes are due because there wasn't the full amount of taxes being taken out of his checks. I had city tax being taken out of my checks every time that I worked. So this is what's left over that hasn't been paid.
Okay, so do you have your tax return there?
Yeah, I can pull it up, yeah.
Well, so do you recall, I mean, who made more money that year?
Oh, no, yeah, Jake did.
Okay, that was 2017, so Millie was born that year.
She was.
So how much of the year did you work?
I worked roughly the end of January until the end of March, and then I went back sometime in July and worked until sometime later in that year, the end of the year.
Okay. So what would you like the court to do regarding the balance from 2017 of $729.59?
I think Jake should be the one paying this. I had city taxes being taken out of my checks. I paid in my part. He didn't.
Okay, there's also then, as part of Exhibit 1, the bill from 2016. And when in 2016 did you get married?
October 8th.
That year, you worked for CVS and for Elena's Playhouse,
Correct.
and he was still working at Modern Waste.
Yes, he was.
And was his address listed as his mother's address, not in the city?
Yes.
So the bill for that year is $668.07. What would you like the court to do relative to that bill?
I think this bill is still on Jake to pay. I was still having city taxes taken out of my check for my part.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 was the consumer's bill from the house in Horton. I'm sorry, on Horton Street in Jackson.
Yes.
Okay. So Jake testified that this is for the last 3 months he was there. So if he was there until September of 2019, so the last 3 months. So in 2019, where did you live?
About the end of February, I moved in with my dad in Stockbridge until our house was done. And for weekend, we moved in to 220 Hill Street, and that's where me and the kids have been ever since.
I'm sorry, in what date approximately was that?
I believe it was April 21st. It was when we moved in. It was the weekend of Easter of 2018.
Okay, so let's back up. Can you briefly tell us how it was that you came to live in the house in Stockbridge?
Yes. My grandparents had bought and built 23 houses. My family's electrician, so they were very familiar with buying houses that needed to be fixed up and turning them in. My sister had already had a house. My brother had already had a house. Jake and I had been looking for about 2 years. I have a friend that is a realtor. She was helping us. We looked all over in Jackson, Grass Lake, Manchester. We looked in Chelsea, found a house in Stockbridge. my aunt, uncle, and Jake and I had all gone to the open house. We liked it. We made plans right there for things that we could do to remodel. We debated taking down the wall and such like that. My grandma was in Florida at the time, so my aunt and uncle were the ones helping us find for $122,000, and it was cash. And then that's where we lived after it was finished.
Okay, so who bought the house?
My grandmother did.
Okay, and is the house still in her name?
Yes, it is.
And when was it that you bought the house?
It was December of 2018.
Okay, so the house itself was in your grandmother's name. Was there
Yes.
consumers? Was there consumers at the new house?
Yes, as soon as the old tenants moved out, I immediately put the bill for consumers in my name because Jake had already had the bill in his name for Jackson. So I
Okay,
had consumers turned on number.
okay, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's my internet or your internet.
Yeah, I had the consumers turned on in my name in December whenever the old tenants moved out of the house and we got possession of it.
Okay, and because what was going on at the new house in Stockbridge?
We had needed to have power to work on it because it was in the middle of the winter. So, and Jake had consumers on in his name in Jackson.
So you were paying the bill for the Stockbridge house?
Yes.
Okay, and then so you moved out of the house in Jackson in February of 19?
Yes.
Okay, and because when was the divorce action in Ingham County filed?
I believe it was sometime in March. I didn't file right away. Didn't want to go through the money hassle until we were sure that we were going to divorce, and then I filed sometime in March.
So did you ever go back and live in the house in Jackson?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
So do you feel that you're responsible for the consumer's bill for the last 3 months that
No.
there? Okay. Exhibit 3, plaintiff's exhibit 3. Jake testified that this was a loan, it's in your name and he's a co-signer.
Correct.
Okay, what was the loan for?
The loan was for our insurance. We've always had Progressive at a place here in Stockbridge. During our 6-month period, we've always paid 6 months at a time. During that 6-month period, Jake had got roughly 5 tickets just for like speeding and seatbelts, things of that nature. And our insurance had skyrocketed to about $2,400. So we didn't have any other way to get it to pay it. Jake's truck, since there's a lien on it, he has to have insurance and it has to be full coverage. So I had no choice but to go and get a loan out to pay for the insurance for our vehicles.
Okay. And he's a co-signer.
Yes.
And have you been making payments on this loan?
Yes, I have to make payments or by the 25th of each month or they freeze my bank account. So this is up to date. This is current. I pay on it every month.
And do you intend to continue to do so?
Yes.
And you are willing to be fully responsible for the balance owing?
Yep.
Okay. There was also plaintiff's exhibit 4 from University of Michigan. To your knowledge, is there anything owing for Corbin's care back in 2017?
That I am not aware of.
So since we brought it up, Corbin, the incident for Corbin, can you tell the court, when was it?
It was around Memorial Day, if I recall
Was
correctly.
it Memorial Day or Labor Day?
Or Labor Day, I'm sorry. It was around Labor Day, yes, of 2017.
So he would have been how old?
He would have almost been 3. He would have been 3 in January.
Okay. And so, where was he?
We were at my grandma's house here in
Okay.
Stockbridge.
And where were you?
I was mowing grass for my grandma at her rental properties.
Okay. And where was Jake?
Jake, somewhere with his brother Brandon. I don't remember where they were though.
Okay. So where was Corbin and what happened?
Corbin was also here with me at my grandma's, and so was Millie. When I'd come back from mowing grass, my grandma has rentals just all around her property here. When I'd come back, I'd noticed Corbin was super excited. Didn't think anything of it. He loves the lawnmower. He loves to mow grass. When I pulled the lawnmower back to the barn, he was doing the crab walk, and I was like, well, that's strange. I've never seen him do that before. And as I approached him, I could tell his eyes were very dilated. He was grinding his teeth, and immediately I knew something was wrong with him. My aunt and uncle live across the street. I had gone over there and was just crying and upset. My aunt and uncle rushed us to the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Mott's Children's Hospital. We assumed Corbin maybe got into something in the garage, some kind of chemical, some fertilizer, something of that nature. We weren't sure. And after they had done testing on Corbin, they had found that he had amphetamines and methamphetamines in his system. And as soon as I said that, I thought like my sister, she had been going to the methadone clinic. She was a former heroin addict for a few years and had been going to the methadone clinic. So I assumed that Corbin had gotten into some of her take-home dose. It was never confirmed nor denied by my sister. We didn't talk. CPS was involved. They drug tested Jake and I. We came back clean, and they closed the CPS case.
So what do you think happened?
I believe I had seen that there was a water bottle that my sister had where she had put some lemonade mix powder into it and was drinking it, and she had wrote her name on it or something to that effect. I remember she wrote on it, and she sat it on the kitchen island. And what I believe probably happened is that the kids were outside playing. Corbin came in, seen, the lemonade bottle there, and had drank it. And then I believe she was putting her methadone in there and then just drinking it that way.
Okay. So, and what's your sister's name?
Elizabeth.
So, you and Jake were together at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and CPS was involved and closed the case?
Yes.
So have you ever, what's your intention regarding your sister and your children? Are they around her? Do you let her care for them? What's your position?
My sister has just recently moved back. There's not trust built back up yet. It's been a rocky relationship. My children absolutely do not get left alone with her. Really, the only time we see her is if she's at my grandma's or it's like a holiday event or something like that. We don't see her.
Would you ever leave them in her care?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
So, Ms. Fleming, I may have missed this. Was Corbin tested?
At the hospital, yes, the results came back that he had amphetamines and methamphetamines in his system.
What does that have to do with methadone?
At the hospital, they told us that it was either amphetamines or methamphetamines. So I'm not sure that's what they told us at the hospital, is that they thought it was her methadone.
But you and Jake
Method,
tested.
Yeah, no, Jake and I came back clean.
Okay. And did CPS come to your home?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did they interview your children?
They just came to see the living conditions, checked on Corbin, made sure, our house was clean, we had food, and then he left and closed the case.
And that was that.
Yes.
Okay. I guess back to their exhibits. This escape vehicle, is that titled in your name?
No, it's titled to my grandma.
Okay. And okay. To whom do your children look to for guidance?
I would say they do me. I can't speak for whenever they're at Jake's, but I would hope Jake as well.
Okay. What about discipline?
Yes, they look to me for discipline as well.
Okay. So can you describe how you discipline your children?
Millie hardly ever has to get disciplined. But with Corbin, he gets to stand in the corner until he can tell me, what he's done wrong or, why he's upset. And then recently we've been dealing with the issues of him saying dumb and stupid and hate. And after that, he's had soap in his mouth one time and he hasn't said it again since.
So did you recently have occasion to discuss with Jake discipline for Corbin?
Yes, we discussed it last Wednesday
During
our parent exchange.
okay. And what was said during that conversation?
As we were putting the kids in his truck, I had said to him, hey, I think it's a good idea for us to get on the same page as far as disciplining. When Corbin was in trouble, he had called for his dad, and I said, would you like to call him? I'm sure he wouldn't be happy with the way you're acting. And he said no. And then I had explained that to Jake, that he's, kind of feeling like he can pin us against each other. And I didn't like that idea. And I wanted to nip it in the bud right away. So I had said to Jake that I've been having Corbin stand in the corner in his room until he can come out and he's calm and he can talk to me and tell me what he did and why he's sorry. And then also with the soap, I told him that Corbin had said that he hated me that day and that I put soap in his mouth and that Corbin did not like that. Jake in return told me that he just smacks Corbin in his fucking mouth and sends him to his room.
Those were Jake's words?
Those were Jake's exact words.
Last week?
Yes.
Okay. Who provides the children with the necessities of life?
I do.
Okay.
Or my family has helped recently since I've been unemployed. They've been helping a lot too.
Okay. And parental comfort. Do Do the children come to you for comfort?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you and the children show love and affection to each other?
Lots of hugging and kissing. They like to be in mommy's room all the time and always hanging out with mom.
Okay. And how would you describe the bond between you and the children?
The bond with me and my children is amazing.
Who potty trained your children?
With Corbin, it was mostly me since I was home, but Jake helped by getting Corbin to go pee. At first, they like to pee outside, so that was the beginning. So that was helpful for
You live in
Corbin,
the
but with
country?
Millie, yes.
Okay.
And then with Millie, she was potty trained after Jake and I were separated during the roughly 5 or 6 weeks that he didn't see them. Millie, I potty trained her then so she could go to daycare.
Okay. And has there been any issues with Millie's toileting accidents lately?
Yeah, just up until recently, Millie's been having a lot of accidents, 3-4 times a day. She just pees pants.
Okay. Have you taken her to the doctor? Have you checked into that?
Yes, I took Millie to the doctor a few months ago to make sure there wasn't a UTI or yeast infection. They checked her. They said no, it came back clean. I explained to the doctor that Jake and I were going through a divorce and the kids' schedule has changed dramatically and they've been going through a lot. And she said she believes that this is stress now because Millie, all while I was working, Millie had to be potty trained, that there was separate rooms. So Millie actually was in the room with the older kids because she was already potty trained before the other children accidents, never any issues.
Okay. What activities do you do with the children?
Just the kids and I, they love to ride their bikes. We live, in a smaller street, so they get to ride all around. They love to water the flowers for my grandpa and other relatives that are down there. We ride our bikes to the ice cream shop, to the park. I live next to 2 parks in town. We love to go there. Over at my grandma's, there's 4-wheelers and side-by-sides and scooters, and my aunt and uncle are across the street. Corbin and Millie both love to be over there and playing with their dogs. We're always doing something. We've gone to the lake, out on the boat, tons of stuff.
Okay. And so are you currently employed?
I'm currently not employed now.
Okay. Most recently, how were you employed?
I was working as an assistant teacher for a learning center. It's called KinderCare, and that was in Dexter.
Okay. Is that where Millie went with you?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And why are you not working currently?
With COVID, I had stopped working. And then on June 8th, they resumed and I did not go back. I am now in school full time. So I'm doing hybrid. We go 2 days a week and then the other 2 days are online.
Okay. So you're in school for what?
For medical insurance and billing coding.
And through what school?
That's Ross Medical in Brighton.
Okay. And so what is your hope and plan to do with that certificate?
I would like to be able to work at home. That's one of the reasons I looked into this job, is it's a lot easier to work from home. So that way I can be there with the kids and still attend school events and field trips and stuff like that.
Okay. So when you were, so in the fall, what will, or what's currently your schooling schedule right now?
So Stockbridge just voted on it last week.
No, wait, no, I'm talking about not Stockbridge, talking about you.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
So like, what's my plan with the children when I'm in school?
No, well, when are you in school right now?
Oh, right now, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then Monday and Tuesdays online.
Okay,
I missed the first part of that.
Monday and Tuesday is at home, and Wednesday and Thursday is in class.
so you go to Brighton on Wednesday and Thursday?
Yes,
And what hours do you go to Brighton?
it's roughly 9 to like 2 or 2:30.
Okay. And if you need assistance with childcare on your time for parenting, what are you doing now during the summer?
Right now, my grandma watches them, or my aunt and uncle do.
Okay. And so are you able to provide for your children food and clothing
Yes,
and medical care?
yes,
So if the children need to go to the doctor, who takes them?
I do.
Okay. And you said you were off work this spring due to COVID. Did you receive unemployment?
I received 8 weeks worth, yes.
Okay, from the state and from federal?
I did the pandemic one, so yeah, I only got 8 weeks worth.
Okay. Have you had occasion to send food to Jake's house for him and the children?
Yes, on Thursdays, the school would send home with Corbin like a little meal kit. It would have like ramen noodles. There would be oatmeal, like a can of raviolis, some macaroni, fruit. They would put like canned fruit in there, some kind of little snacks, and that was always in Corbin's bag. So Jake always took that home. And then besides that, I bought groceries for Jake's house on 3 separate occasions.
Okay. Who provides or tends to the children's hygiene needs?
I do.
Okay. Did you ever have any concerns with the kids when they returned from Jake's?
Yes, many times.
Okay. Did you keep track?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that handy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, I mean, how many times would you say that you had concerns, and what specifically were those concerns?
The concerns I was having is that when the kids were being brought back at 7:30 on Sundays, their bedtime was 8 o'clock, and they were coming back dirty. They would smell. Their teeth had not been brushed. It seemed like in days you could see plaque build up on their teeth. So after I was getting them back from Jake, I would then have to take them back home, getting home about 8 o'clock, and then I would have to bathe them before they could go to bed. And sometimes they still hadn't eaten with him yet either.
Okay, so do you also have concern with parenting time exchanges happening so late on a school night?
Yes, Jake's never on time ever. So it was more like 7:45 that I would be getting the kids back.
Okay, so what would be your proposal for time to end parenting time on a school night?
I've asked for 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Who also gets their prescriptions if they're sick?
I had picked up, Corbin and Millie had both gotten sick the fall of last year. Corbin had a sinus infection, and about a week, maybe a week and a half later, Millie was diagnosed with influenza B. So they had both been on antibiotics for that.
Okay, and so you got the antibiotics?
Yes, I did.
And so did you send those with the children when they went to see their dad?
Yes, Corbin was able to go back to school. I believe it was just 24 hours later after he had the medicine in his system. So I put it in his backpack along with Millie's, and I texted him and let him know when they needed the dose next and such.
And did the medicine come back with the kids?
No, when I got the kids back, Jake did not return the medicine. Well, he forgot Corbin's backpack, so the medicine was inside that. So Corbin and Millie missed the rest of their dose for the next 2 days. I was, and I texted him that he had the backpack with the meds in it.
Okay. So where do you live right now?
I live at 220 Hill Street in Stockbridge.
Okay. And who lives there?
Just me and the children.
And how long have you resided in that home?
Since April of 2019.
Okay. And do you plan to stay there?
Yes.
Okay. So when you and Jake picked that house out and your grandma bought it, what was the plan with her? What was the financial plan?
The plan originally was kind of like a rent to own basis. My grandma had paid the first year's insurance and property taxes on the house. So after a year, we were going to pay my grandma $800 a month. And at the end of that year, she was going to give it back to us to put towards the house as a down payment. And then she was going to switch the loan to our name. Like we had to go and get a loan together. So it was more of a year to build up our credit even better and get ourselves back on our feet.
So was there ever talk of you entering into a land contract?
Yes, my grandma had come over one night to talk about it, let us know that was the plan. She'd had it drawn up from her lawyer. She showed us the paperwork. And then Jake moved out shortly after that.
So did you ever sign a land contract?
No, we didn't.
So the house, describe how many rooms, how many bedrooms, bathrooms?
There are 4 bedrooms total. 3 of them are upstairs. So it's my room, Corbin's room, Millie's room. There is 2.5 baths. One of the bedrooms is downstairs. The basement is partially refinished. So there is a bedroom down there that is fully finished. There's a fenced in backyard where Corbin and Millie have their play set. And then it's I believe a garage and a half attached to the house as well.
Okay. And how far is it from your house to the elementary school?
It's just 2 blocks. Sometimes we walk. It would take us 10 minutes to get to the school if we were walking or riding the bikes.
Okay. And how far away is your grandmother's home?
Roughly a mile.
And you said your aunt and uncle also live there in Stockbridge?
Yes, they do. They're kitty corner from my grandma's house across the street.
So if you're not able to get the children from or to school, are they able to assist you?
Yes, Corbin has rode the bus to school and from school to my grandma's house, and then I'm here to pick him up. Sometimes he likes to ride the bus, so we have to come to my grandma's to do that because we're too close to the school.
Oh, okay, too close. Okay, I apologize. I got this nice sun coming through my window. Okay. So within your family unit, it's just you and the children, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently dating anybody?
I am, yes.
And what is his name?
His name is Jacob.
And how long have you been in that relationship? What's your boyfriend's last name?
Golumbinski.
Okay, so how long have you and he been
we started seeing each other around the end of December, beginning of January. I would just see him when Jake had the kids on the weekends. I would just go over to his house and we would go out. He just
Where does he
recently-
live?
He lives in Bancroft, which is kind of over by Perry. It's about 45 minutes from my house.
And how did you meet him?
We had mutual friends.
Okay. And have you introduced him to Millie and Corbin?
Yes, they've recently been introduced to him. He also has 2 children about Corbin and Millie's age, and we've had play dates for the kids to play.
Okay. And he's divorced?
No, he's never married.
Okay. And does he have established parenting rights or what's his custodial arrangement with his children?
Yeah, him and his ex both have joint legal and physical custody of the children.
Okay. And how do the children, how do they get along with him?
Really good.
Okay. And with his children?
Really good.
Okay. And does he stay in your house overnight when the children are there?
No, he don't.
Okay. Have you ever been arrested?
No, I have not.
Do you have any substance abuse issues?
No, I do not.
Okay. So we discussed earlier that your husband believes that you cheated and that was the reason for the breakdown in your marriage. Were there issues with jealousy in your marriage?
Yes, all the time.
Could you describe that?
Yes. About the fall of last year, we had gone to a mud bog. My sister
I'm sorry, fall of 19 or fall of 18?
Fall of 19, I'm sorry. After we'd moved to Stockbridge.
Okay.
We'd gone to mud bog. Jake's brother had come, his brother Brandon. My sister and her boyfriend had gone, and she had her gay friend Nick, and his boyfriend Nick was also there. After the mud bog, we went to the bar here in town that we live next to get food and drink. Jake and his brother was sitting at the table and everyone else was up at the bar. So I got up and I was over talking to my sister and her friends. And one of the gay guys, Nick, had smacked my butt. And Jake immediately jumped up, went over there, was going to, I'm assuming, hurt him, beat him up or something. And Jake was very upset. It was extremely embarrassing. Nick had kept apologizing. He's like, hey, I'm gay. I didn't mean anything by it. I didn't think that you would be upset. So we ended up leaving. Were
there ever any issues with his brothers?
Yes. Also with his brothers, from even the time we started dating, he would tell them they couldn't be without a shirt. They had a pool over there. Jake and I never swam in the pool. I wasn't allowed to be in a bathing suit and around them. Nothing like that.
Okay. The court also has to consider the mental and physical health of the parents. Are you physically healthy?
Yes.
Any concerns? Are you on any kind of medication?
No, I just take medication for my thyroid, but that's it.
Okay. Are you mentally healthy?
Yes.
Now, the court had previously ordered that you and Jake attend conflict resolution counseling. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so that was actually recommended by Shelley.
Mm-hmm.
And did you agree that was necessary?
Yes. After talking with Shelley and explaining some of the things that Jake and I have gone through over the years, it was my recommendation that Jake and I go to counseling and that Corbin go to counseling as well.
Okay. And so when you got the order from the court that you and Jake attend, what did you do?
Right after that, I called a healing place to get it set up. Gave them my information. I gave them Jake's information, his cell phone number, so they could get in contact with him. She said that they have to talk to Jake, and then someone from there will call us and let us know like how our schedule would go and what our availability is. I told him my availability was open. At the time, I wasn't going to school in person yet. This just started 2 weeks ago. So I had a completely open schedule, and it was just whenever Jake was available. And then they never got a hold of Jake.
Well, so did you discuss the counseling with Jake?
Yes.
And
I
what,
told him at the parent exchange that I had already contacted a healing place and gave them both of our information, and that he had to call them as well. And he had told me that I tell them too much and that we don't need counseling, and he didn't want to do it.
okay, so as our final pretrial approached, did you contact a healing place again?
Yes, I did.
And had they heard from Jake?
No, they had still not heard from Jake, which is why I asked them to type up a letter and for the court to let them know that I did my part for the counseling and that it was Jake who didn't want to attend.
And that's what has been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still feel that that counseling would be helpful?
I think that it would, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that it's important for you and Jake to be able to co-parent your children?
Absolutely.
Okay. The court also has to consider the homeschool and community record of your children. So, Corbin, what did he do as far as schooling last year?
Corbin attended Stockbridge. There was a program called Great Start Readiness Program. It's funded by the state. I'd heard about it through a relative. I went online, signed Corbin up, filled out our application. Corbin was approved.
So let me stop you right there, Alexis. When
Okay.
was it that you did the application for him to go?
It was the summer of 2019. I don't recall like an exact date. And then I signed Corbin up for Stockbridge, and they emailed both Jake and I.
Okay. And so Corbin attended there last year.
Yes.
And what was the schedule?
Monday through Thursday, the schedule was 8:50 to 3:20. They provided all of his meals, and then that was it.
So you said it was a government program. Was there attendance required in order to keep his spot?
Yes, Corbin, it was based off attendance. So if Corbin wasn't going to attend regularly, he was going to be kicked out. So another student who would go could get the scholarship to go.
Okay.
So his attendance is really important.
So how did he do in the program?
Corbin loved it. He loved going to school. He made lots of friends, lots of field trips, holiday parties. He loved going. He's excited to go back to school this year.
Okay, and is he ready for kindergarten?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And were there conferences for the program?
There was one conference. The other one, since COVID, they didn't do a second conference for spring.
Okay, so did you attend that conference?
Yes, I did.
Did Jake attend?
No, he did not.
Okay. Were there any other school events or programs?
Yes, they had parent involvement night. There was 3 of those where we would go just with Corbin's class. The other parents were there. It was holiday themed. One for Thanksgiving, the children made chicken noodle soup and applesauce. They made it right there in class. The next time we built gingerbread houses. We decorated pumpkins for Halloween. And that was part of a field trip that I went to with him. We got to pick out the pumpkins there, and then we decorated them at the school.
So did Jake attend any of these programs there?
No.
Did you invite him or let him know what was going on?
Yes, Jake was always aware of the events at school.
Okay. Did Corbin have any extracurricular activities?
Yes, Corbin wanted to play basketball, so I signed him up for like a beginner's course. It was 4 weeks. It was on Tuesdays, 6:15 to 7:15.
So Tuesdays, whose parenting time would have been on Tuesday?
That was mine.
Okay. And so, I mean, he was he 5 yet? So,
Yeah, he just turned 5 in January. Yeah.
okay.
So it was about February that it started.
Okay. And did you let Jake know about it?
Yes, I did.
And did he attend or go watch?
No, he didn't.
So do you have any, you touched briefly on Corbin's using hate, dumb, stupid. Do you have any other concerns regarding his behavior?
Yeah, he's gotten more aggressive. When he's angry, he now likes to hit. Usually it's whatever objects around him. And then he's gotten more aggressive with his sister, hitting her a lot more.
Okay, so what's your proposal as addressing that behavior?
That's why I recommended Corbin going to counseling to Shelley.
Okay, so what efforts have you?
So I took him to Lifeways. Per the court order, we sat down for probably about 2 hours for an intake appointment. She asked Corbin lots of questions, just kind of got to know him, see what he likes to do, anything he had to say. At the end of that appointment, she told me that they only accept Medicaid and that Corbin wouldn't be able to attend there, but she could refer us to someone else in the area, and that she would be happy to send over the report of her, thoughts and feelings of it.
So the children are covered under Jake's health insurance, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what is your proposal now for Corbin's to address the behavior?
So right now with COVID, it's hard to get Corbin in anywhere because they still want to do over the phone, and with a 5-year-old, he's not going to be interested. So until it's person to person, Corbin's not interested. I did find one lady who was in Brighton. She was self-pay. It was family oriented, so she wanted the parents to attend as well. I had brought it up to Jake, asked him if he wanted to attend. He said yes, and I told him that I would let him know that Friday. She ended up being too much. She didn't accept any insurance. It was just self-pay, and I couldn't afford her to take Corbin there. So the plan now is to wait and see with COVID what we do, or wait for a healing place to open up.
Okay, so you would like Corbin to go to a healing place for counseling?
Yes, he still needs counseling, yes.
And so has the healing place given you instructions? Or are you going to need a specific court order that says that Corbin attend counseling there?
Yes, the last time I left Shelley's office, we spoke about Corbin's therapy again, and Shelley told me that she thought Gala had opened up. After I left, I called a healing place. They told me that without Jake's permission, they still could not have Corbin there, even though there was a court order saying that he was supposed to receive some type of therapy. It still had to be with Jake's permission, and that they were still doing video conferencing as well.
Okay. So you would like him to get in-person counseling?
Yeah, I think that's really the only way he's going to pay attention and sit down.
Okay. Other than that, I mean, how has Corbin, how's his behavior in school?
He did fine in school. There was a few times he had a few issues in the beginning when they first started going back to Jake's. Corbin had come back to the school and told them I was pregnant. So when I picked Corbin up, his teacher asked me about it, and I was like, I was so embarrassed. I could not believe my son had said that. But I knew it had come from Jake's Facebook. He had posted something about me being pregnant on his Facebook. So I knew he had heard it from his dad.
Okay. What about Millie? Any concerns with her behavior?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I apologize. I had myself on mute because I didn't want any feedback. I have an objection to that last response. That's speculation to where or why Corbin thought she was pregnant.
Your objections noted.
Thank you, Judge.
So Alexis, did Jake post on his Facebook that you were pregnant?
Yes, he did.
Are you pregnant?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Were you pregnant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Any concerns with Millie's behavior other than the toileting issues?
No.
Okay. So what's your plan or what's your proposal for school for next year for your children?
So Stockbridge at first is doing all online for the first, I think it's the first 3 or 4 weeks. I would have to double check the dates. And then after that, the kids are doing hybrid. So they go Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I believe. And then the other 2 days are used for cleaning. Corbin is still enrolled in Kids Club for before and after school care if I need it. And Millie, they have a program there for her for 3-year-olds. It's called Curious Cubs. It's directly across from Corbin's hallway. She would go there 9 to noon, 2 days a week. And then if I needed care the other days, she will be enrolled in Kids Club as well.
Okay. And what in the elementary school, what grades are contained in that building?
Kindergarten group 2, I believe, is just 2nd grade.
So they would be together, and when they're in school, are the children required to wear masks?
No, not at that age. They are not.
Okay. And so with your school requirements, are you able to get the kids back and forth to school?
Yes.
And if you can't, who would?
If at any point I needed any help beyond Kids Club, Corbin and Millie can come to my grandma's. Corbin would love to ride the bus, and then my grandma can pick up and drop off, or my aunt and uncle.
Okay. So you've heard Jake's proposal that the children attend school in Grass Lake.
Yes.
Okay. What's your response to that?
It makes me a little bit upset for the fact that I know Corbin has expressed to me multiple times that he does want to go back to his school. He has friends there. There is a school officer. Corbin's very familiar with Officer Marshall. The principal is my old computer teacher, and Corbin absolutely loves him. The secretary is my cousin. The girl that works in Kids Club is my aunt and uncle's best friend's daughter. So Corbin's very familiar with her. It's comfortable for him to go there, and he's already made friends, and his teachers, they're still going to be in the same hallway. So he's comfortable there. It's a smaller school. It's not as many kids either.
So by car, how long does it take you to get from your home to the elementary school there in Stockbridge?
Maybe 3 minutes.
Okay. So do you have any connection to Grass Lake schools?
No, I don't.
To your knowledge, does Jake have any connection to those schools?
Not him personally, no.
He didn't attend school there?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Do you know how long it would take for you to get from your home to Grass Lake Elementary?
Yes, it's 23 minutes from my house to the elementary school.
And does that require you getting on the highway?
No, no highway.
Okay. And do you have concerns with your vehicle and making that trip back and forth during the winter?
Yes, just last winter, my engine blew. No one was doing any oil changes on it apparently. So the engine blew. My grandma had to have it repaired.
What do you drive?
I have a 2012 Chevy Equinox.
How many miles does it have on it?
It now has about 130,000.
Okay. So Jake's proposal included getting the children to school or daycare before he had to go to work at 7 o'clock. Do you have any concerns with that proposal?
Yes, that's just a really long day for a 5 and 3-year-old to be up that early, and then Corbin having to go to school for 6-7 hours and then back to daycare before they're picked up. That's exhausting. I mean, it sounds exhausting to me.
Okay, and Jake also proposes using Elena's playhouse.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about an incident where Corbin was injured there. Could you describe that for the court, and can you tell the court when it was?
Yeah. So this was in 2018. Corbin was hurt May 28th. I received a text. Jake and I had been separated. I received a text from Jake while I was at work saying that he was on the way to pick up Corbin and that Corbin was hurt at daycare and he needed to go to the ER. Immediately, I texted my manager, I have to go. My son is going to the hospital. Met Jake there. Corbin had a pretty big gash in his forehead. You could see his skull. He required 11 stitches. 5 were internally to sew up the inside, and he had 6 on the outside. After I texted Tammy asking, what happened,
Tammy is who?
Tammy is the daycare owner.
Okay.
Texted her to find out what happened. Another child, there was a plastic, it was about this big, tennis racket, and the kid threw it at Corbin's head. And that resulted in 11 stitches.
Okay. And so when the incident happened, did you receive any notification directly from the childcare?
No, I did not. She only contacted Jake.
Okay. And is that daycare, was it a licensed daycare?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was there ever any report made regarding the injury?
No, I never received a report, and neither did Jake. Jake and I got back shortly right after that. Within days, Jake and I were back together. There was never a report given to either one of us.
Okay. And it was your husband's testimony that you continued to use that childcare provider after the injury. Could you address that, please?
Yes. So after Jake and I had split again, he was using Elena's. We were doing a 2-2-3 schedule again. So after I was leaving work at Neuro Restorative in Ann Arbor, I was driving to Jackson to pick up the children on my days and then back to Stockbridge. I didn't want to disrupt the kids' schedule any more than, that was their routine. They were used to going. So I kept it that way until Corbin started school. Then we didn't use Elena's anymore after we moved to Stockbridge.
Okay. So what is your position as far as Jake using her again in the future?
I think it's I don't want the kids to go. Tammy is a family friend to them. She's talked horribly about me on Facebook. It's uncomfortable. I want the kids to go to more of a learning center. They're kind of getting older now that they don't just need daycare. They don't just need someone to watch them. They need to be learning, which is why I did get the job at KinderCare and I had Millie attend there with me. She learned all kinds of stuff there.
So, and as far as the hours, I mean, are you concerned about the length of time that they would be in childcare with Jake versus if they were home with you?
Yeah, they would be there pretty much open to close.
Okay. Now, Jake has said that he doesn't believe that Millie needs to go to preschool this year. What's your response to that?
Millie wants to go. We went and picked out a backpack already for Corbin. Millie got one as well. She has a lunch bag with it, even though she won't use it, but she wants to go. She loved, when I was working with Corbin from home after the school shut down, I had to get books and stuff for her. She already knows her ABCs. She can already count to 10. She knows her colors, and all that is just from Corbin already going to school.
Okay. As far as the children's preferences to custody, how do you feel? You're okay if judge wants to interview them?
Absolutely.
The court has to consider each of your willingness and ability to facilitate and encourage the children's relationship with the other parent. So, have you encouraged the children's relationship with their dad?
Absolutely.
Can you describe for the court how you've done so?
There's been multiple times Corbin cries. He will hide when he doesn't want to go to his dad's. Lots of crying. One of the times Corbin was hiding underneath his bed. He had a loft bed that we had bought him. So there was lots of space underneath, and Corbin was hiding underneath there. I had started recording just so, for court related purposes, so they can see what's going on with Corbin when he has to go to his dad's. So he was hiding underneath the bed and didn't want to go. When I asked him why, he said that his dad's mean to him and that
Okay, all right, hang on.
he doesn't like to go over there. So
Say what Corbin said. So
okay.
So he was hiding, he didn't want to go. So what was your response to your son?
That, he's going to have fun at his dad's. And then I told him how many days until he comes back to my house. Eventually got him calmed down to where he would walk to the car for us to be able to go.
So have you followed the parenting time order since it's been in place?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what about having the children call, or Jake calling the children?
When I have the children, Jake never texts about them. He never calls. We did call him on his birthday.
Which was
that's
when?
November 14th.
Okay, you had the children call. Any other
Yep, they called.
times?
When Millie was sick as well, she wanted to call and talk to her dad, and we did.
Okay. What about Father's Day?
Father's Day, he had them until he dropped them off about 8:30.
Okay, so did the children do anything for their dad for Father's Day?
Yes, we bought Jake. Jake's dog had died. It was the dog we'd had while we were together. I think Zeke was only about a year old when the dog had passed away while we were separated. I was on Etsy, which is like a website for people that make crafts and stuff. And we were scrolling. Corbin was sitting there with me looking at my phone, and we saw this plaque, and it was for a dog that had passed away. And Corbin said, "Mom, can we get that for Dad?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine." And Corbin talks about Zeke all the time. He tells me often that he misses Zeke. And I thought, that would be a good idea to have a picture of him in the house. So if Corbin was ever upset over there, maybe if he wanted to sleep with it or keep it in his room, something like that. So we did get that for Jake. And then he also got a keychain of Zeke's picture as well for Father's Day.
So you had the children take that with them when they went to see Jake?
On Father's Day, Jake picked up from the kids from my house. He came in. I told him that we had a gift for him. He came into the house and opened it in the kitchen. He hung out for just a little bit. He said, thank you. He gave me a hug. And then later that night, he told me that he was in trouble because Harmony didn't understand why I would buy him a Father's Day gift when we're supposed to hate each other. I told him, you know, we're supposed to be co-parenting, that no matter what, I'm still his kids' mom and there's no reason for us to be fighting. And I've expressed to him multiple times, like, I would love to meet Harmony. I want to know who my children are around. I think it would help, you know, if she knew who I was.
So Jake and Harmony are expecting a baby.
Yeah.
And Millie and Corbin are excited.
Yeah, they really are.
Okay, and do you encourage them and support them? You want them to have a good relationship with the new baby?
Yes, we've gone through the clothes. There was a few outfits, brand new still, that Millie hadn't worn, that we've picked out, that Millie and Corbin would like to give to the baby. We've talked about, you know, how to care for the baby and how we have to be quiet and, you know, just different things of that nature. They're excited for the baby.
Okay. When the kids are with you, how do you speak about their father?
We don't ever talk about Jake unless the kids ask me a question. Jake's never brought up.
Okay, but are you critical of Jake?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Would you allow others in the children's presence to be critical of Jake?
No, absolutely not.
So how does Jake treat you?
Jake and I, we don't get along. Jake does not talk nicely to me. He does not treat me nicely. There's no getting along right now.
Would you agree that there are probably times when you haven't communicated with him at your best?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So the way that the two of you text with each other, would you ever speak like that to him in person in front of your children?
No, I have never spoke like that in front of my children to him.
Okay. And so do you have the exhibits?
Yeah.
There in front of you? Okay. Can you go to Exhibit I?
Okay.
Okay. So can you tell the court what this exchange was about?
Yeah, so this was my first weekend of the month of parenting time. Millie had been coming to 100, 101 degrees. So she had the Sunday before and had been sick, and I would have to take off work. So at this time, Millie was sick again and throwing up, and I decided that I was going to take her to the ER because I knew something was wrong. She can't just keep throwing up. Sorry, I'm plugging in my phone.
I'm sorry?
I said, sorry, I had to plug in my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't want to lose
Okay.
you. Okay. So you asked Jake for the insurance card.
So, I insurance cards. Yes. Full
I'm-
copy yet. He had asked, there was one over on, North. Okay.
I'm sorry, I totally didn't hear any of that. I don't think Brian did either.
So there was a Med Express that we've been to before with the children, so I knew they already had the information that I was going to take her to. It was a $60 copay. I'd asked Jake for the money. To take her instead, since I didn't have the copay, and then I could deal with the bill later. I had both Corbin and Millie with me. We were there for probably about 5 hours altogether. And that's when they diagnosed Millie with influenza B.
Okay, but did Jake believe that she was sick?
No, he told me it was.
I'm sorry?
He said that it was stress.
Or separation sickness? Is that what issues?
Oh, yes, it was, she's sick with separation issues. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so he didn't believe it. Okay, so the next exhibit, Exhibit K, do you have them physically in front of you, Alexis?
No, I have them pulled up on a PDF file on the computer, so. Let me see.
Okay. Are you able to pull that up?
Yes.
So in Exhibit K, you asked Jake about the medication.
Yes.
And what was his response?
Okay, I don't have K. I don't have K. All I have is I.
Did he believe that Corbin was sick?
No, he didn't believe either one of them were sick.
Okay. Do you have Exhibit L?
Yes. Let me scroll up. Okay.
Okay, Exhibit L. These are texts between you and Jake?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and you asked that the kids call you?
Yes.
Did he have them call you?
No, I've never once been able to speak to my kids since we've been separated while he's had them.
And did he accuse you of bringing somebody with you that Sunday for the parenting time exchange?
Yes, he did. There was actually 2 other vehicles there that night. I was parked between both of them. There was several spaces in between both of us.
And where was this, where do you, when you pick the kids up from him, where's the exchange?
At the Michigan State Police in Jackson.
Okay. And were either of those vehicles on either side of you? Were they with you?
No, I did not know who either one of them were.
Okay, but he didn't believe you.
Right, yeah, no, the vehicle he's talking about was a minivan. I don't know anybody that drives a minivan except Jake had drove one before. But I don't know anybody else that drives a minivan, and I didn't know who those people were.
Okay. So the next exhibit, Exhibit M.
Yes.
So this is an exchange because there was a snow day?
Yes, this was a Wednesday. We had a really bad snowstorm. So I had texted Jake asking him basically if I could just keep them and not have to get the kids out twice that night for him coming to pick them up and then for me having to go and pick them up again that night. He declined. He wanted to still come pick the kids up. So then later I texted him and said, they should just stay the night with you. The weather is still getting bad, and I didn't want to risk having the kids out that late at night with the weather the way it still was.
So
And so
just,
he did. He kept them overnight.
well, he kept him then just till Sunday then, right? Because Thursday would have been his,
Yes, and there was no school. They'd called a snow day.
So then the next page, did he complain about boots and his child support?
Yes.
So what was going on? What was the issue?
He texted me saying, you know, he's tired of paying child support and that if I can't raise them on my own, then to give them to him. And then he asked for his boots back. I did have the boots at my house, and Jake did get them the next time he picked up the kids.
Okay. Next exhibit, Exhibit N.
Okay.
We have that? Okay, so
Yeah.
text between you and Jake in April.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you asked to talk to the kids. Were you ever able to talk to the kids?
No, I've never been able to talk to the kids.
All right, so he in April is talking about, remember, you kept them for me for 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So can you address those 6 weeks?
Yeah, so when Jake and I first split and we're going through the divorce, Jake and I were
Talk
doing a
about
2-2.
the instant divorce here in Jackson.
Yes, this current divorce, we were doing a 2-2-3 schedule.
Was there a
on
court
the
order?
days-
Was there a court order?
No, there was no court order yet. We still had not been to see the mediator yet.
The
This was
conciliator?
the conciliator, yes.
Okay,
So Jake and I just came up with the 2-2-3 schedule together. At first, Jake on his days was having his now sister-in-law bring the children back to my grandma's in the morning. She was getting them ready for school.
grandma
Corbin
was?
would ride the bus. Yep, at my grandma's. And then she kept Millie. At the time, I was working for a different daycare in Chelsea. I had split hours, so I went in 6 to 8, and then I came back to my grandma's, picked up Millie, and then I had to go back 2:30 to 6, and then at that time they would go back to my grandma's. So I was home during the day with Millie. On October 1st, Corbin had finally missed his 3rd day of school while he was with Jake. My grandma and I went to Elena's daycare, picked
Well,
up the children.
So he didn't, on Jake's day, did he bring him back to grandma so he could go to school in Stockbridge?
Yes, he was doing that some of the time. But Corbin had finally missed 3 days of school, and it was based on attendance. So on October 1st, I went and picked the children up because Corbin had school that day. And I took Corbin to school. They were both really dirty. They had to be washed first and bathed. Corbin went to school, so he only had a half day that day. And then from there on out, I told Jake that he just wasn't being responsible, and that until we saw the conciliator to get a court order for custody, he just couldn't have them.
Okay, and when did we go to conciliation?
October 20, well, he went the 28th, we went the 30th.
Okay, and so, and did we attempt to come up with some kind of parenting time for Jake in the meantime?
Yes, we did.
And he was represented by Mr. Hotchkiss then?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And once there was a court order, a recommendation from the friend of the court, did you comply?
Yes.
And that recommendation was what regarding school for Corbin?
Corbin stays in Stockbridge schools.
Okay. So in April, Jake was still upset about that.
Yes.
And your other requests, Exhibit O, you weren't able to talk to the kids.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, can you look at Exhibit P?
Okay.
Were you tagged in Jake's Facebook post?
Yeah, I was.
Did you ever get Jake's $1,200 stimulus money?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And what was your response to being called out on
Bless
Facebook?
you. Bless you.
I had told Jake in the email to ask Ken, because to my understanding, if you were behind on child support, they weren't giving you a $1,200 stimulus check. And so I wanted him to confirm that with his lawyer, so that way he would know I wasn't lying. I only received myself and the 2 kids.
Okay. And did you ask him to communicate via email after that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time when Jake did not use all of his parenting time as provided by the court order?
Yes, multiple times he didn't pick the kids up on Wednesdays, or he would only pick up one child. He's done that before. On February 5th.
What kind of day was that?
That was a Wednesday.
Okay.
Our court order said very boldly, each and every Wednesday belongs to the plaintiff. And I didn't know Millie hadn't been picked up yet. She's not in my classroom. I got a call.
I'm sorry, in your classroom, you were working where?
This was for kinder care.
Okay.
So Millie was in a separate classroom. I had a younger school age for that I was teaching.
Okay.
So I wasn't aware Millie hadn't been picked up yet. We closed about 6 and then we had to clean. So I had checked my phone. I seen that the school had called multiple times, left voicemails. Corbin School in Stockbridge. Okay. That they had called multiple times. I also had calls from my grandma and from my Aunt Casey. The last text that I read, my aunt had picked Corbin up from school because he had been left there. He wasn't picked up until 6:30. I got an additional bill for that because after 6, it's $1 a minute. So Corbin was so upset. He was terrified. He was crying, very upset. And for the rest of that week, Corbin would not go to Kids Club because he was afraid he wasn't going to get picked up.
And so he was left there because why?
Because Jake never picked them up.
Okay. And did he communicate to you that he wasn't going to exercise his parenting time that evening?
No, he did not tell me.
Okay. And what did Jake ever communicate about that evening with you?
The next day at 1:09 p.m., Jake texted me asking why he got a call from the school saying that Corbin had not been picked up. And then the next text was that I had the first Wednesday of the week, like I was entitled to the first week. I didn't reply to Jake. I let him believe that. That's fine. If he's not capable of reading the court order, I would take more time with my kids. So I just started taking the first Wednesday of the week then.
Okay.
I don't understand what first Wednesday of the week means.
So the first weekend of the month was mine. Jake had the other 3 weekends of the month. So every Wednesday he was entitled to, but the first weekend that was mine, Jake, after that point, I assume thought
I'm not really sure what he thought, but he didn't pick them up. So I had the first full week. So the kids didn't see him for 10 days until the following Wednesday when it was his parenting time again.
So what you meant to say was first Wednesday of the month.
Yes, first Wednesday of the month. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Excuse me.
I guess I need more coffee too. I didn't. Okay. So in addition to the text and on Facebook, how does Jake speak to you in front of your kid?
Jake always has something to say to me. He's always cussing at me. That's why I changed our pickup locations to the police station to make myself feel more comfortable in order to meet him.
Okay, so as recently on a couple, I guess it would be 2 weeks ago, on Monday, July 27th, you and he had both met with Shelley. Is that correct? Previous to the exchange on Monday.
I'm sorry.
So 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would have both met with Shelley in preparation for trial?
Yes, my grandma and I did. Yes, we met with Shelley.
Okay, so you and grandma met Shelley. So then that evening, you did a parenting time exchange with Jake, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
did Jake discuss that or discuss the case in front of the children with you? Did he admonish you at all for speaking to Shelley?
Yes, he had told me that I say too much to Shelley. He was upset again about the counseling. There was other things that exchanged, but really the only thing I remember mostly is that he took Corbin's shorts off him and left him in his underwear in the parking lot, because those were Jake's shorts that Corbin was wearing.
And did Corbin react to that at all?
Yeah, he was upset. I recorded it to just show, what had happened. Jake became upset with me because when I got Millie out of the truck, I seen a pair of Corbin's basketball shorts, which is usually what I exchange Corbin in, that were laying on the floorboard of his truck. They were wet. I picked them up and I said, "Oh, hey, these are mine. I'm just going to take them with me." Jake got so upset. Corbin came back around the side of my car and he took Corbin's shorts off him. He was like, "Yeah, well, these are mine." And Corbin was just standing in the parking lot of the police station in his underwear.
The court also has to consider any domestic violence, whether or not the children have been exposed to that or witnessed it. So Jake had testified last time about an incident in June of 2019.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court what happened?
So I was at home with the children in Stockbridge. Jake had been off working on his mud truck, mud jam or something like that. It was a big thing in Fowlerville at the fairgrounds, was happening that weekend. So he was prepping. Jake came home about 10:30. The kids were in bed. I was out on the front porch of the house. I was on the phone. He walked up, demanded to know who I was talking to. It was extremely rude. I ignored him. He went into the house. I don't know what he was doing. He came back out again, wanted to know who I was talking to, tried to grab the phone from me. I stood up, I walked to the end of the driveway, and I was finishing my conversation. He followed me, kept badgering me, wanted to know who I was talking to. I just completely ignored him. I was already talking to somebody, wasn't engaging in conversation with Jake. Jake did try to grab the phone from me while I was still holding it. My arm was being twisted every which way. He was pushing me, he was clawing at me, trying to grab the phone from me. I ran from him, got into my car, and I locked the doors to hide from him. He went in the house. I got off the phone, waited about 20 minutes before I went inside. When I did go inside, Jake and I continued to argue. He shoved me down on the bed. He threw the lamp on top of me. The lamp broke. I got up from there. The children are now awake because he's arguing and yelling at me. Corbin is crying. I grabbed Millie. We both went into Corbin's room. The door's like locked, but there was a key above just in case we ever got locked out. So he had unlocked the door and he had kicked it in, causing damage to Corbin's door and the wall behind it. Corbin was yelling at his dad, you know, just leave my mom alone. I finally got the situation calmed down. Jake went and slept on the couch. I slept in Corbin's room on the floor. And the next day when we woke up, Jake was gone.
So how was your arm injured?
Yes, I was in a lot of pain. I came out to my grandma's with the children. I couldn't move my arm without having a ton of pain to it. I'd gone to the Chelsea hospital. I made a report, told them that I had been in an altercation with my husband and that I just wanted to make sure nothing was broken. I didn't want any legal action. They'd called the cops anyways. Kevin Marshall, the school officer, is the one that took the report. My arm was very swollen. I was put in an air cast, like a sling. They gave me pain medications. I did not take them. I don't take I don't take any medicine of any sort unless like I have to. I just dealt with the pain and then used the cast, the arm sling, and that was that.
Okay, so a police report was made, not because you called the police, but because you went to the ER.
Correct.
And that would be Defendant's Exhibit E?
Yes.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, was Jake then later charged?
Yes, it was, I want to say probably 8 to 10 weeks later. It took them a long time to come up with a case. Kevin stopped by our house multiple times after that. That's why Corbin was so familiar with Kevin before starting school. Yes, Kevin Marshall, the officer.
Okay.
He'd stop by lots of times and, you know, to check on us, see how things were going, make sure the kids were okay.
Okay. And then, so was he arrested in 8 to 10 weeks later?
Yes, Jake was arrested.
Okay, and what was he charged?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And so whatever became of those charges?
That night, Jake and I had ended up reconciling again at that point.
You talk about June?
Yeah, so from the time that the domestic happened until he was arrested, Jake had come back to the house. He was, I had gone down to working part-time, so he was our money, you know, our income at the time. So he was arrested. The next day he was bailed out of jail. I picked him up, brought him back to the house, asked him, you know, what happened. He told me that there was a no contact order. After that, I know he had court again, but when I asked him about it, he said it was to plead guilty or not guilty. He told me he was going to plead guilty and just take his time and get it over with and get it behind us. We had enrolled in couples counseling during that time period. Jake never attended with me though, so I just went by myself. And then
Did you ever?
I never received a subpoena. I'm sorry, yeah, I never received a subpoena in the mail. I didn't know when I was supposed to be there, what time. I didn't know any other information. I never spoke to anybody else about the domestic again. Nothing was ever brought up again about it.
So did you ever speak with anybody from the prosecutor's office?
No, I didn't.
So did you ever say you wanted the charges against him dropped.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So, was there an incident in September of 2019?
Yes, September 8th of 2019.
So can you describe for the court what happened then?
Yes. So the night before, I had gone out with a friend. Corbin had stayed over at my aunt and uncle's, and Millie was with my dad. Jake and his friend had gone out as well. We ran into each other at the bar in Jackson. Jake and I had been fighting, so I didn't want to be around him. I didn't want to see him. Me and my friend left. I slept in Corbin's bed that night. The kids both stayed overnight with my dad and then my aunt and uncle. So Jake and I were there by ourselves. I slept in Corbin's room. The next morning when I woke up, Jake wasn't there. I went and picked up my friend that I was out with the night before, and she was back at my house. We were just hanging out at the house, and I had gone to my dad's to pick up Millie. Like, I was going to go pick up the kids now. And when I got to my dad's, Jake was there. We'd began arguing over what I don't recall anymore. And then I'd gone over to pick up Corbin from my aunt and uncle's, and we all went back home. Corbin actually ended up staying with Jake. She wanted to go with Jake, and Corbin was going to stay a little bit longer with my aunt and uncle. So just me and my friend returned back to the house. Jake came back there. He pulled up right in the front yard, drove like right in the yard, got out of the truck. The first thing he did when he walked in, he came in through the garage, which was into the living room, was where you came into. And directly to the right through the little doorway is our kitchen, which when you first walk in, there's a big circle wooden table. I was standing in the kitchen. This is all an open concept of the living room and the kitchen. It's just open. That's how we decided to remodel it. Jake was automatically yelling, accusing me of doing things, all the sorts. There's cussing, everything else. The first thing he did when he walked in, I'm sorry.
Was Millie there?
No, Millie was still at my dad's house, I believe, unless she was in the truck. I never physically saw her, so I don't know for sure where she was at.
Okay.
The first thing he did was grab the chair and threw it up at the ceiling. There was 2 holes in the wall from that. He grabbed a giraffe figurine that he got me for my first Mother's Day. My favorite animal was giraffe, so he got me that. It's like a mother and like a little baby giraffe. And he threw it, and there's a hole in the wall behind that. He threw the table at my friend. So the table was broken as well, and the chair was broken. The bar stools got broken because he threw those. I had the electric griddle out, and he threw that. It broke the island counter. There's a chip taken out of that, and then there is a dent in the kitchen cabinet as well from where the griddle landed. I immediately told my friend to call 911 as he was doing all this. Jake took off, left, and when the cops showed up, they took pictures of the damage and took our statements about what happened.
So a report was taken then, and that's Defendant's Exhibit F.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take pictures of the house?
Yes, I did.
So do you have Defendant's Exhibit G?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a couple pictures. Can you look at the first one?
Counsel, can you give me just a second? I
Sure.
want to pull these up.
Okay.
I printed them, but our printer prints in black and white, and I
Oh.
recall these being color images. I want to see the color images. It'll take me a moment to find that.
Want me to email to you, Judge?
I know I've got the email. I just have to search for it. Okay, I've got it. You may go ahead, Counsel.
Okay, so Alexis, the first picture,
Yes.
could you describe where it is and what it is?
So just to the right, you can see the washer and dryer. That
Right.
is where you come in to the garage.
Yep.
And this is the wall where he threw the giraffe figurine. That is the bottom of it. The giraffe figurine also broke, but I super glued it together because I absolutely love it. It's my favorite thing ever. And then also to the right of this is where the kitchen table would have sat. So you're walking into my kitchen here. So this is actually the living room wall is where the hole is. That's where he threw the giraffe figurine.
Okay. So the next picture.
The next picture. So this is the damage to the kitchen island, which is actually upside down. So the scrape is, the bar stools would have sat right in front of this. Yeah, the picture's upside down. That's okay.
Makes more sense.
Yeah, so this is the kitchen island. You can see like the fridge and the stove are behind it.
I'm sorry, that's my fault. I submitted it.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, and that was, that's
the damage to the kitchen island from the griddle being thrown.
okay. So the next picture, is that the blue picture?
Yeah, so this is Corbin's room. The circle is from Jake kicking the door in, and the lock on the handle went through the drywall. There was a door stopper also there that was broken off. I mean, it went and it put a hole at the bottom of the door from the door stop. I mean, the door went completely when he kicked it in.
Were you in the room when he kicked it in?
Yes, me and the children both were.
So he kicked that door in to get to you?
Yes.
Okay, so the next picture.
So that's the damage from the door stop. From him shoving it open.
Okay. And then the next picture.
This is the damages to my closet doors. We both had a double closet. That's the damage where he punched the closet.
Okay.
And you can see like there's little dirt prints from his hands being dirty after working on the mud truck. There's a little bit of some dirt marks on there as well from that.
Okay. And then the next picture.
This is more damage done to Corbin's door. I don't know exactly how those marks got there. So I can't exactly explain how those ones got there, but that's Corbin's door.
Okay.
Or no, I'm sorry, that's the closet door. I'm sorry, that's the other closet door in the bedroom.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just as I scroll down further, I seen.
So the last picture.
So that is my bedroom door. So this is what you see when the door's closed from the hallway. He'd punched that as well.
Okay. And so all of this happened during the incidents both in June and in September?
Yes.
Okay. And before you moved into the house, had it been completely remodeled and painted?
Yeah, everything was brand new in the house. Everything.
When you moved in April of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So Jake is proposing that you and he have joint physical custody. Well, let's first talk about joint legal custody.
Okay.
So other than the decision about where the kids should attend school, which is you would like them to go to Stockbridge.
Correct.
Other than that decision, do you think that you and Jake can make important decisions regarding their health and welfare?
I mean, it makes it hard too because we clearly have different ideas of what the kids need. So like when they were sick, you know, he just kept telling me, "Oh, she's fine, let her sleep." She ended up having influenza B. Corbin was sick. He just kept telling me, he's like, "Oh, he's fine. He just has a bad cough." Well, that bad cough ended up being a sinus infection. Or like Millie going to school. She would absolutely love to go to school. It's a great introduction, getting her used to, you know, another routine, part of growing up. She would love it. I think there's no reason why she shouldn't be able to go. Also with Corbin's counseling, it's very clear that Corbin is an upset child at 5 years old. And that's scary, you know, and hurtful. So just things like that he just doesn't agree on, just it baffles me. I just don't understand how, you know, you wouldn't want better for your kids. And that's what I'm trying to do for them.
Okay. He's proposing that you have joint physical custody.
Yeah. I don't see how that works with us living so far apart. We were living in Stockbridge and he didn't want to live there anymore. You know, we separated. He moved back to Jackson. You know, Jake was given a chance to still have 50-50 custody and he just couldn't hold up on his end of the bargain anymore.
You talking about this summer?
Yes. Well, I mean, last fall when Corbin was going to school, you have to take him to school. It was court ordered. Corbin still go to Stockbridge. And there was issues with that. So it makes me hard to have any belief that he's still going to be able to do these things and I'm going to have to pick up more of the slack because he can't do them.
So what would you like the court to do regarding custody?
I would like to have legal custody. I think if Jake and I still did the counseling and got over some of these issues that we've been having, maybe there's a chance for us to have legal custody. I want my kids to go to Stockbridge. Absolutely. I mean, I live right there. It's convenient. They've already gone there before. But since those are things that we can't agree on, I'm still open to having legal custody with Jake as long as the kids are going to Stockbridge and that's where they continue to go.
Okay, and if the court orders you to attend conflict resolution counseling, will you go?
Yeah.
Will you give it your best effort?
Absolutely.
What about physical custody of your children?
Physical custody I would like to have still. I've told Jake before he could have every other weekend and we could do week on, week off in the summer. Or, I mean, if we can't get along, then we just follow the handbook.
Okay. And as far as the exchange times for the weekend, what are you proposing?
So I said Jake he could still pick them up from school on Friday or by 5 o'clock. And then Sunday they would need to be returned by 5. So that way I know that they've eaten a good meal and that they've been bathed and that they're ready for school the next day.
Okay. And what about transportation and exchange locations?
Still meeting at the police station.
So at the beginning of his parenting time, where have you been meeting?
In the beginning, Jake and I were meeting at Mug and Bops.
No, I'm talking now, at the beginning of his parenting time.
Oh, I'm sorry. If it's Jake's parenting time, we meet at the Stockbridge Police Station. And when it's my parenting time, we meet at the Michigan State Police Station.
And you would like that to continue?
Yes.
And for holidays and school vacations, you would like to follow the Jackson County Front of the Court handbook?
Yes.
Okay. And we've addressed the consumers and the Verizon and the taxes. Is there anything else that you'd like to tell the court?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break here. Let's try to resume at 10 after 11.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
So you described your relationship with Mr. Fagan at times toxic. Is it fair to say that this went both ways?
At times, I'm sure, yeah.
I mean, you argued with him, he argued with you, you used profanity with him, he used profanity with you, yes?
Never in front of my children, though.
Okay. But in your text messages to him, in conversations with him, you didn't always speak very nicely, correct?
Correct.
And on an exhibit, you refer to Harmony as a bimbo, right?
Correct.
And as you said, you've never even met her.
No, I haven't.
You've admitted to being unfaithful in the marriage. You talked about a time surrounding the third filing of divorce, but your unfaithfulness predates that, correct? It goes all the way back to the first filing.
I've never been unfaithful until we were filing for divorce. So in my eyes, that wasn't being unfaithful. We were going to be divorced.
This is going into the first filing?
Correct.
So when was this? 2018?
17. Just before, no, 18. I'm sorry. It was just before Millie turned 1.
And it was Mr. Fagan that filed for divorce, correct?
It was.
And you're saying that the filing wasn't because of your unfaithfulness?
No, Jake and I had both seen other people.
When you talked to Jake about Corbin misbehaving, did Jake indicate to you that he wasn't misbehaving at his house?
No, he did not.
If Corbin isn't misbehaving and exhibiting these problems at Jake's house, are you surprised to find out that Jake maybe doesn't necessarily think Corbin needs counseling?
Well, I know that he acts that way because Jake and I have discussed it, Corbin's behavior. So yeah, I would be surprised if Corbin didn't have any behavioral issues whatsoever at Jake's house, and it was only at mine.
If Corbin wasn't exhibiting behavior problems at your house, would you think he needs counseling?
I think, yeah, I would still want them to see someone regarding our divorce and not having their parents together anymore. I think that would still be helpful.
Even if he's not having any problems?
Correct.
You talked about the move to Stockbridge and how you guys had a plan for the future, correct?
Yes.
And didn't the plan end when you were unfaithful again?
No, it didn't. Jake was still living at the house.
But what wasn't this third filing?
It was after our domestic in June, and Jake didn't file for divorce until September.
Okay, so it didn't have anything to do with you being unfaithful again?
No, we'd already had our domestic.
And what was the cause of the domestic in your eyes?
Jake was controlling and wanted to know who I was talking to, and I didn't answer him.
Are you surprised that given your prior infidelity, he was curious as to who you might be talking to?
Sure.
You indicated you have some concerns about your car and getting to Grass Lake with the kids, right?
Yes.
How far is it from Stockbridge to Brighton?
About 40 minutes.
And your car seems to do okay getting there?
Well, this just started 2 weeks ago,
Are you
and I
concerned,
only have 3 months left.
are you concerned you're not gonna be able to get back and forth to school?
No,
So what would the problem be going to Grass Lake?
well, going to Grass Lake would be a longer extended amount of time and every day, or whatever our court order would be. I only have school for 3 more months.
But you believe you will have transportation to and from Brighton to go to school?
Yeah.
You talked about the urban stuff. Was this a one-time incident? Did he have other issues?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
Sure. You talked about the incident Corbin was injured at daycare. Were there other, he was injured at daycare, or is it one time?
No, that was the only time.
Okay. But that one incident makes you concerned about the daycare?
Yeah, it resulted in him having to go to the hospital. That's not typical.
But you're not concerned about him being at your grandmother's? Because wasn't there an incident at your grandmother's where he overdosed on drugs to the point where it almost killed him?
Yes, but the same people are not over, and I have full view of my children all the time now. That was a learning lesson.
Well, didn't you explain that your grandma's going to be watching him at times?
Yes.
Okay, so you won't be there and you won't be in plain view at that time, right?
No, I won't be.
Okay. So the one incident at your grandma's isn't concerning enough to worry about that. The one incident at daycare is concerning enough.
Well, the concern wasn't that he was at my grandma's. The concern was that my sister was a drug addict at the time, and she is no longer, and she isn't over all the time anymore. So circumstances have changed.
Right. And wasn't the kid who caused the injury at daycare, wasn't he removed from the daycare?
No, he wasn't right away.
But he is now.
Yeah, he's older. He was an older child, so he goes to school now. I believe so.
So the situation has changed there at daycare as well.
Correct. As far as the child, yes.
Perfect. Have you ever been physically abusive towards Jake?
No, I have not.
Never.
No, I have not.
Does Corbin have a TV in his room at your house?
Yes, he does.
For the U of M medical bill, I understand that you don't think that there's anything owed. In the event that there's anything owed, you would agree that you should share in 50% of that bill?
Yeah, we're both his parents.
Okay. The city taxes while you were married, I understand your position is that city taxes weren't removed from Jake's check, correct?
Correct.
But you guys were married at the time, correct?
Yeah, we were.
And Jake, at least in some way, supported you and the kids while you were married. I think you had indicated he was essentially the primary financial provider, correct?
Yeah, at times, yes, he was.
Okay. Now it's at times.
Well, I did
okay.
work.
No, I
Yeah, I
understand. I
worked.
was using you were the one who said he was the primary financial provider. So if the taxes weren't being taken out of his check, that just means his check was a little bit bigger, correct?
I would assume so. I'd never seen one of Jake's checks before.
Well, I mean, that's just logic, right? I'm doing this without seeing them as well. If it's not being withheld, it then just goes into his check, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay. So that just meant his check was a little bigger and he had a little bit more money to support the family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Any redirect, Ms. Fleming?
I guess I would just ask, two things. Alexis, you referred to Harmony in a text to Jake as a bimbo.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Have you ever called her that name in front of the kids?
No, I have not.
And if and when you are introduced to her, how would you treat her?
I would be nice to Harmony. I don't have any issues with her. She's obviously a part of my children's lives now, no matter if her and Jake are together. You know, they are having a kid, and this kid will be related to my children.
Okay. And you going to school how many days a week, driving to Brighton?
Just 2.
And when will you be done doing so?
I know I'm halfway done. I have 15 weeks left, so I don't know the exact date of when I'm done.
So 15 weeks.
Sometime in November. Yeah, sometime in November.
Okay. I don't have anything further either. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Duncan, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let me let Ms. Howard in. Ms. Howard, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your full name and then spell it, please.
My name is Annabelle Howard, Annabell Howard.
Go ahead, Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
And can you please tell the court how you are related to Alexis?
I'm sorry, I lost your sound.
I'm sorry, can you tell the court how you're related to Alexis?
Alexis is my granddaughter.
And into Millie and Corbin?
They are my great grandchildren.
Okay. And where do you live, Ms. Howard?
4805 Green Road, Stockbridge, Michigan.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
I've lived here since 1979, with the exception of from 2003 to 2009. I lived in a new house about 2 miles from here. Came
Okay.
back here in 2012.
Okay. And could you describe the proximity to Alexis, her house?
I live probably a mile from Alexis, if it's that far.
Okay.
I live just outside the village limits. She lives inside the village limits.
Okay. And Alexis described earlier for the court how she and Jake picked out the house in Stockbridge and that you purchased that house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your plan for that home and their living residence there?
They were renting a place out on Horton Street in Jackson. No place for the kids to play. It was sort of a bad neighborhood or the surroundings. And so we started looking for a house. Jake and Alexis and I went many, many times with their realtor to look at properties because we wanted them to buy they wanted to buy a house, but they didn't have the money for a down payment. So they included me because I was to help them get the house. So we looked at several homes around the Jackson area. This particular home, I was in Florida. when they found the house, Jake, Alexis, my son and his wife found the house. They viewed the house. They did the purchase agreements on it. And when I came home in December, the last of December, I came home the day of the closing and we did the closing and the house was bought.
And the house is in your name?
It is.
And what was your plan for, future plan after you purchased it? Were they to have any
The plan
financial
was-
responsibility?
They had bad credit. They had no down payment. They had bad credit. So the plan was that we would buy a residence. I would buy a residence. They would live in it for 1 year and pay me $800 a month. At the end of the year, they would have improved their credit scores, and I would give them the money that they had paid me that entire year as a down payment, so they could approach a bank and get a loan.
Okay, and did that happen?
No, it did not.
Did they ever make any payments?
There was one payment made, but she got part of the money from her dad for the payment. She paid me $800.
Okay, did you propose a land contract to them?
I did. I took all the paperwork over to my attorney, and he drafted a land contract, which was to be signed by Jake and Alexis. And I got the contract, but they never signed it.
Okay. How long have you known Jake?
I first met Jake I want to say it was in probably the spring of 2014. My husband and I had been in Florida, and we came home in about the mid-spring, and my husband was pronounced with cancer. And at that time, Alexis came out and she had Jake with her. So it was about the spring of 2014.
And have you been supportive of Alexis and Jake and their relationship and their family?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When Jake came to the family, he had cancer treatments. When he smiled, he would put his hand over his face because his teeth were rotted out, and he didn't want people to see his smile, and I was concerned about that. So I told him that I would pay to have his teeth fixed, and I did. I even went to the dentist and the specialist said he had to see, and I paid to get his teeth fixed, which was $7,000. I furnished him vehicles. I bought the vehicle Alexis has right now. I bought that. I've given him money. I bought for the kids. Just what normal grandparents do, I guess.
And have you had an opportunity to observe both Alexis and Jake as parents with Millie and Corbin over the years?
I have, yes. Yes.
So was there an incident last fall, in the fall of 2019, in your home with Jake and the children?
Yes.
Could you describe that for the court, please?
Sure. Alexis was working, and she was doing split shifts where she would go in early in the morning, then come home, and then she'd have to go back in the afternoon. Corb had been enrolled in the Great Start program in Stockbridge, and so he had to be to school by 9 o'clock. So she would bring the children. Either she would bring the children, or sometimes I would go down to their house, and I would get the kids ready for school. She would stop. When she got out of work, she'd come and pick them up. And then in the afternoon, she would be working. So I would either pick Corb up at school, or he would ride the bus home to my house. And Millie stayed with me at that time.
Okay, so was Jake, when they were separated, was he dropping off or picking up the kids from your house initially in last school year?
Yes, he was. He was the days that he would have the children, he never dropped them off in the morning. It was always some of either friends or family members that would drop them off, but he would pick them up in the afternoon. And they were normally running late in the morning. The kids wouldn't have their baths and stuff. So I would give them their bath and get them ready for school, take them to school. And then in the afternoons, whenever Corb would come home on the bus. And I asked Alexis, there was a little problem because I asked Alexis to find out what time they were going to be picked up so I could plan my life too. And she asked Jake, and his response wasn't very good.
Okay, so was he the one that would pick the children up from you?
Yes, he was.
And was there ever an incident that gave you concern?
Absolutely. It was the 30th of September, and I had Corbin and Millie and my other little great granddaughter, and we were eating dinner, and Jake came in. I invited him to eat. He didn't. And I told him, what I said to him was, Jake, Alexis would like to keep the children Monday through Thursday so Corbin can go to school, and then you could have them Friday through Sunday. He started ranting and raving. He said it was me against him and that I supported her. He was just screaming. So the kids, all three of the children, ran back through the house. He ran through the house screaming at the kids. He came back into the kitchen. He ran back through the house again all the time, just screaming and hollering. And he came back in the kitchen, and Corbin ran up to me, put his arms around my leg. And I said, Jake, stop. You're scaring these kids to death. I was frightened of him. That's the first time I'd ever seen him, but he absolutely was frightening. So when Alexis came home, I told her that. He told me that his kids were not going to go to school, that they were enrolled in preschool at Michigan Center, and that's where they would be going to school.
So the next morning, October 1st, were the kids delivered back to you so Corbin could go to school?
No, Corbin was supposed to go to school and he didn't come back. So Alexis and I went over to the daycare center, and both of the children were there. We picked them up, brought them back home, gave Corbin and Millie both a bath, and she took Corbin to school.
Okay. Prior to that incident, had you and Jake been getting along okay if he was running late or needed you to pick up the kids? Were you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Specific, many, at least 4 to 5 incidents. He would call me and say, I'm going to be late. Can you pick the kids up for me? And I said, sure. I went down and got them, and then he would stop and pick them up. At one point, his truck broke down and he had no way to work. So he asked me to borrow my truck. So I loaned him my truck, and he drove my truck for at least 3 days to get back and forth to work. I didn't have any problems with it.
So have you had the opportunity to observe Millie and Corbin with Alexis?
Yes.
And could you describe for the court their relationship?
She seems to get along fine with the kids. She takes them places. Just recently, we went boating. It was through the week. My son took off work because we wanted to take the children, and Alexis went, and we had a great day at the lake. And she's very active in his schooling. Always keeps them nice and clean. I haven't had any problems with her, as far as the children.
Okay. Would you say they're bonded?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And does she provide discipline when necessary?
Yes. Corbin has experiencing tantrums, really bad tantrums recently, and she sits down and talks to him and tries to soothe him. And we've talked about the fact that he most definitely needs counseling. I've been concerned about him also.
Okay. We also, during both Jake's and Alexis's testimony, there was discussion of what happened with Corbin over Labor Day of 2017. When they were in your home and he was
Yes.
taken to the hospital.
Mhm.
So Was your granddaughter in your home at that time? Your
She
granddaughter,
was.
Elizabeth?
She
And-
was visiting. They were all visiting. Alexis was here with her 2 children. Elizabeth and her boyfriend were here with her 3 children. I had a landscaper here that was doing some landscaping. I was here. There was quite a few people around.
Okay. So what do you believe happened that day?
Actually, there was a bottle sitting on the countertop. It looked like it had pink solution in it. I just assumed it was lemonade. I didn't pay any attention to it. And unless that was what Corbin got into, but now we are farmers. My husband has farming stuff and stuff around, and normal household chemicals, you know. I knew that he had gotten into something, but I had no idea what it was.
So if in fact it was something that your granddaughter Elizabeth had in that bottle, is she ever left alone, unsupervised with Millie and Corbin?
No, she is not. And she does not. She has 3 children. She has 4 children now. And she comes here sporadically, but not, never, not on a, regular basis and not real often.
Okay. Would you ever let her be unsupervised around Millie and Corbin if they were left in your care?
Not with the situation that it was. No, I'd be very careful.
And if she's ever around the family, is there heightened awareness of what's on the table or what's around and available to the children?
Yes. And Elizabeth has 4 children of her own, very happy, healthy children now. I think that she's in a better place than she was.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think I have anything else for Ms. Howard.
Cross-exam, Mr. Hilderly?
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Duncan, did you have any questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That concludes your testimony. Any
Thank you.
further presentation, Ms. Fleming?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Hilderly, do you have some rebuttal you'd like to present?
Yes, Your Honor. First, we just wanted to let the court know I did send that video to Mr. Veldkamp while we were on break, so hopefully he's received that.
Okay.
And then I would just recall Mr. Fagan for some rebuttal testimony.
Okay, Mr. Fagan, you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Hilderly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fagan, I just want to clear up a few things based off of your Mrs. Fagan's testimony. She had indicated or talked about the kids living with her in Stockbridge in 2019. During that time period in 2019, you lived with the kids and cared for the kids during that year, correct?
Correct.
And the only time that you didn't have them was the 6 weeks when she was denying you parenting time.
Correct.
And then I just wanted to clear up, Ms. Fagan indicated that you had multiple speeding tickets that were causing issues with your car insurance. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know where them speeding tickets come up. You can check my file. I got 1 speeding ticket in the last 5 years.
And in fact, her dad was on your insurance as well?
Her dad had a truck in Alexis's name because he's got a suspended driver's license. So Alexis put in her name so he could continue driving. He totaled out that truck, and Alexis, she's got 2 accidents on her own.
In this parenting exchange that you guys had, Alexis made an allegation that you said that you smacked Corbin in the effing mouth, I think is what she said. Is that anything you said?
No, sir. That was actually
a great exchange. I thought, we both were on page with one another, and she told me that Corbin's been acting up over there, and I told her, if you're having issues, just call me. And she said that that's what Corbin's saying. Every time she yells at him that he wants to call me, I told her to call me and explain the situation. I have no problem talking to Corbin because I don't have these.
You're not having this, or you're not having behavior, Corbin, at your
No,
house?
no.
He's not hitting Millie. He's not acting out.
No, I mean, they play, but he knows, you don't hit females, you don't hit girls. That's the way I'm raising him, That was my issue with my court, 12 years ago, and the anger management class I had. Males don't hit females.
Any issues with when you're returning the kids? Are you bathing them before, and what's going on with that?
Yeah, when we was returning them at 7:30 during school nights, I literally had them bathed, their teeth were brushed, and they were in their pajamas ready for bed. We did the exchange at 7:30, their bedtime's at 8. I had them fully prepared for her to take home, put them in bed, and that was that. Never once was it an issue. That's why there's no proof otherwise.
She never said anything to you. She
No.
never sent you a text or anything saying, hey, you're not doing this right, or you're not bringing them back in a satisfactory manner.
Nope. Never once was any discomfort said.
Were you ever given any medicine for Corbin to give him at any time?
She gave me children's Tylenol. That was what the medicine was in the backpack that she referred to as I didn't give him the medicine back. And I told her, she could go to the store and buy some more because it was just your children's Tylenol from the gas station, any pharmacy. There was no prescription medication.
A lot has been made about this move to Stockbridge. Is that something that you wanted to do?
No, this whole move to Stockbridge was all behind my back. It was one day, like everybody said, we were looking for houses in Jackson, Grass Lake, Chelsea. Never did we look for houses in Stockbridge because never did we plan on moving there. And then after the divorce is when I guess her and her family decided to buy a house in Stockbridge because one day we went to look at a house and I instantly told her I don't like it. And she said, well, this is the house, we're getting because we already bought it. And from that point on, that was a lot of the drama and fighting that we had because, it was all done behind my back. And
you did end up moving to Stockbridge, correct?
I did give it an attempt, only to find out, that she was unfaithful the entire 3-4 months that I lived. And that's when I was going to move back to Jackson. But it turns out, I didn't have a house.
And so this most recent divorce filing was due to her being unfaithful.
All 3 of the divorces were.
And you heard her testify that she was only unfaithful during times or when you filed for divorce. Is that true?
No, that's not true. There's text of her words, apologizing way back to the first divorce, and then the second divorce was because, which was her that filed. After I found out, and I basically, the first divorce, everything was going in my favor. So then she, talked me into basically getting rid of everything and giving her another chance for the benefit of the kids, which, I did. And the second divorce was the moment she felt that she pretty much had the upper hand, she went and filed. And then we got, basically that one was all done behind my back. I didn't even know that she filed like that. And that one just went away because nothing was ever done. And then the third time, is basically I found out that she was being unfaithful the entire time that we were back together.
Did you ever post anything on Facebook about her being pregnant?
No, there was nothing ever posted on Facebook. Corbin came to my house and told me that she was pregnant, and that was 2 weeks after we had separated, which meant she was pregnant before we even separated. And, I questioned her about it, but
that's something Corbin told you?
Yeah, Corbin told me, just like he told the school and everything else. I don't know where he heard it, but he came to my house, told me about it. And, yeah.
When the kids are in your care, do you allow them to call her or talk to her?
Yeah, every time that they pulled up these texts, where she wants to talk to them, and I tell them that we're busy or whatnot, they've called her every single time afterwards. She hasn't pulled up her call log. She hasn't showed her call log. It might be 2-3 hours after, might even be the next day, but regardless, they called. A lot of the times we get pushed to voicemail, but it's just, the only thing is my response is to give her a response right then and there to let her know we're busy. But then we'll call her back when we're not busy, and 9 times out of 10, we just get pushed right through to voicemail. There's a handful of times where the kids, didn't want to talk, and I didn't force them to talk to her.
So there was talk about you missing some parenting time, or you're not exercising some parenting time. It was a situation you didn't think it was your, correct?
Yeah, it was first full week of the month was granted to her, and that prior Monday that she left to school, she even acknowledged that it was her full week, this and that, and then 2 days later, is when I got a call at 6:30 saying that the kids were left.
I'm not talking about that. I just, there was talk that you weren't exercising time that you were afforded. If you weren't exercising that time, it's because you misread or misunderstood the order.
Which was just that one occasion. Other than that,
you've been exercising those Wednesdays?
Yeah, yeah.
The first Wednesday in the month?
No.
That's what the question is.
Okay. Then
they're saying you didn't exercise the first Wednesday of each month.
No, because she told me I wasn't allowed, that it wasn't my time.
Okay. If you thought it was your time or knew it was your time, you would have exercised it.
Correct. Yes.
It's just either a mistake on your part or lack of understanding on your part.
No, I took my kids at every chance I
had. Do you speak poorly of her in front of the kids?
No.
Do you disparage her to the kids?
No.
Do you use profanity in front of the kids?
No.
Can you tell the court your version of the incident that resulted in you being charged with domestic violence?
Your Honor, I believe this was asked and answered on direct exam.
Response?
I'm not sure. We may have touched on it, but now that he's heard her version of the events, I just wanted to give him an opportunity to go over it again.
I will allow this.
So what happened? You came home and she was on the phone. What time of day was it?
It was 10 o'clock at night. I came home.
And where were the kids when you got home?
They were in our bedrooms watching TV.
And where was she?
She was originally in the living room on the phone. And basically when I got home, I asked her who she was talking to, and she didn't respond. So I was like, asked her a little more, and she got up and she went outside onto the front porch.
So what did you do after that?
I went in the house, or continued to the back bedroom, to say hi to the kids and take a shower. I just got to work on the truck. I went in, took a shower. After I got done with the shower, I grabbed some food, and then me and the kids ate food, right there on the bed at about 10:30. And she was still on the phone, once we got done eating. So I went back outside, to question her some more on who she was talking to. At that point is when I could hear that it was another guy. And so, I got a little irritated doing, past, experiences. And I started asking her a little more, like, who are you talking to? And she basically started yelling at me, told the guy, see, this is what I got to deal with and this and that. And, I tried to grab the phone one time out of her hand and she pulled it away, walked off and locked herself in the car. So, I walked over to the car and I tried getting in, but it was locked, so that's why I told her, I'm like, okay, if we're going to play these games, then it ain't going to last and I'm done, So I went in the house and I started packing my things. Like 3 minutes after that, she come in just yelling and came back to the bedroom, our bedroom. And she just, started slapping and hitting and with the kids right there on the bed. And that's when I grabbed both of her wrists and I threw them down by her side. And I told her she's done hitting me in front of the kids. I told the kids to get off the bed and go to their bedroom. The kids both went into their own bedrooms, and that's when she followed Corbin into the room, you know, and I just continued packing everything. And basically she'd bounce back and forth from the room yelling, back to Corbin's room yelling, you know, and that's basically that. Once I got all packed, I went into the room, I kissed Corbin goodbye, you know, kissed Millie goodnight, and that's when I left. I didn't stay on the couch. I left. I went to my mom's house, and yeah.
Okay. And then with regards to the charges, they were ultimately dropped. Is that correct?
Yeah, everything was dropped.
And what was the reason that they were dropped?
Because she didn't do no follow-ups, and basically well, that incident right there, well, yeah, I guess that was why she went to the hospital. But regardless, they were all dropped because she did no follow-ups. She failed to show up to the court. The courts reached out to her many times, and she just never responded. She had absolutely zero responses to the court.
Did you actually go to court?
Yeah, I went to court, went to jail.
What happened when you went to court?
Basically, I sat there for 5 hours while the Ingham County, you know, defense attorney or whatnot, whoever was representing her, you know, in the court system themselves, attempted to reach her for 5 hours. And after 5 hours of failing to get a hold of her, they just dropped all charges. They also attempted to get a hold of her little friend, the friend that was, you know, supposedly at the house the entire time everything happened. And neither one of them answered, neither one of them responded, neither one of them showed up to court.
She testified and showed some pictures of damage to the house. Is that damage that you caused?
No, I wasn't even at the house. Ann asked me last Thursday, you know, basically said that the grandma came home and told me the cops were looking for me. I was at the grandma's house the whole time. I went to the dad's house, picked my kids up. Alexis, you know, physically assaulted me there, which pictures were shown to Shelly. And then Alexis and her one friend left and went home. Well, after I waited at the dad's house until my son got back from the uncle's, picked up my son, and I went to the grandma's house. And then that's when grandma came home and told me all of that. Never even went to the house.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Ms. Fleming?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Fagan, you just said that the second divorce filing, that went away because nothing ever happened. Isn't that what
Correct.
you just said?
Yes.
Isn't that the case? I'm sorry?
One that Alexis filed.
Right. Isn't it in fact true that Mr. Hotchkiss represented you in that case, correct?
Yes.
And he prepared the paperwork for the case to be dismissed because you and Alexis had reconciled, correct?
Yes.
And that was in spring of 2019, correct?
Yes.
So you had made the decision and you were represented by an attorney that you wanted to reconcile with your wife, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the pictures that Alexis testified to, that was actually damage that you caused to the house in June of 2019, not in September of 2019 during the second incident, correct?
I'm unsure of the dates. Basically all of them damages, you know, she even stated herself that's 3 separate occasions.
She said
So-
2 separate occasions in June.
No, that she said in her testimony, she stated that there were 3 different occasions.
She said in June, when you came into the house, when you hurt her wrists, and she was in the room with the children and you were slamming the door, that's when you damaged the door and the wall, correct?
That's when she said I damaged it, but there was no damages done. Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any explanation how those holes got in the wall and the damage was done to the house?
You'd have to ask her, ma'am.
Well, I did.
But obviously,
So
she's not.
you testified that the charges were dropped in Ingham County after you waited in court. Alexis didn't know anything about that day in court, did she?
That was the Ingham County Court's office that reached out to her.
My question to you, sir, There was a hearing scheduled that day. That's why you were there, right?
Letter in the mail. Yes, you got the letter in the mail.
Okay, you know that for certain?
Yeah, because she sent it to me.
And so you referred to her friend as her little friend? You called
Yeah.
her little friend, huh?
Yeah, the one she was running around to the bars with.
Okay, her little friend, is that how you refer to a woman?
It's that ain't a woman, but yes, that female, yes.
Her little friend, okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Hilderly, does that conclude your rebuttal?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I think the proofs are in. Ms. Duncan, did you have a presentation?
No, I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's 12 o'clock. I do not have time this afternoon. Let me ask, there was at least some testimony from Ms. Fagan about judicial interviews. My understanding is Millie is just 3, is that right?
Yes, she turned 3 in April 1st.
That's too young to interview. I don't interview children that young. In fact, and Corbin is what, 5.5? Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah.
6 in January, yes.
Yeah, even with 5-year-olds, I got to tell you, I think I've done one as young as 6. They're not helpful. They're just not helpful. Kids that young usually love both parents. It's very questionable whether I'm going to get anything out of him that's going to be of any value to me in terms of a preference. On the other hand, my understanding is Ms. Duncan has spent time with both the children.
Yes.
And Ms. Duncan, was either child able to express a preference to you?
No, I just kind of got some workings of what goes on at each parent's house and some comments, but yeah, no, it wasn't particularly helpful. Millie, there was nothing. There was no way. Corbin, a little bit. He's a little more serious and stuff, but yeah, Judge, I agree with your assessment. It's probably wouldn't be helpful for you.
So in light of all of this, counsel, do either of you want to insist that I interview either child?
No, Your Honor, I was simply asking my client if that's what the court was inclined to do.
All right, yeah, I wouldn't normally. If a party insists on it, I'll do it. But it's largely a waste of time. So if you're not insisting based upon the young ages and particularly based upon what the LGAL has told me, I would decline to do an interview. Whatever I would be relying upon for making a decision, other than input that I'm going to receive from Ms. Duncan, I believe is already in the record. How would you propose we go about that? Ms. Duncan, are you prepared to make an oral presentation and recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, this I think might be the first time I've ever had an LGAL present for a trial. Usually the LGAL is helpful in resolving a case, so we don't need a trial. I'm not sure exactly what the best way to proceed is. Do either of you have a thought?
I guess in my experience with in abuse and neglect matters, when we do have an LGAL, I thought both counsel for each of the parties would make their closing presentation, and then The LGAL would also then make her presentation. And then based upon that, the court can make its decision.
All right, is that acceptable to you, Mr. Hilderly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we need to schedule a time to do that. As I said, I'm tied up this afternoon. Let's take a look at the calendar and see what we got coming up. I'm going on a 2-week leave of absence beginning 2 weeks from today. So I'm going to see if I can squeeze you in sometime between now and the 24th. So give me just a moment.
Judge, I will be on vacation the following week, next week. I don't know how great my Zoom will be from the lake, but I'd prefer this week if we could.
Well, I've got neglect stuff tomorrow and Wednesday. Let me look at Wednesday afternoon possibly. All right, all my neglect trials are scheduled for the morning on Wednesday, so I could probably have you back Wednesday afternoon, say at 1:30. Does that work for everyone?
Works for me.
I'm available.
If that works for everybody else, then yes, I'll make it work for me.
Okay, plan on 1:30 Wednesday then, and we'll see you all back for closing arguments. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So we believe that there is an established custodial environment in this case. Mr. Fagan testified during the party's marriage. He primarily took care of the kids. Miss Fagan did admit to, and Mr. Fagan detailed Miss Fagan's extramarital affairs. Obviously, those are things that are not happening at the house or around the family. She's out and about meeting other people, establishing relationships with other people, and ultimately engaging in extramarital affairs with other people. These are things happening away from the family. Mr. Fagan is home with the kids during this time period. The parties did split, and they had a period of time where they had agreed without a court order for a shared custody situation. Ms. Fagan unilaterally made a decision she was going to keep the kids away from their father for 6 weeks. So we have a little break in that. And then now we've had, again, a shared custody situation up to today's date. So at a bare minimum, there's an established custodial environment where the parties are sharing custody. I think there was a longer period of time during the marriage where my client was providing primary care for the children. So certainly we think that the court would have to find by clear and convincing evidence to change that custody situation, whether the court feels that it is shared because of the arrangement over the last, during the pendency of this current action. And we're a little bit removed now from when the parties were together, but certainly the proofs wouldn't support such a drastic change as what Ms. Fagan is asking for, to have sole legal and physical custody. That would be quite a change for these kids to do that. Certainly Mr. Fagan should have the ability to participate in the important decisions in his children's lives. And there certainly was not clear and convincing evidence to change that dramatically. Just going through the child custody factors, custody factor one being the love, affection, and other emotional ties existing between the parties involved in the children. I think this factor would be equal amongst the two parties. The children certainly seem to be bonded with each party. Each party detailed different things that they do with the children. And I think if Your Honor was able to watch the video that we provided, certainly that you saw the bond between Mr. Fagan and his children. And I know that's just a moment in time. It's just a snapshot, but it just shows kids that love and have affection for their father. Going to the
Mr. Elderly, for the record, I did get a chance to watch that video.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Going to the second factor, the capacity and disposition of the parties involved to give the child love, affection, and guidance. Mr. Fagan testified that when the children were with him during the marriage, he provided primary care. During this pendency of this action, he is the person that when they're with him provides them with the care, bathing them, getting them dressed, ready in the morning, getting them ready for bed at night, preparing their meals, those types of things. And then also within this factor is the idea and subcategory discipline. I think this is where it would favor Mr. Fagan. Obviously, the children look to him for discipline. Even Mrs. Fagan is looking to him to help her with discipline. She testified that at least Corbin is misbehaving while with her. Mr. Fagan said he's not having any of those issues at all, and Ms. Fagan has actually had to reach out to Mr. Fagan to help discipline Corbin. And I hope that this is seen as a positive. It should be seen as a positive. Any suggestion that the kids are afraid of him or anything like that, to the degree that there's any fear, I don't know that that's the word I would use, but I think with younger kids, there's probably a healthy amount of fear that allows you to be able to discipline them and for them to listen to you. This could go into a much larger debate over raising children and are we doing it correctly now, and all of that, but not getting into that larger debate. I think it's healthy that he is able to discipline the children and that they obey and listen to what he says and follow the rules, and he's not having any issues at his house as far as that goes. So I think that factor would favor Mr. Fagan. The next factor, capacity disposition of the parties to provide the children with food, clothing, medical care. I think this is a strong factor in favor of Mr. Fagan. He is employed full-time. He has had the same job for almost 10 years now. He provides the insurance coverage for the children. He provides for them financially. He has the ability and much greater earning capacity as it stands right now. Mrs. Fagan testified that she's not employed. She's in school. I understand how that goes, but the fact remains that she's unemployed. And beyond just being unemployed and in school, she's extremely dependent upon her grandmother. She lives in a house that her grandmother owns. She drives a car that her grandmother has provided. So there's a lack of financial independence, and I think this factor strongly favors Mr. Fagan. Moving to the next factor, the length of time the child has lived in a stable, satisfactory environment. Mr. Fagan, the parties lived together in Jackson for most of the children's lives. That's what they're used to. That's what would maintain continuity, is for the children to continue living in Jackson. Mr. Fagan still lives in Jackson. He's lived in Jackson his whole life. Miss Fagan made a decision to move to Stockbridge. She's only been in Stockbridge a very short period of time. Again, she's living in a house that's owned by her grandmother. She indicates her plans are to stay there, but the reality is she's dating someone that lives another 45 minutes away, nearly 2 hours from Jackson. If that relationship continues to grow, is she going to move, towards him? So we're not sure what she's doing. And the children grew up and have lived in Jackson. This is what they're used to. And Mr. Fagan still lives there. When the children are with him, they're still in Jackson where they've lived. So I think this factor favors Mr. Fagan in that he lives in the community where the children have been their whole lives. Also looking at this factor, looking at stability. Miss Fagan has tried very hard to portray herself as the one that's stable. But if we look at what's going on, it's not. She isn't the one that's stable. She's described to you 4 or 5 different jobs that she's had during the course of this short-term marriage. Mr. Fagan has worked in his job for nearly 10 years. He's lived in the same area. Now he did move his house because of the split up and everything, but he's in the same area that he's lived his whole life, has the same job. So from a stability standpoint, I think that further indicates that this factor is in favor of Mr. Fagan. The next factor, permanence of the family unit. As the order that would maintain the family unit and maintain continuity be an order that is a shared custody order. To do a order in either direction, really, that where primary custody is with one parent would be a major shakeup, would certainly disrupt the family unit as it has existed during the children's entire life. So that's a factor that I would say favors not making the drastic change suggested by Mrs. Fagan. The next factor is the moral fitness of the parties. In hearing the testimony of Mrs. Fagan, and I know I'm a little bit late to the case, so I'm getting some of this information where I wasn't there firsthand. But in seeing messages and posts, social media posts, and hearing the testimony of Mrs. Fagan, the word that comes to my mind is disingenuous. She is trying to portray for the court somebody who is stable and responsible and is innocent in all of this. Them producing these text messages where Mr. Fagan is using profanity, the court can see that this was going both ways, and it doesn't make it right. But to suggest that Jake has issues because he's language or making derogatory statements, text messages. Mrs. Fagan is doing the same thing. She's using this, and the sort of suggestion that this is one-sided to me is disingenuous. The other item that sort of jumped out as being disingenuous, the idea of bringing up this fairly old incident at daycare where Corbin was injured as some sort of suggestion that Jake is taking that place isn't safe. is silly. Mrs. Fagan continued to send them there. The parties were together. And then for her to bring that incident up when a far more serious incident occurred in her care or at her grandmother's house, it again, the word that kept popping in my head is just her allegation that Jake was bringing children back in a state where they weren't clean or ready for bed. And that's why she decided she was going to keep the kids from their father for 6 weeks. Again, there's nothing to support that. There's not, for all of the messages that go forth between these parties, there's not a single message that she produced where she's, Jake, you need to, to make sure you're bringing them to me ready for bed or fed or cleaned or anything like that. I don't believe for 1 second that he was bringing them in a disheveled state. The idea that she was, this testimony that, and when we're doing cases like this, you get self-serving testimony. That's the nature of these cases. But this idea that she's making attempts to facilitate a relationship with the kids, she kept the kids from him for 6 weeks. She enrolled the kids in Stockbridge schools without telling him. All of these things suggest otherwise. And certainly the infidelity would go towards the moral fitness as well. And so I do think, and I know that that they will bring up the domestic violence situation in both this factor and in the specific domestic violence factor. Mr. Fagan told you his version of those events. They differ from what Mrs. Fagan said. The case was charged, but he was never convicted. The case was dropped. Ms. Fagan did not pursue it. She was the one who picked him up from jail. They continued to live together. She certainly wasn't afraid or concerned about this incident. Up until now, we're here in front of you dealing with custody. And of course, the domestic violence is going to take front and center, and they've tried to bring that up as much as they can. But the reality is there was an allegation of domestic violence, but my client wasn't convicted of domestic violence. And we don't think that should play a role in this at all. There's no history of it. This incident that happened many, many years ago, where even in the worst case, even if in the light worst in Jake's favor, he got into a fight at a party when he was 18 or 19 years old. He detailed his version of what happened. He was attempting to defend somebody. Even if you look at it as he got into a fight at a party 10 years ago, what does that matter as it relates to this child custody case? Next category, mental and physical health of the parties. This factor is equal. I don't believe either party has a mental or physical disability. Next factor, the homeschool community record of the children. They're fairly young, so they haven't developed much of a school community record. Much has been made of Corbin going to Stockbridge schools. But the reality is that, especially with the shutdown, he went to preschool for about 3 months, 2 days a week. So it really doesn't give us much of a community record or school record. Certainly the home record, Ms. Fagan indicated she's having some behavior difficulties at her house. Mr. Fagan indicated that he's not having any of those issues. I know that there was some testimony about Mr. Fagan maybe not participating in the school functions. Certainly it was made difficult on him with the distance and lack of communication. I know that he probably could and should have taken some initiative to find out on his own. But I think if we have a situation where he's more involved in the process of determining where the school is and everything else, that there won't be any issues moving forward with him fully participating with the kids' education. The next factor is reasonable preference of the children. We've discussed that they're too young to really express any meaningful preference. Willingness, and next factor, willingness of each party to facilitate and encourage continuing relationship. This one probably is equal, but in a negative way. I think each party has had some issues with this. My hope is, and this happens a lot of times, that once this is done and everybody knows where they stand, that then the parties will realize, okay, we're no longer adversaries in this. The decision's been made, and now we need to get down to the business of co-parenting. I hope for them that they can get to that point because they will have many, many opportunities to make each other's lives miserable. And hopefully they will realize that they don't want to do that. The next factor, the domestic violence issue, I've touched on that. It wasn't reported at the time. Again, she's the one who picked him up from the jail, and they continued to reside together. No conviction ever occurred. So again, I don't think that should be a consideration. And then finally, this other factors, I touched on the fact that she's involved in a relationship with somebody who lives quite a distance away. As far as the school goes, I just want to make sure that we're clear. Mr. Fagan would love for the court to find that the best interests of the children are that he would have primary physical custody. They would live with him in Jackson and attend a school nearby to where he lives. What we were proposing is, if the court was inclined to continue a joint custody situation, we were trying to find a suitable school district in the middle where the kids could go and it wouldn't be a burden for either parent. So we're not necessarily saying let's go to Grass Lake. If the court decides that we can't have joint custody in this situation, which I don't know that we're at that point. I understand the parties have had difficulty getting along, but I think it will get better once this is done. But if the court decides that we can't have joint custody, we would ask the court to find the best interests of the children to be with Mr. Fagan primarily in Jackson, where the kids have grown up, and to attend school in Jackson. I don't think that the fact that he went to school in Stockbridge, not school, he went to preschool in Stockbridge for 3 months for 2 days a week, locks us into Stockbridge schools. I wasn't part of the discussion or argument or whatever took place for where the front of the court or the court ordered that they stay in Stockbridge. I guess that makes sense that if they're already there, but I don't think that should handcuff your honor into saying, well, geez, he went to Stockbridge for a few months, so I guess we've got to, keep him there. He would be fine starting kindergarten, whether it's Grass Lake or Jackson or Stockbridge. He's going to be starting a new class with a new teacher. He'll be fine. Kids are resilient. Again, what I'm trying to do is provide the court with alternatives that would allow this joint custody situation to continue. If the court decides that they should stay in Stockbridge schools, we could still do a joint schedule. It would essentially have to be a weekend situation where the weekends get extended a little bit. Week 1 could be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Mr. Fagan would be responsible for returning the kids to school. So it would just be that one day that week. He would take the kids to school in Stockbridge. And then the next weekend would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so he would have responsibility to get them there on Friday and then that next Monday. So it wouldn't be too burdensome on the children or Mr. Fagan to do that. Conversely, it could happen the same way if the court decides that they should be in Jackson where they've grown up and attend school in Jackson, then the schedule could be reversed and Mrs. Fagan would have them for those days. It would still be a joint custody situation. It would limit, you would not have a bunch of exchanges. There would just be a one-time exchange each week. So you wouldn't have, I know that's one thing we talked about, keeping the number of exchanges lower with the distance now between the parties. So that would be a schedule that the court could look at, even if the court decides, well, they're going to be in school wherever they're going to be. If you decide Stockbridge or Jackson, they could, you could still have a shared custody relationship. So I think, Judge, what the proofs have shown, that there's not clear and convincing evidence to change the custody, the established custodial environment, which is at this point, I think we would say it's a shared custody situation. There's not clear and convincing evidence to change that. So with the distance between the parties, I think we should try to fashion a school and custody arrangement that allows the parties to share in the custody of the children. That's what's best for the kids. I think that's what the factors will show is best for the kids. This is what they are accustomed to. They look to both parties for love, affection, and care. And so we would ask the court to fashion a custody and parenting time order that takes that into account. Thank you, Judge.
So, Mr. Hilderly, would you mind repeating the schedule you were proposing?
Sure, Judge.
Depending on where the kids go to school?
Yes. So what we would do is it would be an every other weekend situation. What we would do is just extend those weekends. And so the first weekend would be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday overnight. So then either Mr. Fagan or Mrs. Fagan would be responsible to get the kids to school on that Monday. And obviously we know that's going to be a little bit of a distance for that one day. And then the next weekend, so it would be alternating. It would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that would be 4 overnights. So every 2 weeks you would have the 7 days.
That means the children would be with the same parent every weekend? Just a question of how many days that weekend? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't think that was what I was saying, but maybe I have that messed up. I was thinking we were going to do an every other weekend, but that doesn't give us shared custody, does it?
Yeah, that's why I was having trouble following what you were proposing.
Yeah, I apologize for that, Judge. You're correct. I was thinking that would be, but you're right. It would have to be every weekend. And that probably is not, that probably doesn't work.
You haven't addressed the property issues.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Judge. The city taxes, I think, are fairly straightforward. I apologize that the one was attached that predated the marriage. Certainly that wouldn't be applicable. The other two, it really is irrelevant how or why the debt exists. It wouldn't be any different than if Mrs. Fagan had her tonsils out during the marriage and there was a $2,000 bill for the medical expenses, you wouldn't say, oh, it was Mrs. Fagan's tonsils, she should have to pay it. We don't look at it like that. If it's during the marriage, it's joint marital debt. If he
Well,
was,
let me ask you about, I understand that for a year where they're married most of the year, but my recollection for I think it was 2017, I'm looking at they
16.
got married, 2016, they got married with only a couple months left in the year.
October.
So sometime in October, so 2 full months and a partial month, during preceding which he got 100% of the benefit of not having that amount withheld from his paycheck. Shouldn't there be some apportionment based upon the period of time they were, the number of months they were married?
no, I don't think so, Judge. If you think about, yes, I'm sure that's true that he got 100% of the benefit, but my guess is when he got his tax return that next January or February, whenever it occurred, he didn't keep it all. I mean, it was part of their marital, it was their marital money. So this debt accrued into their marriage. It didn't accrue in October. It happened when they filed a joint tax return that following year. She gets the benefits of the joint return and what they received. I don't think that comes into play, the fact that they got married in October.
Does that conclude your argument, counsel?
I didn't know. I'll move on to the next one. The consumer's bill, their indication is that she didn't live there at the time. She had moved to Stockbridge. It's nice that she was able to just pick up and leave and stick Mr. Fagan with responsibility to maintain the marital home. But the fact of the matter remains that the parties were married. He was paying and had to maintain the marital home. She made a decision to move out, but this is a marital debt. Now he did end up having to pay it in advance because he wasn't able to get consumers service without doing that. But we think that it's a marital debt that she should be responsible for half of it. The credit union loan, she's already said she's responsible for. That's fine. And then on the medical bills, she had indicated she was in agreement that she would have to pay for 1/2 of any medical bills. All we're asking the court to do is to put a statement in the judgment that just says, in the event there's any money owing to University of Michigan Health System, the parties will share jointly in that debt. Hopefully there isn't anything owed. If there is, it would be nice to have that in the judgment, just so we're clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Fleming?
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court knows, you must first determine whether or not there's an established custodial environment. In this situation, the court should recall, here we are, it's August 12th, 2020. Mr. Fagan filed this action back on September 9th, 2019. And by his testimony, the parties were separated then. So these proceedings have been pending for 11 months. That's the situation the court should look to. And an established custodial environment is established if if over an appreciable time, the children look to a custodian in that environment for guidance, love, discipline, the necessities of life, and parental comfort. Now, I did not hear any testimony from Mrs. Fagan that at any time that she was away from the children, when she admitted to instances of infidelity during the party's separation. Rather, we heard testimony from her that spoke to her husband coming home at 10:30 in the evening after working on his mud bogging truck. She was home with these children. She also talked about how she didn't work for many times during the marriage. But during the last 11 months, the children have been with her. That environment depends on a custodial relationship of significant duration in which the child is provided with parental care, discipline, and love, and attention appropriate to that child's age and individual needs. And we're talking about an environment in a physical and in a psychological sense. It's marked by qualities of security, stability, and permanence. If anything is clear, and I'm not sure that after I heard counsel's argument that he and I were at the same trial, but what is clear to me is that if there's anything that marked the party's marriage, it was instability. I think Mrs. Fagan testified that when it was good, and when it was bad, it was toxic. Given the text messages exchanged between the parties, I think the court can find that to be true. So here, in the last 11 months, Millie and Corbin definitely have an established custodial environment with their mother. She's been in a stable in a physical and in a psychological sense. She has maintained the marital home with the children. There's no one else in her home. She provides them with love, guidance, and necessities of life. But importantly, she provides them with attention that is appropriate to their age and their individual needs. She has permanence not only in her home, but in her community, with her family and the school. And this is the community in which she's grown up. Her grandmother testified she's been there forever. And when the parties would separate, Alexis and the children came back here. This is where Jake came back. Argument out of counsel's mouth, not out of testimony from Jake. We didn't hear anything about where he grew up, that he grew up in Jackson, or anything about the Jackson community for these children. We know that they lived in a house on Horton Street, but everybody's been bouncing around. There's definitely an established custodial environment with Alexis. If the court finds that there's also an established custodial environment with Jacob, we believe that there certainly is clear and convincing evidence when you analyze the best interest factors to show that it's in the best interest of Millie and Corbin that their mother have sole physical custody. Specifically, the first factor, the love, affection, and other emotional ties between the parents and the children. Clearly, these children love both of their parents, and clearly both of them love their children. There's no argument. We would argue, though, that the father, Jacob, sees the children more like a possession. They're his pride and joy, like there's some little prizes to take around and show off when he takes them to his softball game or to his mud bogging events. But the second factor, the capacity and disposition of the parties to give the children love, affection, and guidance. This factor looks to the future. It looks to whether, as the children grow and mature, the parents are able to provide what the children need. Alexis has already demonstrated her ability to put the needs of Millie and Corbin first. She's asking that Corbin have counseling. Jacob wouldn't assist with that. She's looking to have, or she already involves Millie and Corbin in activities that Millie and Corbin enjoy. When she testified, she spoke about how they ride their bikes, how we go to the park, we ride bikes, we water the flowers. They play on their play set in the backyard. Corbin played basketball, how they like to be outside. Whereas when Jake was asked by his attorney what activities he does with the children, he said, Well, they're included in whatever I do. I play softball, they're there, and at the end they can run around. Or we have mud bogging weekends and they can go. Well, which probably means that the children are hanging around, running around, while Jake and his buddies are standing around waiting to drive through the mud and drinking beer. Factor B, we would argue, favors Alexis. Factor C looks at the capacity and disposition of the parties to provide food, clothing, and medical care for the children. Now, Mr. Hilderly argues that Alexis depends on grandma. Well, unfortunately, the reality was that both of the parties relied on Annabelle Howard for help. And what a blessing she has been. Given that we're arguing over finances, I don't think that either party can really argue that they've been financially responsible, although Alexis did testify that she would work when she needed to because the family needed money. Whereas Mr. Fagan admitted under cross-examination that he's rewarded himself with 3 divorce presents rather than put the needs of his family first. Alexis has provided for the children. They have a home, they have clothing, they have food. She takes them to the doctors. She takes care of their prescriptions. And she's also sent food to Jacob's house. These children are not going without. On the other hand, not only does Jacob not take them to the doctor, that he second guesses Alexis's efforts to provide medical care for the children and doesn't believe her when they are ill and when they in fact turn out to be ill and have medications. As far as hygiene, that has been an issue. Alexis testified that the condition that the children have been returned in, and I'll use Mr. Hilderly's own word, he said, well, certainly the children haven't returned disheveled. I think the court need only look at the appearance of the parties and recognize what they feel is appropriate and what's disheveled. This factor favors Alexis. As far as factor D, the length of time the children have lived in a stable, satisfactory environment and the desirability of maintaining that environment. If anything, this house in Stockbridge has been the stability. That has been the anchor. That has been the environment that the children have known. During all of this upheaval, the back and forth, the different filings in this case, this home was picked out by Jacob and Alexis. It was purchased for them. It was renovated for them. And the children have been there since August of 19. This has been their physical home. This is where they lived as a family. This has been their community. In that home, and it's in a neighborhood. There was no testimony when Mr. Hilderly now argues about this Jackson community. There was no testimony about any community or neighborhood in Jackson. And Mr. Fagan's only been at his current residence for a couple of months per his own testimony. Whereas Mrs. Fagan's home in Stockbridge, she's lived there. It's close to the school. It's close to her family. We have no idea. Mr. Fagan had no idea how long he's going to be at that house in Jackson. Who knows where he'll be? He still uses his mother's address on Luetta for his taxes. Who knows? I mean, that's the only permanence that he's had over the last 10 years is his mother's address. That factor favors Alexis. The next factor, the permanence of the family unit. Now, I find it very interesting that Mr. Hilderly didn't even address the members of the family unit in Mr. Fagan's household. He testified that he's been in a relationship with Harmony Markham for 6 months and that she's about 6 months pregnant and that they live together. And I find it quite interesting if she's as wonderful as he testifies, why the court never met her. Mrs. Fagan has never met her. The court's never met her. We've never had an opportunity to cross-examine her. Certainly if she was such an asset to him, I would have hoped that he would have brought her to the court. I hope for Millie and Corbin's sake that that is a relationship of permanence and stability, because certainly step parents can be a wonderful blessing to a family. But we don't know what's going to happen there. They're having a new baby. Mrs. Fagan has testified she will encourage and support the children in welcoming their new sister. She testified she's been helping the kids pick out some baby clothes to present to their new sister when she arrives. But we don't know. Alexis, her family unit is the same. She lives in a home with the children. That hasn't changed. Now, Mr. Hilderly can guess or state that what might happen. We don't know what's going to happen with that relationship. The court looks to what's going on right here, right now. Alexis has testified that she dated her current boyfriend for a couple months before she introduced him to her children. She testified she has not entertained him overnight with the children present. But I would state that it is Mr. Fagan who has the big unknown. His relationship, they're welcoming a new baby. And as the court knows, babies, they bring a whole nother level of sleep deprivation and issues. And hopefully things go well in that home. Factor F, the moral fitness of the parties involved. If we compare the parties, Mrs. Fagan, she's never been arrested. She testified she does her very best to respect Jake in the presence of the children. She doesn't allow foul language in her home, and she's had issues with Corbin using even words like dumb and stupid and hate. She waited to introduce her boyfriend to the children. However, Mr. Fagan, he was arrested. They can downplay it, minimize it, which is common of abusers, but it happened. He would like to explain what happened away as somehow it's Alexis's fault for not answering him when he asked her who she was speaking to, but he was arrested. They testified differently as to how and why that case went away. But he was arrested, and there certainly is evidence of abuse in the relationship. Certainly he uses foul language, and that's not something that it appears that he can turn on and off. And he is living, while married to Mrs. Fagan, he is living with his girlfriend, who is 6 months pregnant. Factor G, the mental and physical health of the parties. Certainly Alexis is physically and mentally healthy. However, Jacob, we don't know what his mental condition is. Perhaps there's something and a reason why he's refusing to participate in counseling, but we don't know. Factor H, the home, school, and community record of the children. Through Alexis's efforts, Corbin is ready for kindergarten. She signed him up for the Great Start Readiness program. She made sure he attended. If it had been up to Jacob, he would have had Corbin bounce between two schools last fall. It was the recommendation of the Jackson County Front of the Court Conciliator that Corbin stay in Stockbridge schools, and he did. Alexis attended all events for Corbin, and he went more than a few months. He started last fall in August when the school year started, and he attended through March. And he did well in those 7 months. Jacob refused or failed to attend. I disagree with Mr. Hilderly's characterization, like, oh, well, let's give him another chance. He'll get on board then. He has already demonstrated his refusal to get on board with what is going on in his children's lives. He just doesn't like it, so he doesn't participate. He'd rather play a victim than be there for his son. Alexis wishes for the children to continue there in Stockbridge. They've become connected. They're familiar with the officers and the employer, the school officer, the employees. They have friends there. As far as the home record, There is evidence that in testimony that Corbin has some anger issues. Hopefully this is in perpetuation of abuse that has been modeled by his father. Alexis has attempted to address that, and we would ask the court that to order specifically that Corbin have counseling and order that Jacob cooperate. Millie has also regressed. She's had some issues and accidents. Both parties testified to that. And I think she will also benefit from an end to the drama that's been going on during these proceedings. Under factor I, as far as the reasonable preference of the children, I would agree that they're too young to state a preference, but certainly I think they have given their thoughts to the lawyer guardian ad litem, and we would defer to her presentation. Under factor J, the willingness and ability of each of the parties to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing relationship between the children and the other parent. I think this is the most significant factor here, Judge. It should be the biggest red flag to the court. Jacob still complains. Mr. Hilderly still argues about the 6 weeks that they say that Alexis kept the minor children from him during the outset of this case back in October of 2019. Mr. Fagan was represented by an attorney at that time. Initially, Mrs. Fagan was not. This matter was set for conciliation. And you heard testimony from Annabelle Howard about how Jacob terrorized Millie and Corbin and her other great-grandchild back on September 30th. Alexis did what she felt was best and safe for her children. She did not violate any court order. But once an order was entered by this court, Alexis has followed it. She has complied with every parenting term. She has encouraged it. Jacob, on the other hand, even later continues to punish Alexis. Even in April, he read all the text messages, his replies to Alexis's request for phone contact, which is specifically provided for in the party's order. He texted her back, "Leave me alone," or "You'll remember come court time," or "You'll see them on Sunday," when she asked on a Thursday to speak with the kids. That's not a parent who's going to get on board. He's had his opportunity. Even 9 months later, when this court ordered both of the parties to participate in conflict resolution counseling, we postponed this trial. We were set May 21st, 2020 for trial. We had a conference. We decided, let's give these parties one more try. Let's give them equal parenting time. Let's send them to conflict resolution counseling. Let's see how they do. He had his opportunity. He failed. He refused to contact a healing place. He refused. He didn't need it. He didn't need the counseling. He didn't want to try to make the communication and cooperation with Alexis better. And he still blames her. When I asked him on cross-exam if he could co-parent with Alexis, his response was, "If she stops hurting me." He's still playing the victim. He's unable to put the best interests of Millie and Corbin above his hurt feelings, even though he's clearly moved on, or I hope he's moved on, because he has Harmony Markham at home who's expecting his child. Hopefully he has moved on. Whereas you heard testimony from Alexis. She's had the children call their father on his birthday, on Father's Day. She speaks respectfully of him. She's picking out clothes for the new baby with them. She helped the kids get a special and meaningful Father's Day present for him. And she's still ready and willing to go to the counseling if the court orders it. That factor clearly favors Alexis. The next factor, the domestic violence. Mr. Fagan clearly has some residual anger issues. And whatever classes he attended 10, 12 years ago, he could use a refresher course. He minimizes the physical assault that he perpetrated against Alexis in June of 2019. He denies the damage that he committed in the newly renovated home in June and September of 2019. And he fails to appreciate the impact of the words in his texts and in how he speaks to and about women. He referred to Alexis's friend as her little friend. The tone of his text messages, he's not turning that on and off when he's speaking to Alexis or in the front of his children. Even Mr. Hilderly, he talks of how Alexis didn't follow through and why these charges were dropped and how she picked up Jacob from jail. Well, I think the court is well aware of the cycle of abuse and how it is very common in abusive relationships that the victim, that it is very difficult for the victim to get out of a relationship. And that's not uncommon for even after a victim has been abused and the partner arrested for not to follow through with charges. It's difficult to leave the relationship. This relationship is over. Just because she picked him up from jail doesn't mean it didn't happen. As far as any other factor, Judge, I think what we should be thinking about Millie and Corbin, they need stability, they need permanence, they need peace. They deserve to grow up as kids in a home and in an environment free from domestic violence, free from verbal abuse. They need a parent. They can't wait for their father to grow up. I think he is, at the very least, he's immature. At worst, he's an abuser. We hear now an argument about him having sole custody and going to school in Jackson. We had no testimony as to his plan for that. It's clear, based on the analysis of all of the factors, that it's best for Alexis to be awarded sole physical custody. It's her request that the children attend Stockbridge schools. And if the court specifically orders that and orders the parties into conflict resolution counseling, I think, and Alexis has said she would agree to joint legal custody. As far as parenting time for Jacob, certainly Alexis doesn't agree with his proposal that if she had custody that he have parenting time every weekend. That's not appropriate. Instead, and more clearly, Jacob has demonstrated his inability to get the children to school if he were to have an extended weekend, either till Monday morning or starting on Thursday night. And by his own testimony, he starts work earlier, but even if when he has the kids, if he has to be at work at 7 in Napoleon, dropping the children off in Stockbridge, there's no reason for him to have them overnight if they're going to be dropped off at 6:30 in Stockbridge when they don't have to go to school until 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Instead, we would request that Jacob have parenting time on alternate weekends from after school on Friday until Sunday at 5 p.m., that the parties continue to share transportation as they have been, meeting either at the beginning if Jacob picks them up from school or at the Stockbridge Police Department, and then at the end that they meet at the Michigan State Police Post at the end of Jacob's parenting time. They share holidays and school breaks pursuant to the Friend of the Court handbook, and then in the summer they alternate weeks. As to the debts, Mr. Hilderly didn't even address the Verizon bill. Certainly you had testimony that's a marital debt. Alexis is requesting that they split that debt. As to the city taxes, I find it interesting that earlier Mr. Hilderly argued or questioned Alexis that, or I'm sorry, it was he asked Mr. Fagan on rebuttal if that was income. So before he wanted the city taxes to be considered as extra income that Alexis enjoyed, but now he's talking about a refund. Certainly it was income. It wasn't a refund. They didn't get a refund. He didn't pay the tax because he hasn't changed his withholding. It's our position that Jacob should be solely responsible for those city taxes, clearly for 2016. And in 17 and 18, he was earning more. She doesn't have the earning ability that he does. And even if the court is going to order that she pay part of it, should be based on the ratio of their incomes. As far as the consumer's bill, he argues whatever it is when it's convenient for him. When Mr. Fagan wants to be considered to have been there, he lived in the house in Stockbridge. When he thinks it's the community for the children, he's lived in Jackson. Which is it? But clearly, Alexis was paying a consumer's bill in Stockbridge beginning in 2018 in December when that house was purchased. She's not asking that Jake contribute to that. He should be responsible for the bill in consumers. He says it's for the last 3 months. Clearly by then, Alexis was living in Stockbridge and paying that consumer's bill. Jake should have to pay that. Signature loan, Alexis should pay that. I guess, the medical bills, there's nothing to address. If there's to be anything in a judgment, it should be clearly medical bills for Corbin. Apparently, Mr. Fagan still has obligation to Michigan Medicine, and his own responsibility should fall squarely on him. I assume the court's not going to address the car because it's not an asset of the marriage. We'd ask further that each keep the personal property in their possession, and then depending on the parenting time provisions, we would ask that the issue of child support be referred to the Jackson County Friend of the Court for review and recommendation. And we would ask, effective as of today, and we would ask that the court to specifically order that Mr. Fagan continue to provide the health insurance for the children, not just medical, but also dental and vision. He has dental and vision on himself, but he doesn't provide that for the children. So if that's available through his employment, we would like it specifically ordered. Thank you.
All right, I need to take a short break here, and then we'll hear from Ms. Dungan, and then I'll give both attorneys a further opportunity for argument. Shannon, you can take us off the record. I'm going to leave the meeting room open. I'll be back shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dungan.
Thank you. So, Judge, as part of my investigation, I interviewed mom with the kids and mom with grandma. Grandma came in, and dad and the kids. And I also interviewed Harmony because she is obviously part of the proposed family unit. I did share exchange numerous texts with both parties. They have my cell phone. I did get one, I just want to note for the record, from dad last night with some more information. So I have been in constant contact. I'd like to address first that what had happened on May 21st. And I agree with Ms. Fleming's summary of why we did what we did. I was very optimistic. I was hoping that the parties, just being young, history of a volatile relationship, that maybe we could get them to work on some things, and maybe we would get a nice outcome. And it was also my understanding that this joint custody type situation was going to be kind of a trial sort of joint custody to see how things would work while we were working on the relationships with the parties, the counseling, of Corbin, And just in general, seeing if things could settle down. As Mr. Hilderly was alluding to, we all do this and we all know that things can be volatile in divorces and custody cases, but that hopefully at some point they're going to settle down. And it usually doesn't happen when we get quite this adversarial, but we were hoping that that might work. And I guess I'm disappointed because none of these things were done. And I think that we're at a disadvantage because, I kind of explained to both parties too, it could be to their advantage to have a mental health professional who would be willing to testify at a trial or would help cut through the he said, she said. And it puts the court in a tough position and me as well, because we would have had more information. We would have heard, get explanations for different things. And I think it could have been very helpful in this case. But having said that and having it not followed through on, we have to piece together what we can based on our testimony at trial, based on what I heard in my office, and that sort of thing. And I can say that, both parties were very respectful to me. Mr. Fagan was always very respectful, very cordial to me, was very cooperative with me from day one. So I just wanted to put that out there. The other thing was, when I interviewed Mom, she had good things to say about Dad. And I wrote a lot of quotes down, so I will be a little bit paper shuffling here, but I wanted to hear the court to hear some of the things the parties actually said. So when Mom came in, she actually said very positive things about Dad's parenting. She was just concerned about those lifestyle choices, that Miss Fleming was talking about in her closing that may have an impact on the parenting. I didn't get the sense that, she was trying to berate Mr. Fagan in his parenting at all. I did not get that from her. As the summer wore on, though, we did notice that there was fallout after, time with Dad. And there was a lot of complaints about lack of communication when at Dad's, and things started to go sideways in the behaviors of the kids. There were red flags. And so that was a concern. So with regard, I guess I'll just start here. I believe there's an established custodial environment with Mom. I do believe that right out of the gate. I'd like to state that. I think, again, this joint custody thing was just a trial period in my mind. And also, I would also like to say that I don't believe joint custody is going to work in this case. And you've heard a lot of things I guess, how dysfunctional this relationship is. And it's really difficult when you don't have both parties willing to come to the table. So how can we fix something? These kids just can't be around it. It's clear that these two, for whatever reason right now, cannot joint or co-parent effectively with these children. And I think we're seeing the fallout. This starts with things you've heard over and over, Judge. The language in the text. Here's some quotes from Mr. Fagan. There's no talking to her. She's always trying to push my buttons. The inability to participate in counseling and saying, gosh, you're going to tell a counselor too much, that fear. You're telling Shelley too much. I do believe when I had Dad in that there were some recurrent themes with him. I think he's still very upset. And I think this came through in the trial about the infidelity. I think that really is still a factor for him. I think that child support is a factor for him. He mentions it an awful lot. He's upset about grandma supporting them. It's just this, I agree with Ms. Fleming in that he does portray himself as a victim in all of this. The quotes of, I didn't arrange a meeting between Harmony and Alexis because Alexis is mean. We can co-parent if she stops hurting me. Those are some concerning things that he has said. He is the victim, just like the school issue, where he didn't take any initiative to attend a conference for his son or go to the basketball games because he didn't initiate it and didn't sign the child up for it. And I think that as a parent, you've got to be a bigger person than that. It's about being there for your child. And I know Corbin and Millie love their dad dearly. He loves them dearly. That's not an issue for me. But I do think that there is some volatility there with Mr. Fagan, some impulsivity, some volatility that concerns me with him. And I wish that we could have gotten to the bottom of a little bit of that with a mental health professional. I do think that I'd like to see some sort of a consult at a minimum or an intake to see if he qualifies for anger management, because I don't believe that it worked. And he's got that history of aggressive, violent behavior. Again, he wasn't aggressive with me, but it's just, there's not just one thing. There's just so many red flags about what a person who will commit domestic violence, what kind of behavior they exhibit. And he exhibits a lot of them, the jealousy, the controlling, the behavior, the degradation type names and comments. Those kinds of things are concerning to me. He did admit that his brothers will degrade mom. Granted, they're trying to tell them to not do that, but he admitted that. He admitted to questioning and interrogating his Corbin as far as versions are concerned with mom. And he admitted that he probably shouldn't have done that. So there's this impulsivity that I would really like to see him be able to get counseled for and be able to control. One thing that didn't come out, as Ms. Fleming pointed out, was Harmony Markham. And I did interview her by herself. I would have put this in an investigative report, so I feel that it's appropriate for me to talk about it today. And I also did disclose what my impressions were of her to both attorneys prior to the trial. So just so you know, Judge, everybody's been put on notice, I believe, about what Harmony indicated to me. Again, I think she's part of the children's potential environment, so I thought it was very appropriate to interview her. Also, past behavior is always a good predictor of future behavior, and I just wanted to see what's the dynamic. What is that like? She was out there with the kids. The kids were very comfortable with her. And, when I met with her, when I met with the kids, corporal punishment was confirmed on the part of dad. I'm not saying it's abuse, and corporal punishment is perfectly legal, but that is being utilized, and that was confirmed for me. Again, it's just something in conjunction with everything else. So one of Harmony's concerns was that Mr. Fagan yells too loud in front of the children. Disagreements get too loud between them, and she's worried about scaring the kids. Now, she is very young, and but she made quite a great impression on me. I think that if she's in that household, she'll be great with those kids. She had a very good attitude about meeting mom. She had a very good attitude about what to do, and how to be appropriate with the kids. And especially in this situation when the kids are hurting, she recognized she was a child of divorce, and she was very cognizant of what those kids would be going through. And she would be a great support for them. So I feel really good about her. However, what I was hearing about Mr. Fagan's behavior kind of confirms all the other things I'm hearing and seeing. So it does make me concerned that the control factor isn't there. And I think that maybe there is a potential for an anger issue, volatility issue. But I do think that does need to be addressed at a minimum. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Dad's work schedule is a concern for me. So when we go to deciding, I don't know where you're leaning, Judge. I just don't think joint custody is going to work in this case. So I think then we have to look to who should have primary custody. And when I look at the custody factors, I think that, love and affection, that's certainly equal. I think they both can give love, affection, guidance. I think mom's taken a more initiative as far as setting up education. Dad seemed a little more anti-preschool for Millie. But I think mom would support that. Like I said, I don't think many of the factors stand out to me. They can provide food, clothing, care. Oh, actually, there is one other thing that Dad did admit to me about Harmony, which was their clothes are because of Harmony. Scheduled family activities are Harmony takes that on. His quote was, "Harmony keeps the family together." So again, I think she's a great asset, but I think that, and that's Dad's source of support too. A concern though is this relationship to me is 5 minutes old. It's, he met her, she's pregnant right away, 6-month relationship, 5.5 months pregnant. I hope it lasts. The kids could use the support. I think Dad's a great dad. It's just that I think, again, she's doing that day to day, the grind of the kids and taking care of them. And again, the early morning thing with him with work, I think that's a real issue. I don't like getting kids up that early as far as overnights during a school week, although we don't even know what school's going to look like, but still, I agree that the work schedule is an issue. Let's see, permanence of existing proposal. Oh, a couple other things jump out to me as I'm going through the custody factors. So I don't like, again, this is another argument against joint custody, is that the game playing, the hiding the ball stuff, don't like it. Dad did not reveal where he was living. He, no one's met Harmony, and he kept the insurance. He wouldn't give an insurance card for a long period of time. That kind of stuff makes it really difficult to co-parent when you're kind of digging your heels in. I think it's really important when you're going to co-parent, where your kids are, you know who they're living with, and that shouldn't be an issue. That's, to me, immature and some game playing, and I think it needs to stop. So again, reasonable preference, they're too young for that to establish any sort of meaningful opinion on that. The willingness of the parties to facilitate and encourage a relationship, that was a big factor to me. The things that I heard were, Dad not giving access to the kids when they're with him, the phone with mom. I didn't get the sense that was a two-way street. I heard testimony about mom providing groceries over there. I know there was clothing for a while, but it was that got shut down because the clothes weren't coming back. So I have to favor mom on that one as far as encouraging a relationship. She provided a Father's Day present, talking about shopping for something for the baby, trying to make that a positive relationship. And I just think, if my opinion, for whatever it's worth, is I just think Dad's kind of stuck with some of the bad, hard feelings. And I think, again, this is where counseling could really, really help him to move on. I just felt some of his testimony was just kind of minimizing things, and I think he could benefit from counseling. Again, domestic violence, I have some concerns, and I'd like to see that ruled out or treated, whichever one it is. So I think that at this point, that I think there's an established custodial environment with mom. And I think that given the relationship of the parties, that she should have primary custody. I think she has had primary custody, I think, for quite some period of time. And again, with the court orders not being followed, with what I don't see to be any progress toward a good joint custody co-parenting relationship, I think I would recommend awarding primary to mother. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hilderly?
Yeah, I mean, what do I say after that, Judge? That's such a one-sided report. I don't even know where to start. To me, this is an unfortunate situation. It's sad that that this is where we're going. I'm having a really hard time understanding the established custodial environment with mom. When did this happen? That they've been with mom. They've been primarily with dad, and then it was shared. I'm not seeing this at all. It's unfortunate. What it looks like to me is, it's too bad that I'm coming into it this late. It looks like to me that Mrs. Fagan had a better coach and she followed her coaching better. And that's all that this is. These little insignificant things about 2 times or whatever it was, getting groceries to send to him. He didn't ask or need for these groceries. And now this is being brought up as some sort of a big deal. It's just these little things that are little scores on the score sheet that don't really mean anything in real life. It's not hard. We don't need a professional to get to the bottom of anything. Jake's not happy that she was unfaithful during their marriage. I'm not sure that I've heard too many guys that are. Has he handled it the best? Nah, probably not as it relates to Mrs. Fagan, but none of this has bled over into his custody and care of the children. He's not taking it out on the kids. He's not doing anything harmful to the children. They talk about, Miss Dungan says, well, he has to be the bigger person. Okay. And I probably would have told him that if I was with him the whole time, but constantly he's asked to be the bigger person. When is Mrs. Fagan demonstrated she's being the bigger person? When every step along the way, she's getting what she wants. Those kids are in Stockbridge schools. Everything is going the way she wants. She's not asked to be the bigger person. She's taking the initiative with their schooling. Well, she enrolled them in a school behind his back without consulting him. For some reason, that's seen as a positive. And anything Jake does is seen as a negative. It's really frustrating the way this is being portrayed. I don't know, obviously, based on that report, there's talk of Jake's physical abuse. Well, Jake testified that she physically abused him. Not one mention of it. Jake showed Miss Dungan pictures of injuries that she caused to him. Not one mention from Miss Dungan about that. Not one mention that he mentioned or told me that I was physically abused, and not one mention that he showed me proof of physical abuse. So it's just so one-sided. I mean, I guess the judge has to take it for what it's worth. To me, it read as a complete investigation of Jake. Nothing about any behavior or any issues with Alexis or Mrs. Fagan. So I don't think that the testimony supported any of that. Mr. Fagan has demonstrated that he is willing and able to take care of his children. He's provided care for them. All of this stuff that they're doing for show, I hope that Your Honor can see through it. Thank you.
So, I guess I was under a misunderstanding as to what exactly the custody arrangement has been since the divorce was filed. Thank you, Ms. Dungan, for pointing that out. So I want to make sure I've got this correct. I have a recommended temporary order that gives physical custody to mom and gives had I'm not even sure what this means. It says each and every long weekend. What does that mean?
So, Judge, he had this was prior to the order that was entered this summer. He had parenting time every weekend, Thursday to Sunday, except that Alexis had the first weekend of the month.
I got you. So the reference to long weekend isn't singling out any particular weekend of the month.
Correct.
It's referring that his weekends are long weekend. Okay.
It's a 72 hour instead of 48 hour.
Okay. And then there's a reference to the weekend for what looks like this coming school year. So that obviously doesn't come into play. Is that correct?
Correct. And there was a more recent order regarding parenting time that was entered.
I was trying to find that.
Sorry, it's a big file. It's an order dated June 17th. And it addresses parenting time.
I don't even have that. Let me see if I can pull it up in OnBase.
Okay.
The last entry in the, well, let me just make sure it's not in here loose. My guess is it's downstairs in one of those little temporary folders because I must have had the file out at the time that the order got entered. So give me just a moment to try to find it.
It's dated June 17.
Do you have OnBase open?
I do, yeah.
Can you pull up that June 17 order and print it out for me, please?
Parenting time and counseling order?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I see the file.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, thank you. That I'm glad I asked the question. Ms. Fleming, was there any more that you wanted to say after hearing from Ms. Duncan?
Judge, I would, actually, I appreciate Ms. Dungan's assistance with this file. I feel though that I need to respond to Mr. Hilderly's characterization that what was testified to and what was gleaned by Ms. Dungan in her numerous interviews and texts and contacts with the parties and the children and the close parties to this family, that they don't mean anything in real life. Well, I would suggest that they do. And his characterization that somehow Mrs. Fagan has been coached and somehow she's been better coached, I take issue with that. And certainly professionally, I take issue with that. Mr. Fagan was represented from the day he filed this action, and he was represented up until he retained Mr. Hilderly. To somehow suggest that Mrs. Fagan's putting on an act, it's the court's job. The court can certainly assess their credibility, and you've seen them over the course of 3 days, and Mrs. Dungan has seen them over the course of a significant amount of time since she became involved in this last spring. The people don't change. They can't be coached to put on their best face. Shelley has seen them as they are, and the court has seen them and heard about them. And you've heard, you've seen, and I appreciate Ms. Dungan's recommendation, and I will leave it to the court's sound discretion. Thank you.
All right. I frankly had hoped I could rule from the bench today. Given my misunderstanding of what custody orders were in place and my desire to make sure I understand that and get it right, I am going to take this under advisement. I will endeavor to get you a decision out within the next 2 weeks. Thank you all. That concludes our hearing today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.